Can you believe that Sewing Street is turning 5 years old?
So that's 5 years of sharing sewing, stitching and creativity with you, our Sewing Street family.
And to celebrate in style, we're bringing you a whole week of fun.
We'll be starting every morning, even earlier at 6 a.m. So set your alarms and expect big names, exciting launches and some seriously special treats.
And fantastic goodies from storage for crafts, sewing online and so much more.
So make sure you're there for surprises, deals and lots of sewing fun.
Mark your calendar, set your alarms every day from 6 a.m. to mark Sewing Street's 5th birthday.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and visualize live.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Saturday's Sewing Street. It is 6 a.m. It is the 1st of March. We are live. It's St. David's Day. Happy St. David's Day, everybody. And happy birthday, Sewing Street. Woohoo! We have got such a fantastic morning for you today. Loads and loads of great stuff coming up. Thank you for making the effort to get up early and joining us right from the very start. Let's jump straight in with a really early bird. Oh my goodness, I'm obsessed with this. So useful. This is the magnetic pickup tool. Now, I probably don't need to tell you how useful it would be to be able to just pick things up without having to make a super effort to bend down. I've even managed, hang on, did it a second ago. Oh, wait a minute, wait, I'm gonna do it. Come here. Look, a packet of needles. This is an extension arm gripper with magnet here. So for example, if you drop pins, if you drop needles and they're right underneath the table or behind a cupboard, or your scissors fall down and you need to be able to grab them, you can do it without having to move the furniture, bend down, strain, huff or puff. $8.99? Not today. This is our early bird. Ever so you think about in the garage, in the garden shed, out in the garden, even being able to pull down a branch for pruning. So many different ways that you can use this. You're actually extending your reach by 76 centimetres, 3/4 of a metre, and then a bit more. $8.99? Not today. Not today. We've had this on before, haven't we? Absolutely flies out. Haven't got loads. You're going to pay £5.99 for an extension of your... It's almost like having superpowers. It's like Mr. Go-Go Gadget arm. I don't think that's quite how you're supposed to use it, but I used to love Mr. Gadget. Go-Go Gadget. Inspector Gadget. Inspector Gadget. Go-Go Gadget arm. Really good. But you've got that grip, you've got the magnet, and I find as well, I mean, I do like to bend and stretch because it's good for you, but equally, if I drop my scissors off the back of the table and I have to get on my hands and knees to pick them up, I am not so happy. This is terrific, and just an extra extension on your arm when you need it. You can pick up fabric with it, you can pick up glue sticks. And what's really cool actually is it doesn't matter whether it's something large or something small or something fine. It's going to sort of mould and shape. It's really lightweight actually. It's really lightweight and very comfortable in your hands. I think it's terrific. Useful to have in the back of the car as well. Picking up litter. If it's in your garden, if crisp packets blow into your garden, or cans, or, you know, maybe things that you don't want to touch rather than just things you can't reach. You know, if it's a bit mucky or a bit grubby. Fabulous. So clever and durable. $5.99. It's our early bird today. We'll read some messages. I've got some messages on Facebook. Morning, Stuart. Very frosty outside, but nice and warm inside, watching lovely Sewing Street. Thanks, Julie. Another one. A brilliant early bird. We call it the grabber in our house. Oh, now, Kate, I'm so glad you just messaged in. If you're happy to, will you send us your email? I want to send you a personal thank you for your beautiful birthday present that you sent me. That I got yesterday. It absolutely made my day. You know my taste so well. Send an email into studio@sewingstreet.com and the guys will forward it to me. That'd be lovely. If you don't mind, I'd love to send you a personal message. Morning to Leslie. Joyce says, morning, Stuart and all. Hope you have a great day. Morning to Maria as well. Wendy is messaged in. Good morning, Stuart. Morning, Wendy in Bristol. Annette too has messaged in. Hi, gorgeous, Stuart. I'll take that. Thank you. So lovely to see you early on a Saturday. I've loved these extra hours, extra giggles and bargains. What a week. What a week indeed, Annette. It's been amazing. We've got 2 mega jam-packed days left. It is by no means over. Emma from Glasgow says, good morning, lovely Stuart. Good morning to you, Emma. Give my regards to Glasgow. And one last one for now. Halim has messaged in to say, good morning, Stuart. I just love when you're on Sewing Street. Oh, thank you. I'm getting that on a T-shirt. You're so knowledgeable and great at giving away all your hints and tips. Thank you. Well, that is what is at the heart of Sewing Street, isn't it? Sharing ideas, sharing top tips, education, inspiration, and just brilliant days. Now, let's talk about Shop to Win. Because, you know, every single time you purchase something, it could be the grabber, it could be any of the things on today's show, you're going to be entered into a prize draw. And every single item that you buy is another entry into that prize draw. Today, we've got prizes worth over £1,000. Look at those brands there. A Janome Elna sewing machine, Creative Grids, Nutex, Oddies Textiles, Search Press books, you name it, Aurifil. It's all in there. Over £1,000. One of you, just by shopping, just by buying something, will win over £1,000 worth of prizes. And if you don't win that, well, the good news is you're actually going to be entered into the weekly prize draw. And the prize is worth over £1,800, including a cutie quilting frame. Woo! I mean, it's just fabulous. It's absolutely fabulous. It must be thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds worth of prizes that we're giving away this week. And it's all for you. Thank you for being part of our family. Now, if you haven't shopped this week at all, you could win a free pin badge while stocks last. It's this gorgeous little 5th birthday cake. How grand is that? Absolutely gorgeous. Here it is, modelled. Yeah, badge modelled though. Shirt next. And another message, thank you. Ah, good morning, Stuart. These early mornings are difficult, but you're up even earlier. Welcome, extra craft time as well. Well, you're right, Claudia, it's true enough, but I don't mind. I am a morning person. I am a morning person. This is not difficult for me. I love it. I love it. Stuart, I haven't got a magnetic end on my gripper, or the claw, as we call it. Well, that's a little bit Bond villain, isn't it? I have mastered this gadget and can pick up a 10p piece. That is impressive, Helene. That is impressive. I'm not up to a 10p piece, but I can. Oh, hang on, he says. Well, I know I can pick up a glue stick. I've mastered the glue stick. You know, this might actually, you know, you could use this for picking up laundry off the floor, couldn't you? Where the nearest and dearest has left it. I'm saying nothing. Oh, a sock. Who left that there? I'm sure you could all find creative uses. Love it. I need to get one of these, definitely. $5.99. It's our early bird today. I think this is super useful for the sewing room, actually, because it's got a magnet at the end. So if you're dropping pins, scissors, needles, things like that, it's going to really help to pick them up. But also just reaching things down from the top shelf or in the garden, in the shed, garage, you name it. Really, really useful little tool, this. It's our grabber, our claw, our gripper, our arm extender. Now, I need to mention, yesterday we did the launch with Sarah Payne of the incredible Brother VQ4 sewing and quilting machine. Absolutely tremendous response. It's an incredible machine. What I was particularly thrilled about is all of the really amazing whistles and bells that you've seen on my new sewing machine, my new Brother sewing machine in my studio, are on the VQ4. So all of the things like the laser light and that amazing pen that moves it around. You've got that incredible extension table. You've got amazing capability, an 11¾ inch throat space. We've got that machine coming up at 7 o'clock today. So if you've been having a think about it overnight, today might well be the day. Now, let's do our menu and see what's coming up today. So these first 2 hours were extended live. I mean, I've literally got an extension to my arm today, but we've also got 2 extra hours, loads and loads of sewing and quilty goodness. Now at 8 o'clock, Alice Caroline is in the building with Anna Sanders. We've got fabulous Liberty goodness at 8 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, totally in love with this quilt. It's the Amber Makes Barn Gazing quilt with Rebecca Reid. At 10 o'clock, Anna is back with more Alice Caroline. And then at 11 o'clock, I'm just going to say it's birthday treats, ... Then at 11:30, the fabulous Dave Green is here with an hour and a half of the Green Machine. If you haven't already got involved with the Green Machine, make sure you're watching. Make sure you're watching. And if you have got the Green Machine, we have got some fabulous hardware supplies without the dies this time. So if you're ready for a restock and you need some new rivets, you're not going to have to buy the fitting tools anymore. You can get those rivets on their own in all sorts of different colours. So stick around for 11:30 for the Green Machine. Now, stick around, because we have got some, I may just only do things that I can pick up with the grabber. We have got a fantastic hour now. Let's jump straight in. We're going to start with... Here it is, the 505 temporary glue stick from Odif. Now, we know and love Odif 505 spray. This is the glue stick version. So it's a temporary, water-soluble, completely made for fabric glue stick. The size and shape of a Pritt stick. Absolutely fantastic. If you're putting in zips and you want to hold them temporarily, sewing on your binding, run a line, flip your binding over, machine stitch will be done in no time. Applique, if you don't like spraying, if you don't like aerosols or you're afraid of overspray, this is absolutely wonderful. You can also use this as well if you're hemming something. Turn up your hem, maybe on an envelope, back of a cushion, stick it down, no pins, straight to your sewing machine. It's not going to gum the needle. It's not going to interfere with the workings of your sewing machine. It is completely fabric safe. So you can use this on any fabric, delicate fabrics, faux leathers, you name it. Now, because it's birthday, we're going to make this extra special. We've sold thousands of these, but have a pound. Go on, $5.99, something that's really worth getting in stock. Stash it. Get yourself a couple and stash them. It is a wonderful, wonderful product. First time using this glue stick, says Sue in Cornwall. Excellent. It's now on my must-have list of products. Highly recommend. It's brilliant. Isn't it interesting how you don't need something until it's invented and you try it, and then suddenly it's one of your heroes? Lynn from Devon says this is perfect for gluing instead of using the spray, which goes everywhere. I mean, yes, I agree with that. I agree. A spray does fill a big area. If you get really prepared, if you work outside, not a problem. But if you're working in a very restricted area, or you want to do very, very focused and targeted sticking. So for example, it might be things like applying sequins and you want to hold them in place while you sew them down, or a plique. Really useful, really useful. Another FIFO. This is very handy to use on small pieces of fabric, just to keep the fabric still while sewing instead of pinning. Yeah, spot on, Pauline. Give it a go. Give it a go. They are absolutely fantastic. And as well, when you think about how much glue you're getting in there, 36 grams. And if you compare, because it's basically that times that, very economical. Very economical. If you do things like bias binding, you know, Celtic or stems, things like that, literally draw a line where you want your design, run a line of glue, and then just stick the tape down. I like to run an iron just to make sure it's completely dry, and then straight to the sewing machine. Absolutely brilliant, and it doesn't budge at all, but will completely wash out when you wash the project. If you're not going to wash the project, it's not a problem because it's completely fabric safe. So if it stays in your project, it does not matter. It does not matter. Absolutely brilliant. Keep going through for that. Lots of you with it in your baskets. Morning to Ange, by the way. She says, searched on the telly, forgetting you're still starting early. Good morning. Well, you're here. We are here. We're live as well. We're live. Do you think if we'd pre-recorded, anyone would have noticed? I'd have been yawning and saying, oh, 10 o'clock, I need to get to my bed. Right, let's move on. What should we do next? Aurifil, Aurifil. Oh, well, I mean, on your birthday, you deserve something special, right? This is absolutely incredible. This is the sort of dream, isn't it? It's like we all want a bit of everything, you know? This is the Aurifil, very, very special thread box. Now, the box itself is a thing of beauty. Beautiful storage, fabric covered, magnetic strip down here, safe and secure. Look what's inside. Oof. For me, this is better, way better than a box of chocolates. This is more enticing, more delicious, more inspiring. And what you've got in here is 45 reels of thread, all that beautiful Italian brand of Aurifil. You get 200 meters. At first I thought these were 100 meters because they're about the size of a regular 100-meter reel, but there's actually 200 meters of thread on every single spool. And this is 50 weight. So this is completely suitable for top stitching, for applique, for quilting. Now, of course, you could piece with it, but I would say, just between you and me, this is much too beautiful to hide away inside a project. You want this on the front where you can see it, but absolutely beautiful for all of those applications. If you're dressmaking, all of your top stitching, do it in this bag making, home decor, you name it. If you're doing things like machine embroidery stitches, what about using these gorgeous Aurifil threads? Now, you do get 45, 200 meters of each, and everything is held in this beautiful box with this foam inner. I mean, it really is such a classy, special thing. And it not only sort of displays everything that you've got, all those gorgeous colours, but it also shows you exactly what you've got. So you're not hunting for threads. Now, regular price is $234.99. And let's have a look at some price comparisons and see what you could pay elsewhere. Oh, now, on Etsy, oh, I'm not happy about this. That's less than us. £225.82. Okay. Oh, look at the shine on those threads. Beautiful. Now, this one, this is Quilt Direct. This has got a reduction on it from £217.60 to £195. Oh, yeah. Would you go for that one? Would you go for that? I think we can do better. I think we can do better. It's our birthday. Let's do a really, really special birthday price. Let's give you the best price we possibly can. But we are very, very limited. I do not have teens. I have less than teens of this. Most have sold out. Here we go. Remember that price, $234.99. Not anymore. Today only, $179.99. Absolutely brilliant. $179.99. And for that, you're getting your 45 beautiful reels of thread, every single colour in the rainbow and every one in between. That's an absolutely brilliant price. Now compare that with Quilt Direct, $195. We're $179.99. Etsy, $225. We're $179.99. But we have very, very limited numbers now. Very, very limited numbers. It is such a beautiful, beautiful box of threads. And of course, you can replace all of these colours. So as you're using them, you can replace them, you can pop them back in, and always keep your painter's palette completely full and ready to use. Imagine bringing this out at Quilt Club or workshops and classes. It's absolutely gorgeous. An absolutely beautiful gift, whether you're getting that gift for yourself or for that person in your life that you know will squeal with delight. Because the thing is, when you say, you never have to worry about buying a gift for a quilter or a sewer, because that would make any dressmaker, quilter, home decor, dabbler squeal with delight. Because it's exactly the same as when we were children and we got a box of crayons or some new felt tip pens or a little paint palette. Every child squeals with delight at that because it's all the possibilities, all the projects yet to come, all the inspiration. It would make the most amazing present. And it's on split pay if you want it. The choice is entirely yours, but you can get this home for $59.99. Well done if you've checked out your basket. Absolutely brilliant. You've got a gorgeous palette of 45. Now, they're not all solid colours. There are some beautifully subtle, soft, variegated threads here with a mixture of lighter and darker tones of the same colour. Now, if I'm going to use a variegated thread, that is always the one I go for. Soft, gentle variations of the same colour. Not big jumps from red to blue to yellow to pink, but just gentle, soft gradations, ombre between light and dark. Absolutely yummy. Absolutely yummy. Lynn's got in touch. Thanks for getting in touch, Lynn. It's coming. Oh, hey, that. Oh. Sandra's messaged on Facebook to say, "Morning, Stuart, from my bed today." Love it, good. Chantel's got in touch. "Morning, lovely man. Glad the birthday is carrying on the weekend, as I missed out all week being at work." Chantel, I'm not happy about work getting in the way of you having a good time. It doesn't get in the way. because today and tomorrow we are going to have the most amazing time. Lynn, I think, said much the same on her message. You can still get the fabulous 5th birthday badge. We are 5. That means we're in reception now. We're in proper school. This is a lovely badge, I've got to say. It's beautiful. It's a special birthday. You get that free for every time for every new customer that purchases this week, or every customer that purchases for the first time this week. Also, Shop to Win today is over, is it £1,000? Over £1,000 worth of prizes. Every single item that you buy today, Chantal, and everyone else, okay, gets you another entry into that prize draw. So if you buy 5 things, it's 5 tickets in the Shop to Win, 5 chances to win over £1,000 worth of prizes. And if you don't win today, the good news is that you'll still get entered into the weekly prize draw, and that's for over £1,800 worth of prizes, including a cutie quilting frame. And is that a Sewing Street bag? Love it. Love it. Every single thing you buy is another entry into those prize draws. Absolutely amazing. Anne just got in touch. She says, morning, I switched on the telly, forgetting you're still starting early. Good morning. Well, we're still here, Ange. Wouldn't be the same without you. Now, we're going to do a charm pack. Now, we've been looking at this gorgeous range from Moda this week called Wildflowers. And we've had mega bundles and we've had half meters. But today we're launching the charm pack, which means that everyone can get involved. Now, I do not have very many of these. I do not have we're very, very limited. It's called Wildflowers. If, he says with no sense of irony, if you're ready for spring and summer, yeah, it's not happening in the real weather anytime soon, I don't think. It's starting to cheer up, but if you want some summery goodness, this is perfect. You're getting 2 or 3 of each design. These are absolutely beautiful. I tell you what I would do with these. If you've got used scraps, make 100 quilts. There is a pattern in there for machine stitch cathedral window. I would get about 1.5 meters of solid white fabric and this charm pack, and I would follow that pattern and I would do machine stitch cathedral window with these fabrics and make yourself some gorgeous summery cushions or a table runner or even a little quilt. These are all the colours of a beautiful hot summer's day, a garden full of flowers, wild or cultivated. I mean, wildflowers are just beautiful flowers, aren't they? They're not, I don't think of weeds. I think of wildflowers every time. Just look, what a beautiful palette. Now, I would mix things like soft buttery yellow, a lovely fresh green, navy if you want a little bit darker, more dramatic, bit more definition. You could use a solid red, white. Calico would mix nicely. What about a couple of lovely fresh tote bags? Morning to Steph. She says, long sleeves. It must be chilly this morning. You're absolutely right. I've got the flannels out. It took me about 5 minutes to chip the ice from my car. And I'd actually started thinking last week, would it be too early to start putting some plants out in the garden? And I think the answer is yes. But flowers in your sewing room? Not a problem. Sandra from Norfolk says, morning, Stuart. Love the shirt. It looks so snuggly and warm on this cold morning. Sandra, thank you. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Loads of you are getting yourself this fabulous charm pack. It's great, isn't it, when you can get the whole range for £17.99. Stop. Hayley. We're going lower. We're going lower. Everyone has already checked out their basket. You save the money too. £15.99. Fabulous. Fabulous. That's like 18 months ago price. That's fabulous. That's like a rollback. I feel like tapping my back pocket. That's brilliant. $15.99. You get 42. It shouldn't say a pack of 12 pieces, by the way. You're actually getting 42 5-inch squares. 42. 17 different designs. 17 designs. You get 5-inch squares of each, and they are pre-cut. So if you want to do really, really simple patchwork, you can just sew these squares straight together. But another thing I like to do with charm squares is I'll cut out maybe a 4 3/4 inch square of Bondaweb, iron it to the back, and then draw around a circle template. Okay, and then cut that out, or you could die cut circles as big as you can get them, 4.5 inch, and then applique that to a maybe 5.5 inch square of background fabric. Blanket stitch or zigzag round the outside of the circle, and then you can literally just sew those together and have the circles. It's a really, really cool design. Or you can make half square triangles, so pair one of these plus a solid or a piece of calico or a plain, something like that. Do your diagonal line and sew either side, make 2 half square triangles. You could cut this into 4 quarter square triangles, mix and match. You can cut 3 strips from this, sew them together, make rail fence. Really, really versatile pieces of fabric, and a great buy for the bargain price of $15.99. Make that saving. Make that saving. Midnight tonight, it'll be $17.99 again, if there's any left. But we don't have loads. We don't have loads. Right, I have got the most gorgeous new fabric collection to share with you, and it's from Penn. This is really different, beautiful, fresh, bright, lovely, luscious colours, and there's 8 different designs. Can't wait to show you these. These are so cool. Look at the colours. This, very, very beautiful. There's something of the night sky, there's something of the cityscape, bit modern, bit fresh. Let's start here, and I'll show you all the fabrics. You get 8.5 meters, 4 meters in total. Now, this first piece, this is a gorgeous, amazing sort of cityscape. I'm going to just hold it up for a second so you can see the effect. You've got, it's almost like a Manhattan skyline. Now, you could use that as the center of a quilt and build up borders or blocks around it. Or I think this would be a really cool fabric to actually take elements from. If you look at this lower half, I just see a really exciting striped fabric with all sorts. So, for example, a bag, to make a bag using this, or to use that more vertical element, trim it down. If you've got thinner how cool is that for a binding or a pocket top? So very many different ways you can use this. The top half, I'm actually thinking, am I going to save this back for Christmas? Am I going to use this in a winterscape? So that's the first one. We've got 8 different fabrics. 4 meters in total for $71.92, except we're going to give you a little saving, even for a brand new fabric range. Here we go. Here's the crash. I love it. $62.93, $8.99 saving. That's a half meter for free. How beautiful is that? Wow. Again, so much bang for your buck. Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. Really bold. Now, this is just perfect for summer, for creating something bright and bold. Some of these prints have got quite a, almost Gustav Klimt look to them. I think this one here, very, very arty. almost like poppies. We're very, very limited. We've only got this full collection, by the way. We haven't got any of these fabrics by the half metre. We are super, super limited. There's so many possibilities there. This is almost like little wildflowers or poppies scattered throughout. Or you know that Italian glass, like the paperweights or the Murano glass, a little bit like that too. Amazing. But to contrast with that then, you've got this really cool black, white, grey print, which provides that contrast. Has an almost sort of industrial look to it. Are you only on for 2 hours today, Stuart? Asked Steph. Yes, yes. It's an early bath for me. I've got scrambled egg, crispy bacon and bagels waiting for me in Yorkshire. Got to get there first. Fiona says, morning to the best presenter ever. Press record. Thank you. So lovely to wake up and see your happy smiling face. Looking forward to today's shows. I'm swimming at 8, so we'll miss an hour. Oh, is this sea swimming? Fiona, you go in the sea, don't you? I'd need more than a flannel shirt. My goodness, that is colourful for 6:30 in the morning. Gorgeous. It is. It is. It is. Do not adjust your television sets. It is. It's bright. It's beautiful. But you know this, gorgeous. Oh, Yvette, she says, good morning, Stuart. What a beautiful charm pack. Love you lots. Oh, Yvonne, thank you. That's lovely. Thank you. Do you know, we have such a lovely, lovely family here at Sewing Street, don't we? What would we do without you all? And we're only here because of you. This is the reason why we all turn up and have been for 5 years. What are we going to do in 5 years' time? What a celebration we'll have then. We'll be 10. We'll be really grown up. Love this one. Now, this is kind of like the top of the very first fabric I showed you. This is that sort of night sky filled with a rainbow of stars. Really stunning, really stunning. Now, this next one might be my favourite because I just think the colours in there are stunning, absolutely stunning. You've got that sort of almost like stenciled honeycomb in the background, but then these firework sort of displays going across the fabric. Really interesting. Spots. Spots. This is Free Spirit fabric, of course, which is incredible quality. And Free Spirit do have a reputation for working with a lot of artists, mixed media artists, painters, graphic designers. That is juicy, absolutely beautiful. You get ½ a metre of each, of course, 4 metres in total, and you're saving ½ a metre. You're getting ½ a metre for free, full $8.99's worth. Oh, that's lovely. Look at that. These would actually be a really good starting point for a scrap project. So take these to your scrap stash and pick out all of your solids, tonals, batiks, in all of these different colours and mix and match. Use this range as your focus. I mean, every single one piece of fabric has got loads of inspiration in it. You just take that to your stash and pick out what you have to go with. Beautiful. I'll just show you that range one more time. Brand new today from Penn and Free Spirit. Absolutely gorgeous. Wow, love that. And that sort of feature print, I'll just open out, show you one more time. That is such a cool piece of fabric. Absolutely beautiful. Wow. Ooh. So the story behind this print actually is that Sue used paper, hand-printed paper, and cut out every single window and created this as a collage that was then turned into fabric. It's really clever. What a beautiful idea. You could actually really take inspiration from this and create a quilt using this idea of using these fabrics to create buildings with windows. £62.93. Very limited. Very limited. Right, lots and lots of you have spotted my next item on pre-order. It is the silicone bobbin tower. So let's get organised. I think that's one of the most important things in a sewing room, isn't it? To be organised. I'm pretty organised, in fairness. I try. One of the things I'm not great at is organising my bobbins, because I do tend to always be scrabbling around. Now, actually, interestingly, my long arm bobbins I do keep in a very special box, and I keep them safe because they're so expensive. Each bobbin is about £8 or £9 for a bobbin, one bobbin. So you don't mess about with those. But who wants to lose their bobbins? If your machine comes with 4, you don't want to lose them. So this is a silicone tower. Okay, they do detach, so you can take them apart. So if you're going to a workshop, you could fill 5 bobbins with your neutral piecing thread, take that along, and then you're ready to go. How many times have you been at a workshop and someone spends the first 10 minutes winding bobbins? What a waste of the first 10 minutes of a class. Do them in advance, have them stacked. Maybe all of your pink ones are the bright colours, all of the blue are your neutrals. You've got space here for 30 bobbins, filled or unfilled, that you can stack together. And it's not just going to hold your bobbin securely so you know where it is. It's also going to stop the thread unravelling. So you're not going to get those tangles in your sewing box. And you're not going to lose precious thread or end up with it all knotted. I have to alternate the colours. Now, other brands are available. Clover do a version of this. $14.90. The Stack and Store Bobbin Tower, $14.90. Now, $9.99. We are nearly £4. No, more than £4. £4.91. We're going to do such an amazing deal. Everyone is already checked out. I'm about to make your day. $5.99. $5.99. Just remember, £14.90. You could almost buy 3 of these for the same price as the Clover version today, because this is a very, very special offer. £5.99 for your bobbin tower storage. It's absolutely brilliant. It doesn't take up a lot of space on the desk. It can stand there, you can twizzle them round, you can access every single one. You don't need to pull it apart to get to every single one. You can leave it as it is, but if you want to take a couple of them with you, you can just have 2 together, 10 bobbins in your sewing case, and you've got everything ready to go. It's also really useful, for example, if you do a lot of hand sewing, maybe a lot of EPP, rather than taking a whole reel of thread, wind a bobbin, put it into your bobbin holder, and just take that along with you. Much smaller, lighter, more discreet. You can slip it into your pocket or into your purse. It's really fab. And very giftable as well, I think. Something like that. Love it. Love it. Yep. Really good. And that'll hold any kind of regular sewing machine bobbin. So it doesn't matter if your machine uses metal bobbins or plastic, Brother Elner, Singer, Bonina, it doesn't matter. It'll fit all of them. Brill. Now, I think it's time for a cup of tea. I'm just saying. And if you're going to have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee or water or whatever you want to have as your early morning drink, we've got these 2 fabulous William Morris drinking cups. These are also the kind of thing you can take along. I think a lot of coffee shops actually do a slightly cheaper price if you take your own cup. We've got two different William Morris designs. This is the first one, which is called Hyacinth, which is this gorgeous, soft, almost I would call that celery coloured top. And you just, is it that bit there? I see, right. So you've got this silicone that you've got so you can drink. So if you're driving, for example, or walking along through the street. And then inside, you've got that lovely capacity. So you'd get your coffee or your tea or your special hot chocolate. You've also got a silicone gripper that you can remove if you want to, but will actually protect your hands from the heat of the drink. But it also will help to insulate and keep your drink hotter for longer or colder for longer. Really lovely gift too. This actually screws on. Okay, it screws on and then it's really secure. Now, can I just say, just tell you a quick story. Yesterday, when I left the hotel in the morning, picture the scene, 5:30 in the morning, I'd had one coffee and I thought, well, take another one with me. So I'd really filled to the brim one of the takeaway cups with a very, very dodgy lid, took it out to my car, and literally, as I sat down in my car, the top popped off and the entire contents went all over me, all over the gear stick and the seat next to me and everywhere. I had to go and get a big blue roll and used almost the whole thing mopping up. And now my car smells like Starbucks bins. It's horrible. I so wish I'd had this with a screw top lid. Much better. Price comparison, like for like, exactly the same. £8.99. £8.99. That's £1 less than us, Hayley. I'm not having that. Not having that. Oh, wow, £6.99. Oh, it's going to cost me more than £6.99 to get the inside of my car cleaned. I wish I'd had this. Absolutely brilliant. Very, very giftable. Very giftable. Lovely thing to buy and stash ready for later in the year. Or just have it next to your sewing desk. Look, can you imagine? I'd have been a lot more upset if I'd spilled my coffee next to my sewing machine or on my fabric. That would have really upset me. So actually, this is a really good idea for in your sewing room or on your dining table as well. Absolutely gorgeous. And with that in as well, with that little silicone stopper in, nice and secure too. Nice and secure for when you're traveling or just when you're in your house or in your sewing room. A lot of quilt clubs now ask that you take along your own mug. Of course, if you're distracted when you're sewing and you forget to eat or drink, it's about the only time I do forget things like that. This is going to keep it hotter for longer or colder for longer if you're having a cold drink. Now, that's the hyacinth version. We've also got Willow Bough. I mean, probably one of William Morris's most iconic and recognisable designs. It's really gorgeous. What's particularly beautiful about this is the mixture of blue and green leaves. I mean, if you're making a William Morris quilt, you really ought to drink from a William Morris mug, right? £6.99. Imagine if this was in a National Trust gift shop. I think it would probably be £15.99, wouldn't it? And I'd probably buy it because I'd be there surrounded by all the lovely things and, you know, oh, how lovely. Or a garden centre or something like that. We're all starting to make those weekend trips now, aren't we? I know I am. You've got that handy silicone gripper around the outside, which helps you to grip, but also will help to protect your hands if the outside is getting a little warmer. You've got that full design all the way around, sort of seamless. And then I love the contrast screw-on lid. Now, what would you do? Let me pose the question. What would you do if you drunk that cup of coffee, put the lid on, and then it rolled onto the floor? Rolled under your desk, or rolled behind something? How would you get it? How would you pick it up? I can't reach. I can't get down. I can't crawl. I mean, if you've got today's early bird, you're laughing, aren't you? You're laughing. This was our early bird today. Should be $8.99, which is a brilliant price, but today it's our early bird, $5.99. This is our grabber, the claw, as it's known in Helene's house. I love that. Has anybody seen the claw? Brilliant. Magnetic at the end. So if you've dropped pins or needles or something like that, or your keys, what about if you're out in the garden and you want to prune and it's a high branch? Or picking apples or pears, cherries, plums even. I think it would be suitable for doing that too. Or picking litter off the ground, things you don't want to touch, or if you're in the loft and something's cobwebby, or you just in the loft and you can't reach something that's under the eaves or at the back of a cupboard, that's when your magnetic pickup tool, it's like having an extendable arm. Very, very useful. If you have mobility issues and bending, stretching, reaching, getting down on the floor, crawling under the table is not an option for you. If you get painful knees, if you, gosh, I mean, I know if you've had knee replacement surgery, kneeling down really isn't an option often. So having an alternative that means you can reach, you can grab under the bed, top of the wardrobe, super, super useful. They're absolutely flying out. Now, once you've picked your beautiful William Morris cup up, you can continue with your beautiful Morris quilt. And the quilt that's hanging behind me is one of our most favourite quilts here at Sewing Street. It's our fastest sellout that we've ever had in the history of Sewing Street. This is the 4th incarnation of this quilt. It is an absolutely beautiful, beautiful quilt. This is the colourway you get. This is exactly what your quilt will look like. And here's the best news. This is confident beginner level. And I know what you're thinking, Stuart, there's no way that that is a confident beginner level quilt. It absolutely is, because the entire quilt is made out of strips, squares, and rectangles, and that's it. Okay, now I know it looks terribly complicated. That is the genius of the design. It's actually, although everything looks interlocked and interwoven, it's actually made from a centre block with frames around it, and that's it, up to this. So I'll just show you that, I mean, the block is turned on point. That's the first thing that makes this look more complicated. So the very first block that you make, month 1, it's done as a block of the month, is this block here. Okay, this is the block. So it's this star with these corner squares, okay? Now these corner squares, I know they look joined up. I bet you were thinking that this was one whole strip of fabric, but this is actually, this is the end of a block. This is a little bit, this is a little bit, this is a half square triangle. It's ever so clever the way it's done. I'm going to open the box and show you a little bit of the magic. Now originally this pattern was I think it was 10-month block of the month program that was run in America. And block of the month programs are notoriously expensive because there's usually about a £15 a month charge for the pattern. So over 10 months, your pattern alone is going to cost you £150. And I mean, don't take my word for it. Have a look online, have a look at Block at the Month programmes, and you will see the cost. I mean, you've got to look at it and think, this is £24.99 to make a 12-inch block. Okay, a 12-inch block for £24.99. Well, the fabric to make a 12-inch block isn't £24.99. You're paying about £15 for the pattern. So that would mean that this pattern is costing you £150. That means that we've now got £150 for all the fabric. Well, this quilt is 193 centimetres square. It's almost 2 metres square. So actually, you're not paying for the pattern at all, really. It's all William Morris. Every single part of this quilt is William Morris. And the best news of all is we're going to take that price even lower. £249.99 is an absolutely smashing price for this quilt. It's a brilliant price, but you're not paying that. You're going to pay under £200. There you go, £199.99. That's fabulous. Such an heirloom. It's such an heirloom, and it's so achievable. Let me show you. That very first block, okay, very first block is made up of half square triangles and these corner units. And to make these corner units, all you're doing is, it's a half square triangle that you then trim off the corner and sew another triangle on. That's it. That's it. No templates. Everything gets trimmed to size, so everything's going to turn out perfectly. That is month 1. You make that block. Round 2, this is what extends those lines and makes it look like the whole thing is much more complicated. It's plain fabric, half square triangle, plain fabric. That's it. That's month 2. And then you add some half square triangles, bit more half square triangle here. It just extends, and it's an illusion, basically. It creates an illusion. And as we keep going round, we're just adding straight borders around the outside. They link up with the previous month and give the illusion that the whole thing is much more complicated than it really is. Now you keep going like that until you get to here. So this main big part of the quilt is all like that. Then all you do, you add these strips onto the sides, easy. And then you've got a corner unit. It's a big triangle with a strip sewn on either side. I'll show you. Okay. So you've got this big triangle, strips sewn on either side, and half square triangles sewn on. That's it. And then you finish off with some half square triangles. Now, nothing I've mentioned there is beyond beginner level. All your one job is to make sure as you're sewing with an accurate 1/4 inch seam allowance. And that just makes your life easier, because it means if it's supposed to measure 15.5 inches, it measures 15.5 inches. Every single month, it tells you it should measure this. Measure it. If there's any variation, make some little adjustments and make sure it is the right size. And that's your job. Absolutely amazing. We're very, very limited. We're very limited. This is the lowest price it's ever been. Take advantage, grab it while you can. It's an absolute brilliant, brilliant quilt. It's gorgeous. It really is. Sue Penn. Sue Penn. You remember the Sue Penn range I showed you earlier on? We've actually got a backing fabric. This is the extra wide, and this is just absolutely gorgeous in its own right. How about this? Now, this is on split pay. We've been doing extra wide backing fabrics on split pay this week, and you've got 3 split pays. $14.99, which means that you can get half a metre of this home for $4.99. Absolutely brilliant. Really, really good opportunity to stock up actually, because remember that if you use the split pay option, you're actually paying today for 1.5 meters what you would normally pay for 0.5 meter. If you pick the split pay option, and 1.5 meters is enough to do a double quilt. 2.5 meters for a queen, 3 meters for a king. So it's a really, really good time to buy. This is also gorgeous fabric if you wanted to do something like, I mean, if you're having a party, can you imagine making a table cover in this fabric? Or making curtains or blinds. Absolutely gorgeous, such vibrant colours. And it's 100% cotton, 108 inches wide. So if you want to do something like borders, sashings, bindings, alternate blocks on a quilt, you can absolutely use this on the front of your quilt as well as on the back. It's not just restricted to the back. Now, if this was in the equivalent price for regular width fabric, this would be £6.25 per 0.5 metre. Amazing, amazing value. You're getting 274 centimetres in width. Regular width of fabric, and all your extra. It's fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. So many colours in there. So many colours. Absolutely gorgeous. Morning to Jan, by the way, and morning to Donna. Hope you have a lovely morning with us. Thanks for getting up early as well. It is the weekend. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Now, don't forget, we've had a couple of amazing things in this morning's show. We've got that wonderful charm pack, the Wildflower charm pack. We've got the amazing William Morris travel cups as well. If you've just joined us, we're celebrating our 5th birthday in style. Loads of amazing deals. There's a brilliant shop to win today to win over £1,000 worth of prizes and a weekly prize of over £1,800 worth of prizes. Don't forget also, every new customer this week is going to get a gorgeous pin badge to celebrate. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, 1 more hour, and I'm launching brand new Tim Holtz. Don't go anywhere.
Can you believe that Sewing Street is turning 5 years old?
So that's 5 years of sharing sewing, stitching and creativity with you, our Sewing Street family.
And to celebrate in style, we're bringing you a whole week of fun.
We'll be starting every morning, even earlier at 6 a.m. So set your alarms and expect big names, exciting launches and some seriously special treats.
And fantastic goodies from Storage for Crafts, Sewing Online, and so much more.
So make sure you're there for surprises, deals, and lots of sewing fun.
Mark your calendar, set your alarms every day from 6 a.m. to mark Sewing Street's 5th birthday.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Woohoo! Sewing Street is 5. You are looking great and doing amazing. Thank you for bringing us so much sewing joy, and long may it continue. Mwah! Have a great day.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Doesn't time just fly by? From the little studio over in the old manor house to where we are today at Sewing Street, it's been a wonderful journey. So it gives me great pleasure to wish a very, very happy birthday to, of course, all of our viewers who make it possible, and to everyone behind the camera as well as the presenters at Sewing Street. So from us at Village Fabrics here, happy birthday!
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Very happy 5th birthday, Sewing Street. Have a wonderful day.
Wouldn't be nothing without you. Thanks for joining us. It's our 5th birthday. Welcome to Sewing Street, and happy St. David's Day as well. Now, this hour, I am launching a brand new collection and concept, actually, from the fabulous Tim Holtz and Free Spirit. So the new concept from Tim Holtz is he has created the most beautiful palette collection. I love palette collections, and what he's doing is each month releasing a different palette. We today are launching the red and the orange. We're going to start with the red. You've already spotted these. They are absolutely beautiful. This is a mega bundle, and if you love Tim's eclectic, printily, aged range, these are just brilliant. So clever. You've got the tickets, you have got the stamps, There's all sorts of different tones in here. This is absolutely gorgeous. That's really different for Tim Holtz. All of these are different designs. Look at that beautiful floral stripe there. This is almost sort of medieval writing. Now, you might have noticed on the graphics it says Tim Holtz, Eclectic Elements, red palette, 5 meters, get 1 meter free, save £17.98. We haven't taken that money off yet. Should we do that now? Let's do it. Let's do it. I'll keep laying. Do you know, I want this fabric collection right here, right now. Hello, lovely. Hello, lovely. 71.92. That is a brilliant price. That is paying £7.19 a half. Look at that. That's so cool. Look. You've got the maps. Oh, you've got the script. I absolutely love that collection. I could do 1,000,001 things with that. That is absolutely beautiful. So many possibilities. You know, it's floral, it's gentle, it's vintage, it's industrial, it's, you know, it's mixed media. It's so unique. Absolutely brilliant. I mean, if you're a bag maker, so many possibilities. If you're a quilt maker, so much inspiration there. Mixed media. You are getting the full collection here from us. It's a chance to get everything, all 10 prints. You're getting a whole meter for free, nearly £18 worth for free from us here at Sewing Street. This is a brand new concept, a brand new collection. Think about your other Tim Holtz that you might have and how these are going to work with them, but completely perfect on their own. Completely perfect on their own. Just superb. We don't need to send this back to the warehouse, do we? I'm going to do them separately. Right, we'll start off with ending 5-9. I'd use this in a heartbeat as a background for applique, background for piecing, borders, sashing. This would also be fantastic for something like the lining of a bag or a book bag or a tablet case, something like that, a pencil case. It's just, I think it's brilliant. I love it. I find these fascinating, these sorts of fabrics. It's a little bit of a history almost, yeah. Yeah. You know, I'm looking at it, yeah, it just, yeah, really cool. Love it. Love it. Oh, Christine says, loving the lumberjack shirt. Thank you. I'm channeling my inner lumberjack. Pop that to one side. Next one, the map ending 9-3. Now, from a distance, I almost see a floral fabric there. They almost look like sort of roses to me from a distance. You see what I mean? But when you hone in, you see it's a city map. Very clever. I can't... Oh, Rome. It's a map of Rome. Roma. What have they done to the Trevi Fountain? They built a big fence around it. Beautiful. Beautiful. This has been so popular on pre-order. If you do things like mixed media, you could cut out individual elements, layer them with lace and other little bits of fabric, ribbon, buttons, machine stitch, hand stitch, add embellishments. Really clever. You've got playing cards in there and airline tickets, cigar cards. Who's perfectly happy? Oh, bless them. No, look. You know why people are never smiling in these photographs, don't you? Because it used to take probably 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes of sitting still for the exposure time. You can't do that. So they just have a neutral face. They weren't miserable. They weren't miserable. This is gorgeous. Now, I'm going to be bold and say, even if you hate Tim Holtz fabrics, there's nothing not to love about this. It's just a gorgeous layered floral. You know, if you love pretty floral, I adore Tim Holtz fabrics, you know I do. But I'm just saying, if you don't like that industrial look, you don't like that, this is just a gorgeous floral, but it's still got Tim Holtz in there because it's multi-layered, there's real depth, there's real shading, there's real artistry there. Yummy. Remember, you're getting a whole metre for free in that mega bundle, best value. But if you want an individual fabric, it's cut to order. Okay, we don't have this one. We don't have that one available. Right, next up, you might want to say something. Here is your alphabet. This is very cool fabric too. This lends itself actually to fussy cutting because you could cut this into strips. Yeah. Vertical. I think it would be a lovely lining for a bag. Very nice. Or a binding. And actually, if you used it for a binding, I'm just going to mask off an area so you can just see how it would look as a binding. You know, it's not going to jump. Or if you use cut the strips going the other way. Hang on. Like so. There would be your binding. Oh, I think that's lush. That's gorgeous. Fabulous. Right, next one. You've got that gorgeous floral stripe. Again, you know, if you love your florals and that's been missing from Tim Holtz, here they are. Here they are. You've got this wonderful Regency stripe, but with climbing roses. Sharon's message to say, morning Stuart and team, happy birthday Sewing Street, loving the bargains. I'm sitting hand sewing the binding on my new bag I made for my Elise Sew mini iron. I made at Lucy Pixley's hub yesterday. Loving the fabric, it's giving me Harry Potter vibes. Yes, I'm getting that. That's called wallpaper. Yeah, you can see that one. This one, gorgeous. If you love sort of Civil War reproduction fabrics, Edita Sitar, Kim DL, if you love French General, this is perfect. I'm actually making a quilt at the moment with French General, reds and tans and creams. We've got that later today. This would go really, really well with the French General. And you might not have ever considered putting Tim Holtz and French General together, but this palette collection would really work. Now, I don't have loads of any of these fabrics. I'm just going to make you aware of that. I don't have big quantities at all. Okay, postage stamps. There's been a lot, I've seen a lot of this. This tends to be the feature print on the internet when people are talking about this new range. It's really, really fab. I've only got 10 meters of this left. Oh, actually, I don't have 10 meters. I don't even have 9 meters of this fabric left. It's absolutely flying out. Can you imagine a tote bag made from this? Or using it to create sashing or a border or half square triangles. 8 meters left and then it's gone. Well, as long as there's enough for me, that's all that really matters. Last one, these are the tickets. Ticket stubs. I remember when you went to the cinema and you got one of these. And the lady used to tear it in half when you went into the cinema. Saturday morning picture club. Do you remember that, folks? Yeah? We used to live opposite the cinema, so my mum used to send me and my brother on a Saturday morning to the Saturday morning picture club. Whole bundle then, best value, and the best way because you're getting all of the fabrics. This fabric actually is unavailable on its own. So if you want all of the fabrics, then you need to get yourself the mega bundle. You're saving £17.98. Less than 20 bundles left. It's early morning. These will go today. Look at those. Oh, yes. Pop them straight into the boot of my car. Beautiful. Beautiful. Love them. That's the Tim Holtz red collection. We're going to do orange next. Now, here's a thing. Over the course of the year, Tim Holtz is going to be launching basically all the colours of the rainbow, plus neutrals, greys, blacks as well, okay? So if you're thinking, I want to be able to do a rainbow, start collecting now. Because even though this is supposed to be a long-term range, I bet it's not really going to be available. Like, if you don't get the reds now, exactly, I don't think we'll be able to get them. If you don't get the reds now, you probably won't be able to get them in October. So, mega bundle, 10 fabrics, you're saving £17.98, it's £71.92. Now, these are not just the same prints, but in orange, because look, we've got French marigolds, and this wonderful, almost sepia-toned background. I am thrilled to say you do get the postage stamps, okay? You also get, well, this is Liverpool. Liverpool. Yeah, Tim Holtz is American, but he might have a connection with Liverpool, because a lot of people who emigrated to America went from Liverpool. So this one's also got, look, mushrooms and fungi. Absolutely brilliant. Linda Seward, if you watch it, Linda Seward is an award-winning quilter and author and one of my best buddies. And she is a quilter, but she is also a leading expert on fungi and mushrooms. So there you go, quilts and mushrooms, they are connected. This is beautiful. Now, are they happier for you? Look. Oh, that one looks like you, Hayley. Could be worse, that one looks like me. Right, you've got your ticket stubs. You've got more florals. Oh gosh, this orange palette is absolutely gorgeous. Love that little bit of green in there as well. Beautiful. Again, if you're not into your Tim Holtz, this is just a beautiful all over. Gosh, this is fab. Look at that one. That's gorgeous. So these are like newspaper advertisements, the National Fair Association spring running meeting, and little kind of like you might have got in the back of a Victorian newspaper. So you get all 10 prints. That is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. £71.92. Fabulous. Huge saving. Huge saving. You could do simple cushions, anything at all. Right, let's do them individually. We'll start here. I did my very first book, So Fabulous. I did a whole dining room in Tim Holtz, and I did chair covers and placemats and napkins and a runner and all sorts of lovely things, all using Tim Holtz eclectic elements. I've loved his fabrics for many, many years. These would work beautifully. Such a cool fabric. Right, the little floral, the tonal. Such a useful fabric, and really almost whatever your style of quilting or fabric that you enjoy, this is going to work. $8.99, and it's a wonderful kind of warm marigold colour. I've only got 5 meters of that one left. That's going to go very quickly. Next up, this wonderful rich floral. Very much taken its inspiration, though, if you look closely, from a botanical reference book, because you have got numbers in there. Obviously, there's a key somewhere, isn't there, about which plants grow where. Next up, we've got ticket stubs. Really rich tones here. Imagine making like a fabric pumpkin out of these fabrics, or a bowl of fabric pumpkins for the autumn. If you've got my Scrappy Stars quilt pattern, these would work so well. These fabrics would work so well for my Scrappy Stars. Next up, this one is called Collage. Butterflies and old sepia photos. She looks absolutely full of cheek and devilment, doesn't she? She looks like a fun personality. I like this bit here. Probably not a good idea. So I love about fabrics with words on. Next up, the fungi. Oh, now. Oh, 1.5 meters. Toadstools, I've got 1.5 meters left. That's all, 1.5 meters. That's brilliant, isn't it? Such a detailed fabric. These are all digital prints, by the way. So the clarity is incredible, the tonal variations. Now, this next one I could buy 10 meters of. There's only 5 meters for everyone, but such a useful all over. No, not on this one. This one's different to the red. There's lots of different prints in the range, actually. And so they're going to work amazingly well together when the whole collection is out. Next one is that map of Liverpool. What's fun about this is, though, depending on how you cut it, you would never know. You would never know, but as a whole piece of fabric, of course, you can see very clearly. 4 meters left. Love Liverpool. Postage stamps. Very popular. I've only got 4 meters left. You see, I think there's going to be postage stamps in every colourway. So the 10 different colourways, I think there's 10 collections in total. The postage stamps would make just a quilt, wouldn't they? And then last of all, the marigold floral. Orange sketchbook. Beautiful, love that. Now, if you're making a Tim Holtz quilt, or if you're making another kind of quilt, you'll need some backing fabric. I have got 2 Tim Holtz extra wide backing. Let's do the maps first. I used this on the back of New Mexico. I've used this backing quite a few times, actually. And for the first time, we've got backing fabrics on 3 split pays. So to get this home, $4.99, a half metre. So stock up. Oh, this is a back in stock. It's sold out. I'm not surprised. This is one of my absolute favourite fabrics. Yeah, of course, it goes really nicely with Tim Holtz fabrics, but it's just a brilliant and a little bit quirky backing fabric for any quilt. This would go really nicely with William Morris, wouldn't it? If you're doing maybe rustic elegance, or you're doing entangled, great backing fabric. 2.5 meters or 5 units if you're making a queen size quilt. 6 units or 3 meters if you're making a king. Just open it out so you can see. It's got a really big repeat. It's fabulous. Brilliant. Also really good for things like big bags, travel bags, things like that. A weekender, be lovely. £6.25 equivalent per metre price, half metre price. Right, the other one, and again, another one that I've used many, many times is Dictionary. For a backing fabric. I use this in Quilts from the Country, quite a lot actually, in Quilts from the Country. Not with Tim Holtz fabric on the front, but because it has that lovely, warm, rich country vibe to it, but also a very modern vibe as well, if you want. Oh, Julie says, what a treat, Sewing Street on early. I've had a lovely week, bought lots of goodies with all the discounts. What has Alice Caroline got for us today? Well, you don't have long to wait. It's jam-packed, jam-packed. The Quilt of Curiosities, that's back, that's back. I'm just looking at it now, it's gorgeous. I've actually never seen it in the flesh. Now, come with me. Oh. Now, oh, I've got my own TV screen. Yesterday, Sarah Payne was here launching the beautiful, I mean incredible VQ4 sewing machine from Brother, and she absolutely blew us all away. It's exclusive to Sewing Street. It is an absolutely incredible machine, a game-changing machine. And I was talking with Hayley, our producer, this morning, and what I love about this machine is there's some really obvious, big, important things that set this machine apart from many, many, many other sewing machines that are going to make you fall in love with it, not just now, but for the next decade. You're going to be loving this machine and using it. What you can do with this machine is just incredible. Now, before I start talking about what's in there and the whistles and bells, I want to talk about the price. If you go to Brother's website, you'll find this sewing machine there. Now, if you look elsewhere, you can't find this machine because it's exclusive to Brother, to us here at Sewing Street. Brother's price on their website is £3,499, and that is a lot of machine. 5 split pays, making each split pay, what, £700 £699.80, but we are not staying there. We've got an exclusive machine and we've got an exclusive price. This is the price you're going to pay. I love it when the first number drops, £2,999. That's absolutely out of this world. Now, let me tell you about some of the key features, because, I mean, I could take 2 hours to tell you a fraction, but I'm going to give it you in a nutshell. First and foremost, I want to show you here. Oh, can I show you on the machine? Okay, I want to show you here. This throat space is, wait for it, 11 3/4 inches. Now, if I put that into context, the vast majority of regular sewing machines, the throat space is 6 inches. This is 11 3/4 inches, nearly double. When I got my first long arm, professional long arm quilting machine, the throat space was 15 inches. That's a professional long arm quilting machine that was about £11,000. This is 11 3/4 inches of throat space for £2,999. Now, if you've got a Grace Cutie frame, Do you want a 6-inch throat space to work on, or do you want an 11 3/4 inch throat space? Well, we all want the 11 3/4 inch throat space. This is a huge, huge difference from the vast majority of sewing machines. Even things like your UX8 or your 720, you know, again, big throat spaces, but not 11 3/4 inches. Absolutely incredible. And what that means is this is the space that you're going to get your quilt through. So particularly if you're quilting a quilt, one of the hardest things to manage is the rest of the quilt. Where's the rest of the quilt while you're working on your quilt here? A lot of it's got to go through here. Now, are you trying to squish your quilt into this space here? Most of us are. We're trying to squish our quilt into this space. You've got basically double that. So what if quilting was twice as easy? Amazing. I've already set this up with the King Cone adapter. So on the back of the machine, again, this is another real point of difference. You've got this table that you can add in. So essentially, regular machine is going to have this, okay? But literally, this comes out, this goes in, and of course you've got your handle, but you just push that down. Oh, sorry, other way around, beg your pardon. That slots down, and then you've got your mast. This goes in the centre. This slides down or up, and then what you can do is you can have 2 king cones with your thread tower. So if you're doing twin needle stitching, fine, you've got your 2. But if you're doing your machine quilting, absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Now, also on the machine, you've got over 400 stitches, including, now here's the thing, including, I mean, you've actually got nearly 500 stitches. You've got 473 built-in sewing and decorative stitches. But some of those stitches go up to, now, regular sewing machine, right, regular sewing machine goes up to 7 millimetres wide. And occasionally you might get a machine that'll do a monogram that's 9 millimetres wide, so just under 1 centimetres. Do you know what the maximum width of stitches on this machine is? 49 millimetres wide. Nearly 5 centimetres wide. That means, I mean, there's this wonderful kind of like decorative scroll that you could actually quilt a border with. I mean, it's amazing because your brother can stitch not just like that, but it can also stitch to the left and to the right and on the diagonals. It sews sideways. So it actually sews down and across and across and across and down, and it's absolutely incredible, absolutely incredible. The possibilities are almost endless. One of the things I absolutely love about this machine is the extension table. So, of course, you get your accessory box. But what's lovely on this machine is you've got your front accessory box that holds your feet, but you've also got a back accessory box as well. So you've got extra storage. You've got your free arm, of course, what we call the free arm on the machine, generally used for dressmaking or for bag making. But then you've got the extension table. Now, extension tables are not all built equally. Look at the thickness. And this isn't a lip. This goes all the way through. This is solid. You've got space in there for your foot pedal and your knee lift as well. You've got 4 legs with independently adjustable feet on them. When this goes on, we've now got 24 inches of workspace. This is like setting your sewing machine into a table. Incredible, absolutely amazing machine. It really is. It offers so much. I mean, lots of people end up buying a 500, 1,000, a 2,000 pound table to set their sewing machine into because they want this flat bed. You've got this flat bed. It's 24 inches long. Absolutely incredible. Now, let's keep going because there's so much more. You've got a laser light. I mean, it's not a laser because apparently that would burn a hole through the universe. But you've got a laser light. Now, you might have seen me showing off on my social media about my brother sewing machine, which is this sort of size, and it has a laser light. You can move that laser light over to do things like mark your 1/4 inch seam allowance or to mark a diagonal line. So when you're doing things like half square and 1/4 square triangles, you don't have to mark your fabric now. You just shine a light straight down the middle. You can sew 1/4 inch either side. If you're doing flippy corners, you can sew directly on that laser light. If you're doing a border around a napkin or a bag or something, you can shine a laser light to keep everything straight and perfect. And you can either move that laser light with the control panel, or you actually have a magic pen, and you literally, with this plugged into your machine, you can actually just move here and move the laser light over. You can use this to change the width of your zigzag stitching. You can create a point that your sewing machine will sew to. It's absolutely incredible technology, but it's so easy to use. It's so easy to use. This is the walking foot that you get included. The walking foot, actually, it's not just something that you snap on. So you do fix it on in exactly the same way as any walking foot. It's got a little, can you see that little bracket there? Well, that literally just fits on to the ankle and you just tighten the screw. So easy, just like any other walking foot. The difference is that there's actually a jack. And on the back of the machine, there's a little socket that plugs into. And what that does is, rather than being teeth, like feed dogs on the bottom, you've actually got like a track, like a rubber track, that has continuous grip and control of your fabric, and it's plugged into your sewing machine, so your walking foot is actually responsive to what you're doing and will automatically adjust the amount of pressure that it's creating to create the perfect feed. It's absolutely mind-blowing technology. You've also got 5 different snap-on feet that go on here. So you've got your regular sort of snap-on foot for a walking foot, but you've also got things like a quilting in the ditch foot. Amazing, absolutely amazing. A knee lift, of course. The foot pedal that you get with your machine is a 2-parter. So you've got your regular foot pedal, okay, and you've got a second supplementary pedal. Now, the first part, your main pedal, your accelerator, faster or slower, but you've also got what we call a heel tap. So when you work with a pedal like this, you actually put your whole foot, you don't put your heel on the floor, you put your whole foot on and you press down to go, but then you push your heel back to do things like lift your needle or cut your thread. You've also got a second pedal here that can be fixed on the right or the left, depending on whether you're right or left footed, and this can be programmed to do different jobs too, including reverse stitching, locking stitch, or cutting the thread. So, I mean, mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. It launched yesterday. It's exclusive to Sewing Street, and you're making a £500 saving from that RRP. we'll have more time with this machine over the coming weeks, and hopefully I'll get a chance to actually jump on and do some sewing. It's got a 3-year warranty. 1 year is mandatory, 2 years is real confidence, 3 years, my goodness me, you'd normally have to pay for that. 15 kilogram in weight. This is a machine that's probably destined to live in your sewing room, a very special machine, but you are going to have the most incredible time with it. If you combine this with a Gracie Cutie frame, my goodness me, you really have got long arm capabilities. Now, we're going to move on. I could spend hours. I could spend hours on this machine. Come back over. Make sure you check out your basket. Lots and lots of interest. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, every machine deserves fabulous needles. This is a huge bundle of Schmetz needles, which are my choice of needles. You get 17 packs of needles. There are a few multiples, the ones you really want multiples of. They're embroidery, leather, microtex, super stretch, jersey, quilting, embroidery, top stitch, jeans, super universals. Absolutely incredible. Should be £70.83. You're making a huge saving today. I urge you to get these. £56.66, a big saving there. £14.17 saved. You've got a big pack of universals there, lots of different sizes. You've also got universal twin needles, super universals, more universals there in multi-sizes. You've got microtex as well. So those are all your piecing needles. You've also got jeans gold, you've got jeans, you've got quilting, you've also got top stitch, now and embroidery. These are all good for machine quilting, decorative stitching, working on heavier fabrics, another embroidery there. You've also got more jeans. You've also got stretch, super stretch, and jersey needles, and leather needles with that cutting tip. So an absolutely incredible opportunity. £3.33 average price per pack. And remember, you should be changing your needles every 6 to 8 hours of sewing time. 6 hours if you're working with quilting, foundation paper piecing, or particularly heavyweight fabrics. 8 hours maximum if you're working with finer fabrics. Add to your stash. £56.66 is an incredible price for 17 packs of needles. Amazing. Right, leave that with you. Let's move on. Right, talking of getting organised, the Silicone organised stash and store. Excuse me. Now, I've already popped a few things in here. There is absolutely loads of space in here to stash things like your rotary cutter, your unpicker, your scissors, your marking pens, pencils, tools, things like that, embroidery scissors. This was on earlier in the week. We sold over 200 of them. We're down to our last few. When they've gone, they've gone. Colours vary. £9.99 is not the price you're paying. We're crashing the price. Good luck with this. Be quick. £5.99 is your price. Don't miss out on this bargain. Teal, pink or purple. It's picked at random. But hard to believe, isn't it? But you can get your rotary cutter in there because all of these little sections move apart and separate, so you can get your rotary cutter in really firmly, but also something as small as your unpicker will also slot in and hold in there. Colouring pens and pencils, your friction pens, your scissors, embroidery scissors too. You could also use this for things like your markle sticks, or if you've got, you know, watercolour pencils, things like that. They will all go in there as well. Now, $9.99, amazing price, but bargain price today, $5.99. And, of course, every single purchase you make, even a $5.99 one, gets you an entry into our prize draw. You could buy this for $5.99 and then win over £1,000 worth of prizes at the end of today. You could even win over £1,800 worth of prizes in our end of week draw. Now, you can also separate these out and have a tool, use the tray, and use this separately if you want to. That might topple it over, actually. Oops. There we go. There we go. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Keep going through for that, won't you? It's very stable, actually. Absolutely brilliant. Right. Quilt kits. Can we do Rustic Elegance? Yeah, I'm going to bring these two over. Now, Rustic Elegance is a quilt that I launched just a couple of days ago on Wednesday, with our Vicks. Now, the one hanging behind me is the light, but we're going to start with the dark version. Now, let me show you a picture of the dark version. It's $199.99. Beautiful quilt, this. Really, really makes me think of those encaustic tile floors that you get in elegant Victorian houses or sometimes church floors. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, we are not staying at $199.99. 5 split pays, and I mean, at the moment, your first split pay at £199.99 would be £39.99. £39.99. Keep that in mind. First split pay, £39.99. I've only got 12 kits available. I'll be absolutely honest. I've got 12 kits left. You're not paying $199.99. Here's what you're paying. How's that? That means that your split pay is not $39.99. It's $25.99. $25.99 split pay. Amazing. I've only got 12 left though. The full demo was on Wednesday with Vicks, 10 o'clock on Wednesday just this week. Now this is the dark version. I'll show you the picture again. So the quilt itself is 49 inches by 60.5 inches deep. So an absolutely perfect size for a sofa throw, chair throw, lovely as a bed topper. Absolutely doable on a domestic sewing machine. Even if you have only got a 6-inch throat space on your machine, you could easily quilt this on your domestic sewing machine. It's a confident beginner level. Beginner level because it's half square triangles, strip squares, quarter square triangles. So easy piecing, stitch and flip, all easy skills. Confident beginner because you're working slightly smaller pieces, slightly smaller blocks, and you are doing 2 different blocks in the quilt to create that amazing effect. I know it looks like a really complicated pattern, but actually it's because it's a very, very clever design. You've got those wonderful thick, wide borders there that really frame the piecing and just create the most beautiful look. It's all from Emery Walker's House collection. So that border, it looks a little bit like Strawberry Thief, but it's actually not. They are, I think, pheasants or grouse in the borders, but it has that look. They're sort of facing each other, but it's really sort of dramatic and rich. Really elegant quilt. Now that's the Rustic Elegance in dark. Now, the one hanging behind me, Deputy Joan made this one. This is the Rustic Elegance Light, and this one has the most gorgeous rambling row. To quite a great extent, the fabrics and the piecing in the centre of the quilt are the same in both quilts. There's a little bit of variation, slight difference in a couple of the fabrics, but it's that border that's the difference. Now, at $199.99, we all thought that the price drop was going to be to around $179.99, maybe $169 on a good day, but we did this. We did $129.99 because it's happy birthday. Happy birthday. I've barely got teens of this one. I've barely got teens. So if you want either the light version, details are on screen now, or the dark version, you will need to be really, really quick. You do, of course, get full instructions included in your kit. Now, if you've just joined us, ready for the 8 a.m. start, well, where have you been for the last 2 hours? We are still in the thick of birthday celebrations. Sewing Street is 5 years old. If it's the first time that you're shopping today, or this week, you're going to get yourself a gorgeous pin badge to celebrate our 5th birthday. You're also going to be entered into a prize draw. Every single item that you buy is another ticket into that draw. And the prize today is worth over £1,000. Now, if you're not lucky enough to win that prize today, then you'll be entered into our weekly draw to win £1,800 worth of prizes. Now, let's move on. Vintage Harvest. Now, Sandy Millichip Masoki showed this quilt just a few days ago. This is beautiful. It's a Carpenter's Star quilt. You can watch the demo. It was on Tuesday at 9 a.m. And do you know what? This is an absolute beginner quilt because all you're making are half square triangles. You're making half square triangles. All you've got to be careful of is that you get the colour combinations right, and that will go together like a dream. It was $199.99, which makes a split pay of $39.99, but you're paying $129.99. That's amazing value. It's nearly 2 meters square, that quilt. $24.99. Sorry, $25.99 a month to get that quilt home. What a beautiful quilt. And this is the colourway that we have. This is the Vintage Harvest. Gorgeous. That would be a quick quilt to make as well. They're big blocks, beautifully demonstrated by Sandy on Tuesday this week. Loads of lovely fabric. The other one that I've got is called Winter Bloom. So darker, richer. This one's got a bit more like sort of soft, plummy pink in it. Lovely is that. I mean, Winter Bloom, but if your home has those darker, richer tones in it, or those pinker or more cranberry tones, this is going to go beautifully, isn't it? And again, it is based on half square triangles. These are half square triangles. You should be paying almost £200, but you're paying a fraction over 100, $129.99. That makes your split pay $25.99 to get it home. $25.99 to get it home. Absolutely brilliant. Almost 2 meters square. Beautiful. Now, if you want some backing fabric, what about Kaffe meets William? When Kaffe met William, William Morris designs, but coloured by Kaffe. Coloured by Kaffe. These are amazing. I've got 2 different options in the Kaffe meets William backing. We're starting with Artichoke in lavender. That's this one right here. 108 inches wide, 100% cotton, and this week only on 3-way split pay, which means you can get this home for $533.5 metre. So 1.5 meters is costing you the same as a half metre to get home. 533.5 metre on split pay. Glorious range of colours in there, fabulous scale as well, and it's really sort of silky, gorgeous. Now the other Kaffe meets William backing fabric that we've got is my absolute favourite. I think the colours in this and the design are incredible. How joyful is that? Absolutely delicious. Talking of delicious and delightful. Hello, you.
Morning. How are you?
Morning. It's the middle of the afternoon.
I know it must be. Do you know it's really cold out there and light?
Well, trust me, it was even colder at 4:30 a.m. Oh yeah, it's our Bex Reid, everybody.
I'll be with you now for the rest of the morning.
You certainly
Stuart
will.
is going to go home for her well-deserved sleep, I should
Oh,
think.
scrambled egg, crispy bacon, and toasted bagels.
Oh, nice. I was going to say bagel, whole wheat.
No, onion bacon.
Nice. Oh,
it's my
nice.
favourite. Guilty pleasure. Lots of butter. I'm going to say goodbye and have the most... I love your necklace, by the way. Have the most amazing morning.
I know I've got some fantastic guests on this morning.
Well, you've got the amazing Anna Sanders.
I know,
haven't you?
and I've got Dave Green.
And Dave Green, but also as well, credit where it's due, your Barn Stars quill is absolutely out of
well,
this
it's my
world.
favourite fabric in the whole world.
Yeah,
Moda French
I'm
General.
literally using it now
Are
to make
you?
a quilt myself. Love
It's
it,
gorgeous, isn't it?
If
So-
I wasn't driving home, I'd be tuning in. Now, make sure you don't go anywhere because Bex is up next with the lovely Anna Sanders from Alice Caroline. I will see you Wednesday of next week, so not too long. Take care till then.
Hi, it's Sandy here from Family Comforts, and I'm here today to wish Sewing Street a really happy 5th birthday. We think you're amazing. You go from strength to strength year after year and just keep going. So have a really fabulous birthday. Bye.
A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you because if you go by your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallace, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallace, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, what they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing because you buy a 14 in a shop and on a pattern it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that, nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust, waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimeters. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimeters ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body, and you think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile, and that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern.
Sewing Street, what a wonderful 5 years it's been. Here's hoping for many, many more from Alice and Marion Designs.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hi everybody at Sewing Street, it's Fiona from Sew Girl here. Just want to wish everybody a very happy 5th birthday and have a great day celebrating. I'll be watching you all and hope to see you very soon.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Very happy 5th birthday, Sewing Street. Have a wonderful day.
Morning and welcome back to Sewing Street and Borodar. Borodar, I have bought my daffodils especially for all our Welsh viewers. Happy St David's Day, or anyone like me who's half Welsh. Actually, I'm half Welsh, my mum's Welsh, come from Swansea actually. And not only that, I had my DNA done recently. And I'm definitely half Welsh because it all came up in there. So not only is, so I'm a half Welsh person, so I'm a half St David's Day. So happy St David's Day to all our Welsh viewers and anyone like me with Welsh heritage. What a lovely day. Oh, haven't they come out well? I bought them yesterday and I put them in hot water and they came out, well, warm water, and they've come out. Isn't it lovely to have a bit of spring? So happy St David's Day to everybody. Aren't they lovely? Right, well done for all of you who joined us at 6 o'clock this morning, and welcome to everyone who's just joined us now. We're going to start off with an early bird. So although we've already been here for 2 hours, we're still going to have an early bird. These are so cute. They are seam allowance markers. They're so sweet. So what you do, they come in 4 different sizes, is you put your pencil in, and then if you want to add seam allowance to a template, so say you've got a curved template or a template shape or a rule or something, you just put your pencil in and then you run it along the edge of the shape and it adds a seam allowance on. And you can choose from the 4 different sizes that we've got here what seam allowance you've got on. So maybe you've got like a Dresden plate ruler, for example, and you want to make it a bit bigger. Or maybe you've got a circle template and you want to make it bigger. You just, because it's, you just put the pencil in and then you run it along the edge. Now, the price for this is $4.99. But that's not the early bird price. I mean, to be honest, the time and the effort this is going to save you, I think $4.99 is really worth it. But the early bird today is, drum roll, Hannah's now going to drop the price. How much? $2.99. Amazing. So you know what it's like when you've got something or you think, I want to sew with a different seam allowance. How do I add that to it? This is what you need. You just put your pencil in, run it along the edge of your template, and it adds the seam allowance. There are 4 different sizes here, 3mm, 5mm, 7mm and 10mm. Obviously, you can just convert those to the imperial, and then you can add those on. They've just put them in mil there. But if you want to change them so that you convert it to the imperial, how good? $2.99. Get your basket open, pop them in, check out, that's your P&P then done for the day. And you're saving £2, which is half your P&P, isn't it, really? It's got to be worth it. You know, maybe you've already bought something this morning, maybe you were here at 6 a.m. when Stuart was in, then just pop them in. But if you haven't and you've only just joined me, this is a really good way of saving half your P&P. Pop it in your basket and then everything else is free for the day. Well, the P&P is, not all the items, obviously. What a great purchase. Only $2.99. That price will go back up at midnight or until stocks last, and I will let you know. Now, because it's our Sewing Street 5th birthday show, we've got loads of things. You might have been with us every day, and if you have, haven't you had a lovely treat? If you haven't, What we've got for you is we have a daily prize draw. You don't have to do anything, but every time you check out, your name will be entered into the draw. The more times you check out, the more raffle tickets you get. But you don't actually have to do anything. We do all that for you. And you will all be entered in the draw to win this amazing prize. We've had a different prize every day. Isn't that fab? Day 6, so we've got, what's something? Is there a... Surely not. Worth over £1,000. Wow, that's just the day one. That's absolutely loads. So you get the bag, you get the mug, you get, oh, there's a cutting mat there, you've got fabric, you've got patterns, all sorts. Well, it does say with thanks to our friends at Janome Elner. So that is, what, you actually get a machine? I thought that was just a picture or something. Yeah, no, I'm just really confused. I was like, so this prize actually includes a sewing machine. I'm really confused. And you might have just bought the £2.99 seam allowance markers, and then you end up, at the end of the day, winning a sewing machine. The winner will be announced tomorrow at about 11 o'clock. So you will be in that. You could win a sewing machine. Madness. But not only that, every time you check out as well, you will also be entered into the weekly prize. So obviously this is a bigger prize because everyone across the whole week, oh, whoever wins this is going to be so excited. You get a Cutie Breeze frame. You get a Cutie Breeze quilting frame. You get all of that fabric. You've got creative grids. You've got all sorts. It's worth over £1,800. Special thanks to all those suppliers who have donated prizes to us. One entry per item purchase. So every time you buy something, the more you shop, the more chance you've got of winning. Also, everyone who shops today, I have to say while stocks last, but we still do have stock, wins a free pin badge. It's a really nice one. I've got mine on. It's a birthday cake, like a metal birthday cake with a number 5, and it's got a candle on the top of it as well. That will automatically be added to your order. You don't have to, again, you don't have to do anything. It will all be added to your order, and then you will be sent it when you are sent your order. Right, so let me see what's coming up today. I'll leave my daffodils there where they're safe. Coming up on today's show. So 8 o'clock, we've got the fabulous Anna Sanders on with Alice Caroline Liberty fabric. How exciting is that? You know how much a massive fan I am of Liberty. I just like quality stuff, to be honest. That's what it's all about. Love Liberty. Alice has got some brand new quilts for us, which are glorious. And the swatch packs. These are amazing. We will be starting with those. Amazing value. Oh, you're going to love those. So in a few moments' time, swatch bags. Wow. At 9 o'clock, I will be here with Amber Makes. I've designed a brand new quilt, especially for the birthday, the Barn Gazing quilt. I changed the name because it's got stars in it. I'm using the Moda French General collection, which is my favourite fabric. I have to say, it's that red and cream just does it for me. When Paul was buying the fabric, he said, I'm going to buy this. It was over 6 months ago. I said, oh, please, I need it for a quilt. So there's a quilt, and I've also made a matching bag, so you can buy the quilt kit or the bag kit, or you can buy the instructions. They're already selling. You obviously already as much love the Moda French General as I do. It's glorious, isn't it? Then at 10 o'clock, Anna Sanders.
Me again.
It's because it says Alice Caroline would say. Anna Sanders will be back with Alice Caroline Liberty with even more treats, kits, packs, bundles, charm packs, all sorts. 11 o'clock, we're going to have a sneaky half-an-hour show of amazing colour cubes. If, like me, you struggle when you've got to put together colours that are different or coordinate, whether it's for your knitting and crochet or your sewing or your quilt making or even just choosing thread, these are fantastic. There is so much inspiration in them. They take a photo and then they put all the colours together. Oh, they're just brilliant. Just wait until you see those. They are brand new. We have bought them in specially for birthday. I'm very excited about them. So wait till you see those. Then at 11:30, Finally, I have been waiting to be on air with Dave Green from The Green Machine for a I've never been I've never been on air with him before. Met him quite a few times, and I've actually got my own green machine now, and I love it. So he will be here from 11:30 to 1 with the green machine, the blue machine, and the pearl machine. Very exciting. So if, like me, you've looked at that green machine going, I think I need it, but I don't know why. I'm going to explain why you need it. We've also got lots and lots of refill packs and coloured packs, all sorts. So there we go. There's the day. Right. Lots. Good morning, Anna. Morning. Lovely to see you
and
again.
You.
I know.
Nice to see you.
I don't think I've been with you for a while.
It's been ages, hasn't it? Yeah. I remember how enthused you were about Liberty last time we were on the show, though.
I love Liberty. I love Liberty. Now, we need to talk about the swatch pack.
The swatch packs. We've been madly making swatch packs in the Alice Caroline
This is amazing.
We've been madly making them so that we can keep up with the demand, which is going this morning.
So they're all Liberty
They're all Tana Lawn, yeah.
And they are just the swatches?
They're swatches, so they're sort of...
They're a really good size,
yeah, they're sample swatches that are made, you know, by Liberty to send out as samples to people. And then they give them to us, and so we are now sharing them with you.
Wow. I mean, they are amazing because they're all lawn. Now, the colours and the prints will vary. You will just get what you're going to get.
You get a random sample.
But they are all this size.
Yeah, so some of them are upside down, actually.
Well, do you know, because lawn is such... I know I've looked at them upside down, but
Did you
I actually
think that
quite
was the
liked them on the back.
Yeah, well, I say this quite a lot when I'm sewing, actually, because sometimes you're like, oh, that's really nice. It's really subtle, but then, oh, actually, it's really subtle.
Turn them over.
Everything will be completely random, and you get this little sticky bit, which can come off with a bit of soapy water.
Oh, okay.
But we don't account for that in the price because, obviously, you know, if you can't be bothered, just
36 pieces of Liberty Tana Lawn.
So you get, basically, you get 3 of the same in different colourways. So that's the same print.
Oh, okay. I mean, look at these. Can you imagine the patchwork you can make for these? We've already got you checking out on these, and we haven't even told you what the price is.
No, well, these are always super popular. Ian's always like, oh, how many can you make?
We've
how many
got
can you make?
a lot.
We've done a lot for you this time.
But they always sell out.
I love that print.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's so amazing. Yeah, that'll be seasonal.
So how much, I mean, if I had to guess how much these would be for 36 Liberty Tana Lawn, all random. Oh, I don't know, loads, absolutely loads. I would probably go about $39.99. That's what I would guess.
They're probably worth. They're worth £40.
Right. How much, Hannah? No way. $14.99. That's ridiculous. So if you've already checked out, you will pay that, don't worry. $14.99, over 100 viewing baskets straight away. So what would you make with these then?
Oh, you know, it depends on the prints that you get. Part of the excitement is the random prints that you're going to get. If you get a larger print, you know, I would cut something larger like that out and applique it. I might use this for EPP, perfect for EPP, perfect for, you know, making like a small little pouch. That could make a small little pouch, couldn't it?
Beautiful. Oh, I mean, the patchwork, all you need to do is put some sashing, like inch sashing between them.
Yeah,
You've got amazing. Norma says, I've had these swatch packs before and made quilts from them. They are fantastic.
Oh, they're really good, yeah. Well, if you want them...
Blouse.
Yes. Oh, what, a quilted blouse?
Well, no, just
quilted jacket. Quilted jacket.
Quilted jacket.
Oh, my gosh.
Liberty.
They're very on trend at the moment.
Well, they are. They are. I have the fabric for mine and the pattern and
I've got mine out there.
Still haven't made it.
Have you not? No time.
I've just got the pattern.
Always no time.
Patchwork jacket, but little blouse, because they've all got, you just sew them all together, they've all got little pinked edges.
Yeah. Yeah, they are really, really good. You can use them for so many things: patching clothes, making cards, making all sorts of things.
EPP would be beautiful. I mean, Tana Lawn with EPP is gorgeous, isn't it?
So all of the smaller prints.
There's lots of you multiplying. I made a baby quilt in Liberty once, and they were birds in the Liberty, and then just a plain fabric. They would have been fantastic for this, because they were all sorts of prints, and each bird had like about 6 different prints in it, because they were just like little 2-inch squares.
Yeah,
so
amazing.
This would be ideal for that sort of thing, wouldn't it?
And if you see a print here that you absolutely love, and you won't be guaranteed to get it because they are totally random, because the way that we make them is very random. To get them as many as we possibly can.
Oh, they've got the name on them.
They've got the name and the fabric on them and the colourway.
Wow.
Yeah, that sticky bit will come off. It will come off, but it does. We don't account for that. So if you chop that off, I mean.
So if you wanted that one, it says Ralston on it, and then it's got the number.
Yeah, that's a seasonal print. So a lot of these are seasonal, but there will be some classics in there as well.
So this, I think, the best thing is that they are random, because then you look at them and you think, oh, well, I'm going to put that one and that one together.
And so if you multi-buy these, that's probably worth saying. You might get some different, but you might also get the same. So actually that would work quite well for a quilt, you know, if you get repeat print.
Right, there is a massive queue on the phone lines. Half of the stock has gone.
Oh, we made loads. We made hundreds.
Half of the stock has
We
gone.
can never keep up with this.
I'm going to let you carry on checking out on these, and I will keep you updated because I can see the stock numbers. So I just want to talk about Alice's book, because these would be ideal.
Oh, they'd be perfect for that book. Yeah, perfect.
Absolutely perfect.
Absolutely perfect.
So this is Alice's sampler quilt. In
Yes.
it, there's 100 quilt blocks, which ideally you'll make all of them and join them together to make the quilt.
Yes.
But you don't have to.
No, you can make a smaller quilt. If
You
you
can
decide you
just
want to make a smaller quilt, you
Make one
absolutely
block.
can.
But this is the ultimate Liberty quilt.
Yeah,
in
and there's a
book.
lovely Facebook group that you can join if you want support while making things. There's a lot of people making it, and so that's a really nice sort of added bonus
I
as
mean,
well.
look at the quilt. Can you imagine making
We've
that?
got it over there.
Oh yeah, we've got it hung up.
We got the
How
quilt
did I
hung
not
up.
notice that?
Yeah, we got the quilt hung up. It's amazing, isn't it? It's so beautiful.
It is so beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think this book, 19.99, and in it, so there you go. There's the quilt. We'll show
It'll
you
be
pictures of
signed.
it. Oh, and it will be signed.
Yeah.
There are so every page has one block on it. So we start off quite simply.
So the idea of the book is, it looks complicated as a quilt, but if you're a complete beginner, it's actually fine. And lots of people have said, oh, I'm a total novice, I don't know what I'm doing. But the idea of it is, block 1 is super easy.
Just some
it is
strips.
just some strips. So it's super, super easy. And then block 2 develops those strips into something else.
And the beautiful thing is, it actually doesn't matter what fabric you use.
It doesn't
In
matter,
colour?
no. I mean,
Obviously Liberty's better.
obviously we love Liberty. and
But
it's-
no, I mean,
it's
it
all
doesn't
about
matter
the
what
rainbows.
colour or print you use.
No.
It's all about just mix and match.
Lots of people have done it randomly and it looks just as beautiful. And you can create like a vintage vibe. We've gone for rainbow because Alice Caroline loved rainbows.
Right.
But if you want a vintage vibe and you want to use all your old vintage fabrics, that's absolutely
that's
fine
true.
too. And then it goes,
I mean, if you're getting the swatch pack today, this is ideal.
It is ideal. You'd need more than one.
Yeah, you'd need more than one. Get yourself a few.
So it's sort of gradually. So
Nine
if you
parts.
looked at that at the
Yeah.
first and you were a novice sewer, you'd be like, oh, it looks complicated. But actually, because it's done in strips and
And
blocks,
then you join it. It's
it's,
amazing.
you know.
I mean, I just to have all of these. Look at all of these blocks in here. 19.99. This book. I mean,
it's a beautiful book.
It is
It's an
absolutely beautiful. Or you might look at it and think, well, I absolutely love that one. I'm
Yeah.
just going to do loads of those and
Yeah.
make a cushion.
Absolutely.
So it can be everything.
It can. And so you've got 3 different techniques in it. You've got patchworking, you've got English paper piecing, and you've got raw edge applique. So there's sort of 3 different techniques to master. And
so get yourself a book, get yourself a swatch pack, and have a play. That's what it's about, isn't it?
And Alice has signed the book plates.
And
I know
Alice
I'm
has-
not Alice, but Alice has signed
Alice
the book
has
plates.
signed the books.
And they'll be stuck in.
There's English paper piecing, and there's also the techniques inside as well.
Yes,
isn't
of
there?
course, yeah,
So with
yeah.
all the techniques are covered. I mean, and you will learn so much. So you'll be learning snowballing.
Yep. You will be quite a very competent sewer by the end of it.
Flying geese.
It's brilliant for sort of teaching yourself to sew.
It's quite nice though. So you've got as a reference guide. You know, what is the broken wheel block? So you think, oh, right, okay, that's how it works. That's how I do it.
And that's how it's constructed. So it's really clever in the way that it shows you how it's constructed.
It is nice
because you think,
because-
oh, that's a bit overwhelming. How do I make that? So, but it actually,
It just shows you how to do it.
Yeah.
And it's very
It's half
simple.
square
It's
triangles.
got very, very
And
clear
diamonds in a square,
diagrams.
yeah.
And then there's the EPP section.
There is. Yeah, there are.
With instructions of exactly how to
and
do
top
it.
tips and handy hints.
And applique.
Yes, and applique.
Love that one.
Yeah, it's cute, isn't it? And so you can add your own personal, I mean, that's got a bit of embroidery on it, but you can add your own personal details as you want to.
And if you decide, right, well, I only want to do mine as EPP, you can just use those blocks. If you think, I only want to do mine as pieced, I'll just use those blocks.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, I think this price, $19.99. Also, look, all of the templates are in here. Everything that you're going to need. I mean, it is gorgeous, isn't it?
It is.
It is it
took a
must
long
have
time to
taken.
write.
I was say it must have taken hours. Well, I like the Monstera. Oh, it's just asking to be Liberty, isn't it?
it is.
Just works so well.
Well, that's why Liberty does work so well for these things, because it's got such a fine, I mean, we talk about this quite a lot, but because of the high thread count and that it's super high quality, you can get such good detail in the prints.
If you haven't worked with lawn before, is there anything special you need to know?
Well, it's quite fine and it feels quite silk-like, doesn't it? When you,
yeah.
But so some people get a bit scared about
But
putting
it's
that in a
100%
machine. It's
cotton.
100% cotton. It's actually really
Right.
wearable. So if you want to use it for dressmaking, it's really wearable, and it doesn't fray. So that's a pinked edge. But if you've got a non-pinked edge,
Right.
it hardly frays, which is why it's perfect for the raw edge appliquing.
Fabulous. Well, when I've used it, I've loved using it because although obviously I was, to start with, I was a bit like, oh, well, I'm making a quilt. Why am I using lawn? Is this fine? But I actually combined it with normal quilting weight cotton.
You
for the
can
background,
combine
and
it.
it worked fine.
You can combine it. We just would recommend that you would wash your quilting weight cotton first, because
Right.
that shrinks a bit. Liberty hardly shrinks at all.
Oh,
so we don't
okay.
recommend, you don't have to pre-wash it. You can do if
But
you want
if you're
to.
mixing it with quilting,
Yeah.
oh, I didn't do that.
Okay, well,
But
if you're using small bits, it won't
it was
matter,
small
will it?
bits and it was all in a quill, and then I washed it.
It won't matter. But if you're patchworking and you're using
Right.
large things,
It was a long
pre-wash
time
it.
ago.
Yeah, it's
should have
fine.
asked you. Should have asked you. But it does work really well. So if you're using it to make a quilt, don't think, oh, I've got to buy all this plain lawn. You can use normal.
You
quilt.
can, absolutely.
But wash it first, unlike
Plain lawn is lush though. It's really nice.
Is it? I should have done
the colours
that.
are really nice.
I should have done that. This is an amazing book. I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
in,
really
like
nice.
this one, you might just want the sitting cat applique motif.
Alice is obsessed with cats.
But you could do, you see, I would do the whole quilt and then I would think, oh, well, I've got this. This is like
Yeah.
a library.
Yes.
The bumblebee.
You can use it for things time and time again, appliquing onto clothes, you know, patches for kids' jeans, you know,
So
all
if you've
sorts
got
of
this
things.
sample pack, imagine that. So because this has got like 3 different colours in it, you get your sample pack and you go, oh well, that'll be nice for the wings. Which one's?
Yeah.
And then you can put like bumblebees just on the back of your jeans.
Yeah. You
Oh,
can.
I think this is fab. It must have taken hours and hours.
It was a long time in the coming.
But it also explains exactly how to make the quilt as well. So
Yes.
if you want to use it to make the whole quilt.
Lots of people are doing it as quilt as you go, but this is not made as a quilt as you go.
Right.
It's made as a quilt, full quilt top. So yeah, the whole quilt top, and then you would. I mean, lots of people have sent it away to be quilted, but you can hand quilt it, or
that's
or quilt
true.
it by machine, whichever. But all those processes are explained in the book.
Oh, okay. So it's all in there. Look, all
Everything.
of the colours and everything, and how you join it together, and how you put the multicoloured board around the edge. I mean, it's just all beautiful. All beautiful. What a fantastic book. And every book will come signed by Alice as well. I think that's great. It's just a really great book to have in your library. Congratulations to everyone's got it. You are going to love this. I'm just going to go back to the swatch pack. Let's see how we're doing on stock. Right. Wow. So we have fewer
not many
than
left.
100, and there are more people who've got it in baskets than we've got left. So you are getting 36 pieces of... What size are they?
They are...
Should we measure them? I reckon they're 6x4.
Well, hang on.
They look like a photo, don't they?
Yes. I've done it the wrong way around, haven't I?
No, they're not. They're 7
by 5, are they? 7 by
4.5.
4.5.
They're bigger than the photos. 7 by 5.5. And you are getting 36 pieces of Liberty Lawn in random colours.
Yeah.
Oh,
Random prints and colours.
But so you get 3 prints.
Yes.
You will always get 3. So like
because
that.
when
you'll
Liberty
get...
when they do their colourways, they do three colours in a design.
So whichever one you get, you will have like these 3 will go together.
So
another
we've mixed
3
these up rather.
will go together.
But yeah, so you'd get 3.
I mean,
of
and
that.
I'd
get 3 of
be
that.
so
3 of
pleased
this.
if I got those 3.
Oh, they're lovely, aren't they?
They're
You can have those.
beautiful, aren't they? Get the book, get these. I mean, this is amazing. $14.99, because I would have said that these would be £1 each. They should be £36.
Well, we sell them at Festival Quilts for £1. I mean, they're a bit bigger than that, but not very much bigger for £1 each, yeah.
Wow. So instead of £36, it's $14.99. We have way more in baskets than we've got in stock. You still have a chance. We've got 50 left. You still have a chance, but if it's in your basket, you need to check out on that. Right, we'll put these to one side, and I'll let you know when
that
they
was
sold
early
out.
excitement,
It's not long.
wasn't it?
We need to talk about these gingham.
I love these. I'm obsessed with these gingham
These, I mean, I know they're quilts you could use for anything, but to me, this is my picnic quilt.
Yeah. Yeah, well, if you look on the back of the blue one that I've made, it is my picnic quilt.
Oh, is it? So we're going to start with the red one. Let me move
Yep,
these.
red.
I'll move these to
Shall I
one
open
side.
this?
So let me show you. I'm going to hold it up. So this is gingham in Liberty fabrics, brand new today. Do you want to hold that corner? So I'm saying it's picnic size because they are 1.5 meters square, which was 50. Did we say 58? 58 inches square. Now, the picture on the website is very, very slightly, but it's still red and pink.
Shall I hand up? Shall we hold this up? This is the actual.
So that's the actual. So it's very slightly different, but it's red and pink and white. But I think this is so clever. The beauty is the simplicity.
Yes, it is.
It's 3 colours. Well, three colours of Liberty with a white Liberty.
Yeah.
And it together, by choosing those tones, it's become gingham.
Yes. It's lovely, isn't it?
I mean, this is, and it's so soft.
I know, and this has probably been
'Cause
very
it's
well. This
lawn.
is Laura's. This has been very well used and very well.
So I get you can just chuck it in the washing machine.
Chuck it in the washing
I
machine.
mean, it doesn't have to be a quilt, a picnic quilt.
Laura says, "Don't look at the stain." Oh yeah, the tea stain. So don't show that size. But you know, she's.
So this is the colourway that you'll get. I think actually your colourway
pink
is more dramatic.
It's softer, yeah. Well, you say dramatic, I say softer, but it's got the softer pink in it, hasn't it? But maybe it's more ginghamy.
Yeah, but it's all lawn, so it's beautifully soft. You can chuck it in the washing machine. It can be a baby quilt, it can be a lap quilt.
Great baby playmat, actually.
Playmat, it can be a picnic quilt. What a lovely gift for someone. I think if you're giving it to somebody, maybe, you know, somebody who's like on the sofa a lot in a wheelchair in a home, they just want it to wrap around because it's so soft.
Or lap quilt.
It's
really
just
nice.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. Now, the price for this, amazing, because in the kit, let me show you what you get. Obviously, full instructions, picture, diagrams, lots and lots of information. You're getting the 3 print fabrics. Aren't they beautiful?
Oh, they're lovely.
Look at that.
I love that, Betsy.
Is that Betsy?
That's
I was gonna
Betsy.
say, so my
Betsy
birds
with a
quilt
darker
that I
ground.
made was all Betsy.
Oh, was it?
In all the
Oh,
colours.
we need some pictures of that.
I wonder if I still got it. I gave it to somebody. It was for them. My editor at Simply Sewing had a baby, and I made it for her.
Really
and it was all in all the colours of Betsy. So I love that one.
We did it. We did a poll as to which was the favourite Liberty print. It's Betsy.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. And then this is beautiful.
That's lawn. Yeah,
See,
so
I
that's
don't
not
think-
Liberty lawn, but
but
it is
it's
lawn. It's just as good
Just
quality.
plain white cotton lawn.
Yes, it's super lovely, isn't it?
Oh, I wish I'd used that. That is super lovely. And I think that's what makes this so soft.
It is, yeah.
What did you use lawn on the back as well?
Yeah. This is Laura's version.
It's so,
but
I mean,
made the
obviously
blue
you
and
don't
green.
get the back, but if you're going to make it. But you could, if you were going to make it into a picnic quilt, you could put a waterproof lining on the back.
Like my blue one.
Oh, we'll
Come
show
on
you in
to
a
that
moment, the blue one. So £149, you get all of the 3 Liberty prints, you get white cotton lawn to go with it, and full instructions. It's 58 inches square, and these are the 3 colours you will get. And when you join them together, this is what they will look like. I mean, I think that's just delicious.
And if you think, oh, I don't want to sew all those squares together, you're not really saying squares together. You're saying it's strip quilting.
Right. Okay.
So if that's the thing, and you think, well, it's I really like the way this is constructed, so it's all in strips.
Right. So it's strip quilting that's then subcut.
Yeah.
Easy. Oh, I love it. Right. Now I know choosing the colour is going to be difficult, so we'll move on to the blue one, and then you can decide. So this is the blue one.
Yeah.
Now the colours are the colours slightly different in this.
They are slightly different, but it's got the sort of very similar
So
vibe.
let me show you what a blue one will look like.
So this is a bit more scrunchy because it's my
Yeah.
one
So
with
this
the...
one Alice made for herself has got the waterproof back on.
Yeah.
So this can be your picnic quilt.
This can be your picnic quilt.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Absolutely love
And
that.
it's a bit grubby from my picnic, sorry
Yeah, but
about
it's
that.
supposed to be though.
But I use it a lot.
And then you just chuck it in the machine.
Yeah, use it a lot.
I love that.
It's brilliant for garden parties, you know, all those sorts of things, if you want to have a glamorous...
And look at the colours. So what are the 3 prints?
They are Elysian Day, Ed, and Betsy again with the dark...
Oh, I've not...
So this is a brand new...
I've
those
never
two Betsies
seen
are
Betsy like that.
No, they're brand new
I
classics with a
see.
darker ground, so a darker background. That's why it looks a bit different.
It does.
Because Betsy, I'm just trying to think of...
Betsy normally looks turquoise.
Betsy's, well, this is Betsy, isn't it?
Yes.
It's got a lighter ground.
I just love Liberty fabric. Betsy is my favourite from Tracy. It is. It's gorgeous. Well, Tracy, have you ever seen it like this? I've not seen it like that. So you get the 3 prints, and when they're put together,
Oh yeah, grab my made bit.
Dana has made one. This is what they look like. Isn't that beautiful? I mean, it's timeless, it's gorgeous. How you're going to choose the colourway, I don't know. Because first of all, I like the blue, Hannah liked the red, and now I'm not sure. Because there was one other colourway we'll show you in a minute.
Yeah, the green does look quite different from the one that I've made. I made that green one in lockdown, actually, when I had COVID. I made my husband come upstairs with the sewing machine and all the fabric.
So I just want to make
I sat there, like, isolating in my bedroom with my sewing machine. It was quite happy, actually.
What a lovely thing to do. That's what COVID's all about, isn't it? Making quilts. The Liberty Blue quilt is gorgeous. I have the book too, and it's an amazing resource. I love it, from Collector of Mercy's Hand. Oh, it is a beautiful book. It's lovely. Thank you for your messages. We love having them. We love your feedback and knowing what you think, what you've done with them as well. This is the blue one, and obviously you also get the white cotton lawn that will go with it, and full, very comprehensive instructions. You get the photo. That's obviously the red one.
Oh yeah, where are we? We've got
the blue one is under
here. Such a lot to show in this show, isn't it?
So you'll get a picture of the blue on the front, so you can see how it goes together. You'll get all of the cutting instructions, exactly how it all works, with diagrams of each stage. You've even got the cutting as well, and then finally how to put the whole thing together. So
it's a very satisfactory quilt to make this. It comes together really quickly.
Yeah, I can't imagine it takes too long.
No, and it comes together very quickly. So it's
and if you're gifting as well, who's not going to love this? That's the thing, isn't it? Who's not going to love this? £149. Now we have got this on 3-way split pay. So if you want to spread the cost rather than spending the whole amount now, you can pay $49.66 now, and it will be sent straight to you. Susan wants to know the size of the quilt. It's 58 by 58 inches, which is 147 by 147 centimetres. So if you pay $49.66 now, we don't charge you interest, we don't charge you an admin fee. You will have the kit sent straight to you, and then you can have as your aim to get it done by the time you've paid for it.
Oh, yeah, that's a good
So
one.
it's good to have an aim.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's up to you. When you check out whether that's on the web or whether that's on the phone, you choose whether you go for the split pay option. But it is there, which is really nice for a quilt like this, because you might think, I really want to do this. It's an heirloom. There's a baby on the way. I want to make this for a good friend of mine. Or this is just going to be my picnic quilt. Gorgeous, isn't it? Right, then we need to show you the final colourway. Is the sort of the pink and turquoise.
Well, my version is very green. So
we called it green.
So it's quite mint, actually. Or are we this way round?
But these are the colours you'll get.
These are all, this is probably worth saying, because these are all Alice Caroline exclusive fabrics.
Oh, are they?
So you can't get these fabrics anywhere else.
So we've got Betsy, obviously.
And look how different it looks with the white ground.
Oh, it's completely different.
Yeah.
Completely different.
But both equally amazing.
So Alice Caroline exclusive, what does that mean?
So it means that we take Liberty Designs and we work with their design team to recolour them.
Okay.
So you can't get these colours anywhere else. So
only from you?
Yeah. So,
wow.
So mint was the theme. So this is sort of Strawberry Thief, mint.
Strawberry Thief and mint and pink.
Wiltshire and mint and pink. And then the Betsy obviously is more pink.
That's beautiful. And then let's have a look and see what happens when you join it all together.
I love this one.
I love that.
I love it.
These two, they just work so well.
They
don't
do.
They, for the gingham.
Really nice baby.
And then by having that pink and it's just glorious, isn't it?
Yeah. Really nice.
Oh, this is a difficult one, isn't it?
Really
Again,
hard.
£149. It's available on 3-way split pay. So if you want to spread the cost and pay in 3 instalments, you can. All you need to do is pay your $49.66 now. We'll send it straight to you. So, top tips for making it.
Top tips for making it is simply in strips. So you're sewing long strips together. We're not going to get time for demos today, are we? I feel like we're just going to be chatting. You basically sew long,
cutting the lawn,
full width of fabric.
Do you use best press or any synthetic
I use
starch?
best press a lot, but yeah, I probably only really use that for EPP when I finish, or like you can use it to finish
so
the
it's
seams.
not so much.
I don't use it at the start.
Okay.
No. So yeah, you're just sewing long strips together and then cutting them at 3.5 inches.
First?
No, I wouldn't wash tarn.
Right,
no, I'm quite lazy anyway.
No, well, I am. I never wash.
So
well, I do some myself.
Yeah. Add your clothes.
Yes,
hopefully.
but fabric.
So,
I know
because
if I'm dressmaking, I do. I am quite good at that. But for quilt making, no.
Because it's all lawn, I don't think you need to rewash it, and
So
it won't
press
shrink and it won't fray. So if you cut your strips and then you come back to it 3 months later, it won't have frayed. It's all
amazing.
lovely.
What about like needle size? Because it's obviously finer.
Yeah, probably a finer needle would be
Like
would
a
be
70
good.
or an 80.
Yeah, yeah. You can use the normal needle
Right,
size,
so it
but
doesn't.
it doesn't really make that much of a difference, if I'm honest. But if you find it in your machine,
And
it
normal
sticks.
thread, or does it need finer thread?
Well, I quite like an Aurifil thread.
Okay.
But it depends.
Do you use a 50?
50.
Right,
yeah, 50
okay. So,
weight.
but you don't use any specialist thread because it's a finer.
No, you don't need to at all. It handles really, really nicely in a sewing machine, to be honest with you.
Oh, okay. Well, this really, so it sounds like it's same as sewing with quilting fabric, but easier.
Yeah, and it is finer. And
I'm going to show you the three colours.
Well, one recommendation probably would be to use quite a light wadding in the middle of this, because you don't want it to show through on the white. Because obviously, so I would use a slightly whiter wadding than a creamy one.
Right. Okay.
You can see I've used a cream one on that green one, and it's got a bit of a different feel.
Because I can put that there.
Well, that's cream.
Yeah,
only because I didn't have any white in the studio, but
okay.
So it's actually fine. It still looks white, but if you want a really
if you want
super
it to be
crisp
really
white, use
because you can get the bleached white one. So if you want a really crisp white, doesn't it look lovely in that?
I know.
I know, but
you've got to get the backing to go on.
I know, but it looks lovely as a big piece, doesn't
I know.
it? But that's the same as this, but it just that's what you'll get in your kit. You can't use it for the back, but it just shows you how beautiful that fabric is.
It's an expensive backing if you choose to do Liberty backing, but it's really difficult to resist.
I know, it is. Right, let me show you the colourways. So here's the blue, here's the red, and then there's the pink and green. The red we've called pink and yellow. Ignore the word yellow.
It's
it should say red and pink. Yeah, it is pink. There is no yellow in it at all. You will get this one exactly the same as this. Absolutely beautiful. And remember, that's a brand new recoloured Betsy as well.
Yeah, it's a brand new from the classics.
Betsy lovers out there.
Yeah. And there's loads of Capel lovers too. There's a big following on Capel.
And then the blue one. What's the most popular, Hannah? The green is winning currently.
Oh, yeah, that's mine.
But the thing is, there's loads of baskets for all of them. So I think, like me, you're trying to choose. Sally Ann says, I love these beautiful quilts. Could I ask Anna what waterproof backing she used?
Oh, I used I went on to a tent company, actually.
Right, okay.
And used like a tenting ground sheet. It's quite hard. It's really, really...
You could use ripstop, to be honest, because it's very lightweight and it's completely waterproof.
So it is. It's quite hard wearing because because I really wanted to use it a lot outdoors.
But if you could use a ripstop because it's very durable, very strong and light, or any waterproof backing really. That's the blue one, and then finally. Most popular, the green and pink one.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. It's because it's mint's quite in trend at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I just think, it's
very pretty.
It might be because it's the exclusive Alice Caroline colourways, because you can
and
really
it's got that
get
little
them anywhere
strawberry
else.
thief in it.
It has.
I know, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Well, it's all the classics, isn't it?
It's a very pretty bedroom. It's ideal for a baby.
Oh, it's perfect for a baby.
It would be a nice wedding gift, wouldn't it?
Oh my word, yes, it would be.
You know, when you don't know what to buy someone, or maybe they've got a special anniversary, an engagement, or a wedding, and you think, I don't know what. This is going to be quite a quick quilt to make.
Yes.
So if you've got a special occasion coming up and you have no idea what to give them, make them one of these.
Once you've cut your prints, you could literally sit there and chain piece it in a very happy fashion.
And also, because it's not so big, then the quilting isn't so bad. What would you recommend about quilting patterns or designs? Would you echo quilt it or all over quilt it?
Oh, I would. Well, these are mine are stitched in the ditch. Just because
actually, is that Which one have you got? The red one is quilted, isn't it?
I think I stitched. What did I do? I only did lines on that one because I was thinking, if you get my green one over.
This is one that Anna did, obviously, that we don't have the colourway for.
It's a different
but I
colour,
always
but
like
this
to know how it's
in the
quilted.
ditch. This will be stitched in the ditch.
Okay, so really this is not, you don't have to send this off. Obviously this is colour, but this is purely quilted in lines.
Yes,
and because it's not massive and it's very lightweight,
yes.
it will be really easy to get under your machine. And
that's
you haven't
so
got...
soft, isn't it?
It is so soft.
Yeah. I think Laura's done hers in a different way. I didn't make this one. I can't take credit for this one, but so this one is. I think it's stitched.
Oh, I like that. It's echo quilted, isn't it? Oh, that's beautiful.
So that does look really nice.
Actually, I think that's what I would do.
Is it?
And also, because that's easy, you just follow it along with your foot, don't you? And you just do lines and lines.
She's done it in lines, yeah.
Well, it gives it an extra dimension.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. It sort of puffs out those middle bits, doesn't it?
Well, there you go. So I think it's always nice when you get a quilt that you can think, oh, I can actually quilt this myself.
I know.
This could be your first quilt.
And it's not too big, actually. It's a perfect size to quilt yourself.
Absolutely fabulous. Right, we need to move on to Cabinet of Curiosities now. Woo. Now, we had this on before, over a year ago. And
it's a long time ago since we've had it on.
Sold out. And we've got it back. It is this quilt. So why is it called Cabinet of Curiosities?
Shall I just take the sticker off?
Yes. At least we know what it is.
Just in case you're wondering.
So it's like little windows.
It's basically like you're looking at a cabinet at a National Trust manor. Basically, was the inspiration.
Okay.
You know those sort of windows with let's just say like pinned butterflies.
Pinned butterflies, yes.
So there's near where I live, there's Snows Hill Manor, and it really reminds me of the sort of cabinets in there. So that was the inspiration, the sort of Victoriana of like collecting, you know, specimens.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
That was the inspiration for it.
Loads of real classic Betsy prints in here. Betsy features very strongly. That's my favourite colour, Betsy.
Oh, the turquoise.
Yes,
yeah.
far.
That's been going for a long time, and it's an absolute tried and tested colourway. So it's made using raw edge applique for the panels, and then your border on the panels, and then half square triangles, and it's done in a very random way. So if you want to do it randomly, that's great, but you can also make them look. You can make all your half square triangles point the same way if you want a sort of flow.
If you want it to flow, but you can choose.
Yeah.
Let me show you the kit for it because it is a big.
This one.
Okay. It is a big kit. Let me move these out of the way so we don't get confused.
There's a lot of fabric in this kit.
There really is a lot of fabric.
A lot.
So the price for this one, $149.99, which is an amazing price. What's the finished size? It'll be on the back of the kit. 60 by 60 inches, so 152 by 152 centimetres. And it's available on three-way split pay for this one, $49.99.
So you'll use your fabrics to make the applique and then for the half square triangle borders as well.
So it really is rainbow.
It's a rainbow, yeah.
But there's something about Liberty Rainbow that's not like super bright primary, is it? It's just pretty.
Yeah, it's lovely. And you can see the way that we've done it's sort of graded in the blues and the... So that's sort of done in a rainbow.
You wouldn't be able to just buy these pieces of Liberty in these sizes and these colours.
No, I mean, I guess that's why...
I love that one.
Kitting things up is perfect because then you don't have to...
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's for the big
so that's such a strong colour, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Gorgeous. Seen that one? That was in that sample pack, wasn't it?
It was the cable. And that's just a really great example of how Liberty do tiny ditsy prints so well, and how detailed
it's so small, but it's so detailed. Yeah. It's so perfect. Isn't it?
You can just see every single detail.
And I think that is the kind of iconic beauty of Liberty, isn't it? Is that it's tiny. Hang on, we're just we're going to get in closer. We can really see that one. I mean, just that one fabric. And you kind of, when you've got so many, you think, oh, that's that one, that's that one. But if you just admire each fabric, tiny stem detail. Again, this is your Tana lawn. If you've not used it before, you're going to be in for a treat. I know the first time I used it in this quilt, I thought, oh, is it going to be different? But it's the same. Yeah. Just the same, but it doesn't fray. Even better. I mean, that's beautiful. I think that's gorgeous.
Yeah, that's got quite a vintage vibe, hasn't it? It's called Elysian Day.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, and so this, like, that is a really good example of how the detail is, like, insane.
It is.
It's insane, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, like, you know, the outlining around those petals.
Yeah, you just don't get that on a lower thread count fabric.
Yeah, is that what it's about then? Is it the thread count?
It's the tarner, it's the quality of the fabric,
and
it's
the print.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. There you go. On a white.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
I love that colour actually.
I know it's daffodils. It's springtime, isn't it? But it feels really vintage. I think that pink and the yellow is just...
Yeah, really
It
amazing.
looks sort of 1930s tea dress.
Yes, well, it's probably... It was invented in...
Oh,
in
really?
Okay, it was from those times, yeah.
I can see that.
All of these really famous Liberty prints were all designed by somebody with the initials called DS. Nobody knows who that person is. So that poor person never got any credit for all these amazing Liberty prints.
And was that in the 30s?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that person did some really super famous Liberty prints and designs.
They're just timeless, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
And what I love about the fact with these, that when you recolour them, it completely changes them.
Totally.
Don't know how it does it.
Yeah, totally.
And then you've got the green, but I think it's a really great selection of fabrics because like with this one, it looks very green because it's a close print.
Yeah, greens are really super hard to come by, but of course you need the greens for the for the foliage of the on the plants.
It is.
Greens in Liberty are really hard to get.
Absolutely stunning. $149.99. When we had it on last time, which was over a year ago, it's taken us that long to get it back.
Yeah, we probably won't have it again actually because it's quite difficult. It's quite difficult to make in terms of production.
Oh, to get all of the bits. Oh, we didn't even talk about the background fabric.
The background fabric is this isn't tarna. This is super high quality quilting cotton.
Right.
So that's your background for your panels and for your half square triangles.
So this shows you. So you can mix them. Yeah. Oh, and then we get
that's your border.
Of course, you see, very tempted to keep that, but then you need to keep that. Beautiful.
Well, you can bind it wherever you want, but that's your bind.
That's beautiful. That is my favourite colourway as well. It's
awesome,
so strong, but it beautifully frames this, doesn't it? It really pulls everything together because
I'm quite a teal person. I love teal.
It's gorgeous.
I made a dress in that actually.
Did you?
Yeah, it's looking a bit. Maybe it doesn't really fit me anymore. That's probably why I don't wear it. But
a whole
really
dress.
Yeah.
In that.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely delicious. So you've really got everything you need. And then look at the instructions. So it's massive.
Yeah. And if you're worried about how it's constructed, this is really useful because it's basically a panel. So you'll do your raw edge applique. Seeing as we've got 9 minutes, I'm not going to get to show you. But you do your raw edge applique, then you border it, and then you make your half square triangles, join them together, and make borders. So it's really easy to construct.
Wow. And then look, all of your cutting, so you can cut every single piece out. You can then cross them off as you do them, label your fabric, and then it goes through in complete detail with coloured diagrams as well. So you're not going to have any problems. And, you might make this over a period of a few months. You might decide to just sit down and make it all in a week.
Well, but you can make your panel at a time. You could do a panel at a time.
And you could just tick off. I would tick off, this is where I am, so you'd know.
Yeah. You could have a day chain piecing half square triangles.
Or you
come
like me, you come back to it 6 months later, go, where am I? But you just mark off.
Keep them in a box.
I know.
Just keep them in a filing system.
I have my projects like one, if it's something like that, in a box.
Many works in progress.
Well, I have many boxes, obviously.
My husband gets very cross with me, and I was like, oh, the kids' playroom. Can I change it into my sewing room? I was like,
yes, yeah, I think you should. I did that. I changed our dining room. I did it very gradually until there was nowhere to eat anymore.
Very clever.
And then I just referred to it as my sewing room. And I found that helped.
This is my sewing room.
It used to be called the dining room, but it's now referred to, and then eventually everyone else referred to it as my sewing room, and that was that, really.
So these are your full-size templates. You don't need to.
Oh, okay.
You don't need to do any copying.
Right.
You get all your full-size templates.
I mean, there is so much in here. It's amazing value for money.
All you need to do is to stick the two sides of the butterfly together for you.
It's all there. It's all there. And then you could photocopy them if you wanted to use them again.
Yes.
Obviously, do not for your own personal use.
Yes.
Right, we only have, when everyone's checked out, we only have 6 of these kits left. So if you've got it in your basket, I mean, and as Anna said, you don't have to make this all in one go. You can do it bit by bit.
Well, it's the perfect project to do bit by bit, because actually, if you said, oh, I'm going to make panel 1 today, or panel 2 today, it's quite, you keep all your applique bits in an envelope, and then, it's quite easy to do.
So it's turned on the applique, so it's
No, it's raw edge applique.
Oh, it's just raw edge.
And that's why Liberty is so brilliant. And this is
gosh.
This has been going for some time, this quilt. And it's, you know, it's gone to Festival
I
Quilts
don't know
quite a
whether we
few
can see it.
times.
So, there we go.
It does,
So
this is what I say about it doesn't fray.
With raw edge applique, see, I thought it was turned under because it looks so neat, but it's not. It's just cut out and it's so top stitched on.
Yes.
It doesn't fray. So you haven't, I mean, you could work a zigzag stitch if you wanted to.
If you want to, yeah.
But this isn't. This is merely do you use Bonderweb to
Yeah,
stick it
so
on?
Bonderweb and the combination of the Bonderweb and the raw edge applique
Right.
is enough to keep it fixed.
So it doesn't fray, you just Bonderweb it on and then you top stitch around the edge. It's so easy. I thought it was turned under because it looks...
Yeah, it's super neat. Well, you can probably only do that with the Tana, you
Right,
see.
okay.
We do a lot of projects with raw edge applique purely for that.
Because there is
for that
no
reason.
fraying at all.
No.
But it looks like you have hand needle turned everything.
I know.
Wow. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Anyone... There are 3 remaining when everyone's checked out. I mean, congratulations to anyone who's got this. If you've made it yourself, send us a photo. I'd love to see it.
It'd be nice
It's always really nice. I think we all forget, don't we? We buy kits or designs, we make them and we change them, and the designers would love to see them.
Oh yeah, always.
Always.
In fact, people do send in pictures,
Do
and it's
they?
really nice. And people do their own embellishments. You can do, you know, more embroidery if you want, you know.
And that's really nice to see. And so I have that when people say, "Oh, I got this, but I've done," and you think, "Oh, that's so."
It's really nice to see with your designs like how people make it their
Yes,
own.
it
Really.
is. So do send us in your pictures or put them on the Sewing Street fan page and we'll see them on there.
Oh, yeah, great.
£149.99. Have we got any scrap bags left? Message from Tracy. Hi, ladies. I have a budding 10-year-old sewist granddaughter who loves Alice Caroline. So I've got her the book and swatch to practice and a quilt confect. Well, Tracy, you have
brilliant.
a very, very lucky granddaughter.
Oh,
what a
get your
kind grandma
granddaughter to
you
join
are.
the
She's going to
Facebook group.
love that. Lovely quilting on the cabinet quilt from Claire. It is, isn't it? Beautiful quilt. Beautiful quilting on that. Good morning. Could you tell me the size of the Liberty quilt? Thank you, from Barbara in Kent.
This
yes,
one?
I can. It's 60 by 60 inches. 60 by 60 inches. The swatch packs have sold out. I'm not really surprised.
No, nor am I.
Amazing. Right, we need to do the green gingham, the green and pink, because there's only 4 left. So this is what it looks like. We've just called
It's
it
bigger
green.
than this. For those
Yeah, that's
just
the
joining.
sample. It is
This is
58
the sample. I
inches
just wanted to
square,
show you the
and
exact
I've actually got everything folded up, but I have actually got it on this board. There are more people who have this one. This is way in the lead. Isn't that funny?
I'm not surprised. It's because
It's so
because mint
beautiful.
is so on trend, and it's, you know.
It is. I guess for me, I'm thinking I wanted it for a picnic quilt. Would I want the red or the blue? I don't know. But it is beautiful. So you get all of these 3 fabrics, and you get the white lawn. As well.
So no need to pre-wash.
No need to pre-wash. Amazing.
Yeah.
We have 4 left. So on all of them, we have all of the kits. We've got more in baskets than we've got available. So if you want any of the gingham quilts in the 3 colourways, the Cabinet of Curiosities, not the swatch packs though.
No,
can't have those. Thank you so much.
Oh,
Anna.
you're welcome.
It's been a pleasure. It's
Yeah.
gorgeous. Isn't it lovely just loving Liberty? Having a Liberty loving.
We could chat about Liberty for days.
Excellent. Well, we'll see you in an hour
Yes.
and we'll chat more about Liberty.
Brilliant.
So you're going to bring us some more kits.
Yes, more
charm packs.
More kits and charm packs. Yeah.
Fantastic. So we'll see you here in an hour.
Yeah.
I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time, where I'm going to show you the beautiful new French General collection and the barn gazing quilt and bag kit that I've designed. So I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
Stay Sewing Street. What a wonderful 5 years it's been. Here's hoping for many, many more from Alice and Marion Designs.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Emily Roberts here from MEB Designs. I want to wish Sewing Street a massive happy birthday. It's an absolute pleasure to be a part of the Sewing Street family, and here's to many more birthday celebrations.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Happy birthday, Sewing Street. Congratulations on 5 years of sewing joy, and here's to many more to come. Have a great day.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hi everybody at Sewing Street, it's Fiona from Sew Girl here. Just want to wish everybody a very happy 5th birthday and have a great day celebrating. I'll be watching you all and hope to see you very soon.
When you hear the term half square triangle or HST, it refers to a simple way to create 2 identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with 2 squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the 2 outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half square triangle is ready to use.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Oh, look, this is my favourite fabric in the whole world. So a fabric shop opened in Bath, where I live, Country Threads, which sadly closed down a couple of years ago. And the lovely Jan who owned that introduced me to French General because she loved red and cream as much as I did. No idea what it was, but when you see the French General all on the shelves in a shop, it's always red and the cream. They've started to bring in a bit of little sneaky blue these days, but it's beautiful. So French General is a company that was set up in America, like about 20 years ago. It's a lady who just absolutely loves all things French. And she started it off by selling all these like little French bits of haberdasheries and antiquities and brocante and all that loveliness. And then in 2008, she started designing fabrics for Moda French General. So they bring out 1 or 2 collections every year. And the first collection they brought out is always these beautiful fabrics inspired by vintage French textiles, reproduced, but with this lovely cream and red colourway with a bit of sneaky blue. And the first one was called Ruanerie, which is what this one is, and it was based on the sort of textiles of Rouen. And then they brought out Ruanerie 2, and this is Trois Ruanerie. So this is the 3rd version of that. So whenever they bring out the collections, you'll always get red. In this collection, you've got a bit of red, you have the cream, and then they also bring out a little bit of oyster colour as well. And what I love most about them, because I love red and cream, is you can put them together in any order and it just works. It doesn't matter what the print are. Some are like little floral prints. It feels so French, doesn't it? But the colourways, to me, it's that traditional French quilt colours, but also it's a proper patchwork quilt. It's what you imagine of, when people made them years and years ago. It's just the colours, gorgeous. So about 6 months ago, Paul the buyer said, I know you love French General, Bex. I've just the new collections available to order. It won't be in for another sort of 6 to 8 months, but do you want to? Oh, yes, I do. So I designed a quilt, and I decided, because I love this so much, let's let the fabric speak. Log cabin is also my favourite pattern, so I thought I'm going to do a log cabin. And I played about with which pattern, because obviously there's various different configurations, and I love barn raising. And then I thought, well, but we need to give it a little bit of twist. So I put some stars in, so then it became barn gazing, like barn raising, but barn gazing. So, did you get that? Yeah. So I've done it. They're not appliqué stars. They are all pieced in, and there is a really clever way of doing it. You create the log cabin, and then you put the little squares and rectangles in to create the stars. We are very low in stock, though, already. Very low. We did as many, well, Paul bought the fabric for this, so he decided how many we were going to have. I even think he was like, well, don't want to buy too much, because we've also got some of the fabric available on its own by the ½ metre as well. So this is the quilt. Now, as you know, I love a big quilt, because I like making a quilt that actually fits a bed. So the quilt is, I'm just going to double check, but I'm pretty sure it is, yes, 84 by 84 inches square. So it's a good size double bed quilt. It would fit on a king size as well. Now, when I did the instructions, I also decided I would design a bag as well. So there is a bag kit as well. I'll go through the kit in a moment. But in the instructions that you get this is the kit, look at it. So I said when I was designing it, I said to Paul and Ian, shall I use red and then use like a calico? And they went, no, if you're going to use Moda, let's go for the whole thing. So it's got all of the reds, it's got all of the creams, and then I played with lots of different fabrics, but actually white stood out best for the stars. Cream didn't stand out very well, gold looked a bit odd, and calico didn't stand out enough. So in the kit, you get all of this French General fabric, all in different amounts, because it is being cut specifically. So you get 1 metre of this one, 1 metre of this one, ½ metre, ½ metre, ½ metre. I was also made sure that there is enough, more than enough. I added on an inch, whatever it was, I added on at least an inch so that you've got room to straighten up and cut, because you'll be doing a lot of strip cutting. And you will have enough left over as well. I've designed it so that I've put the cutting instructions, so it's got a scrappy binding made of all of the colours that are in there. You'll have enough left over to make a cushion as well. 1 metre of that one, 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 and 1 metre of that one. and 2 fat quarters, because that's the centre square and strip one, because you don't need as much of those. You also get a metre of white fabric, and that's used for the stars. So you've got everything you need for the quilt top and the binding. Then there's the instructions. Now, I've changed these. This is different to how Amy and I normally do them. Normally when we do our instructions, we do photos and of all the different stages. But having made lots of quilts, I know that diagrams for quilts are easier to understand. So poor Amy, I sent all these really rubbish diagrams on graph paper, and she redrew them beautifully. So in the instructions for the quilt kit, you will get the instructions for the quilt and the bag. So although you don't need the bag ones, you'll have those. So there's all of the instructions. Now, in the instructions as well, it does tell you exactly how much fabric you'll need, because we're selling the instructions on their own. So if you're buying just the instructions, it will tell you how much you need. So which is quite useful. So for some of them, like it says you need 75 centimetres, you'll get a metre of that one, because we have to sell it by half metre increments, so you can see how much you get. Then I've talked about choosing fabrics, which you won't need, obviously, if you've got the kit. And then Amy actually got all the images of the right fabrics and made them into the diagrams for me. So it makes it so much easier that when you look at it, that's that print and that's that print. So it's a lot easier to work out what's what. Also, when you buy the quilt kit, if you go onto the Sewing Street website, I have actually listed on the product description which SKU codes, which will be stuck to your fabric, like this, is which number. So it will tell you that that one is fabric A or B or whatever. So if you want to match them up. But actually, all the pictures, they're all in the diagrams. So we go through, I've got whole block diagrams. I've got special cutting, sewing diagrams, how you make the stars and the rectangles. And then a complete quilt diagram. There is also, as always with our Amber Makes kits, a full video tutorial. If you scan the QR code, it will take you to the Amber Makes website. I filmed the whole process, so you can watch with me as you do it. So if you've never made a quilt before, if you've done some sewing, but you think, well, I'd love to have a go at log cabin, it's easy because you don't have to match seams when you're making the log cabin blocks. You do when you join them together, but not when you're making the actual blocks. You can sew along with me. So the QR code is in here, so you can, in fact, it'll be on the website now, so if you want to watch the video before you get the kit, you can. Then there's the bag, because we did one set of instructions. So if you're buying the quilt kit, you get the bag instructions for free. And if you do buy the bag kit, you get the quilt instructions for free. So there's the whole information about the bag. And I put the photos in for just the bag making, because it's easy with photos. You've got the block diagram, the layout diagram, everything you need. It's a big booklet. So that's the whole quilt kit. So $193.79 for the whole kit, because that is all of the fabric. Right, we have fewer. We've got 17 left. 17 of these kits left. It's really to be honest, it's the only chance that we're going to have to be able to bring you this complete quilt kit, because it's got so many different fabrics in it. They're all cut to specific measurements. Paul ordered this fabric over 6 months ago. So whenever we have the Moda French General, it never comes back. It's just, we move on to another collection then. So in order to buy the whole kit, it is all beautiful, beautiful fabric. So that's the whole quilt kit. You can see how much fabric's in it. $193.79. We have 12 left. And don't forget, you get full instructions and the bag as well. So that's the quilt kit. I'll keep you updated on that one. Now, with the bag, I decided I just wanted it to be just a really classic, lovely quilted tote bag. You've got exactly the same. You've got log cabin squares, but I've used narrow strips of fabric, so they end up smaller. And the 4 squares joined together make the star. Same on the front and the back. I put a gusset in, because who doesn't love a gusset? It just makes it a bit bigger. I also put a facing on, because I quite like a bag with, when you look inside, it's got the facing. It also means if you want to add a magnetic snap, you could put it into the facing. And then I've done one handle in the red and one in the cream. So if I hold it up for you to see, actually you can actually get the whole quilt in it. Oh, right, so there's only 3 of these left, so I'll quickly show you the bundle. You get 4 fat quarters, 2 light ones, 2 dark ones, and you get a metre of calico, because I think calico works so beautifully with French General. I've used that to line it and for the stars. So my own French General quilt that I've made myself different to this one has got calico in it. I only used red and calico rather than the red and the French General, but isn't that lovely? And obviously, when you buy the bag, oh, the bag kit's now gone. But don't worry, don't worry. You get the full instructions, and obviously you get the full instructions in this, because you get the bag and the quilt instructions. There we go. Right, so instructions on their own. Remember, I'll show you in a moment, we have got the fabric available by the ½ metre. So if you've missed out, then you can buy the French General yourself, make your own kit. So these are the instructions on their own. I showed you before, obviously, although they are available as part of the kit, on their own, I have listed all the fabric requirements. If you're buying in the instructions on your own and you want to have a look in your stash to see if you've got the right fabric or you want to buy it now, this list of what fabric you need is on the Sewing Street website. So if you go onto the Sewing Street website and put in that product code, PDA476, and go onto the description, I've listed the quantities there, because I know a lot, well, I do. When I buy my instructions, I want to see what fabric I need, because it might be that I'm going to make it in blue and white, or blue and cream, or red and yellow, or, I don't know, black and, it would look amazing in greys, in monochrome, wouldn't it? I think it'd look fabulous in navies and denim blues. Green would be lovely, and you could do something like, you could do teal and pink. You could do all different sorts. You might think, right, well, I've got enough of that, that, and that, but I'll need that. So I have listed all of that. Again, everything is in there. There's a selection here I wrote about choosing fabrics, because I thought if you're buying the instructions on their own, you need to know about what fabrics you need for the dark, the light, the centre square, the stars. So again, all of the instructions have got all of the diagrams so that you know exactly how to make the little star pieces. Because the way it's made is you make whole log cabin blocks without any stars. Lots of, I think 12 of those, all the log cabin blocks. Then you make log cabin blocks that have a star in a corner, log cabin blocks that have star in 3 corners, and then these 4 in the middle have log cabin blocks with 4 corners. And you make a different number of each. And then when you join it all together, those corners become stars, as if by magic. So if you didn't want to do the stars, just leave that, you could just leave that bit out. You could just not do stars, but it'd be a shame not to, wouldn't it? I like the stars. And if you did a different colourway, so if you did maybe a nighttime where maybe you did navy and white, you could have yellow or gold stars. It would really shine, wouldn't it? I think that would look fabulous. Morning, Rebecca. Oh, I need to get around the corner to do that. Finally, a lovely quilt pattern to use up my French General stash. Got the bag kit, but I have so much French General I should make the quilt too, from Kirsty. Oh, that's brilliant, Kirsty. Are you a French General collector as well? I just love it. When I walked into Country Threads on that first day and saw the whole row of it, because Jan kept all the collections in the shop, I was like, oh, this is it. This is it. And it's so lovely. And Country Threads sadly closed down couple of years ago, and just before it closed I bought loads of French General to make my ultimate quilt, which I have finally 2 weeks ago finished, and it's all in French General. It's bigger than this one, but it has got stars on it as well. And it's, you know, isn't it nice that we can bring that fabric to you? Particularly, it's just so beautiful. If you have time, go onto the French General website. They talk about all the story of French General, how they started, and it shows you all their fabric collections. They do the most amazing retreat to France once a year, where they stay in this villa, and I really want to go on it, but it's $6,000, and there's no spaces left. There's 2 problems there. But can you imagine spending a whole week in France? Yeah, I wonder if I mention it, shall I say I mentioned it on air and it's a clip? Can you let me in? Oh, and you just spend the whole week with them going around little French antique shops and doing sewing. It's like a dream, isn't it? Anyway, go on their website because it's beautiful. So there's the instructions. Obviously, I've done a full layout diagram. I mean, it's great because I did these on rough bits of graph paper. Amy got the fabric colours, she put them in. It makes it so much easier to do for the layout. It would look nice in Tilda, wouldn't it? It would look nice in Liberty. I mean, you could really, because when you think about it, all you need are 2 colours, 2 shades that contrast. So you could use up all your scrap. Maybe you've got lots of scraps of greens or monochromes. I love log cabin when you do it in a dark colour, like a navy, and then the other is just all one colour. So all the light is just one colour, plain colour, like grey or white. But it's really useful. You could use it for all sorts of things. The quilt design, the log cabin blocks are made in wider strips, and the bag design, the log cabin blocks are made in narrower strips. So that's the instructions. $14.99, and you get the bag and the quilt instructions all together. There are 2 separate video tutorials because it was too long otherwise and too confusing. So you'll get the QR, there's the QR code for the quilt one, and the QR code for the bag one is here. But if you want to have a look at the video while you're waiting for your kit and the instructions, it's on the Amber Makes website now. If you go to the tutorial section, you can watch it. Right, let's go and look at fabric. Yes, I've got to take my fabrics with me. Right. Now, we don't have all of them, but we have most of them. You're going to have to tell me what you want to start with. Where's the picture? Okay. Must be that one then. Yeah. So this one is obviously in the quilt kit. Love this one. Isn't that lovely? Beautiful. So $8.99 for half a metre. This is the pearl and faded red. Love that one. But you see what I love about it, it doesn't even matter whether you cut large strips or narrow strips. You still get then little snippets of it. It's just beautiful, isn't it? Which plain colour cotton would be the best match to the calico base colour of the beige Moda, please, as I like that in place of the white? Would I say this one? Would that be cream? I can get my shade card and I'll have a look. But it's in the other room. I'll need to check that out, okay? And I'll let you know. I'll let you know because I'll let you know in the break because I need to get my shade card and lay it about. I would say cream, but just to be absolutely certain, I will find out and I will let you know. Right, that's by the half metre. Obviously, if you buy more than 1/2 metre, it will come as a whole cut piece because for the quilt, some of them you need half metres, some of them you need metres. It all depends. Beautiful. The bird one. I love this. This really is a reproduction of French it's sort of wallpaper and wall hangings, isn't it? So it's got birds and butterflies and the leaves, but when you cut it into strips, what I love about it, you sort of get a movement to it. It just sort of, you get all this beautiful design. I mean, it looks lovely as a whole cut piece, but in strips, you just get little bits of leaves and the odd bird in here. I love that one. $8.99 for half a metre. That's in the faded red. But it's just beautiful, isn't it? That's used in, I don't think I used that one in the bag. That's only used in the quilt. So for the bag, you will need 4 fat quarters, 2 light, 2 dark. But what you could do is buy half a metre of light and half a metre of dark. And obviously you won't get that same, I'll just get the bag a minute and show you. You won't get that same, because you can see I've used 2 darks and 2 lights. And if you use just 1 light, it would be fine. You wouldn't get the same combination, but you could just use 1 light. So for the bag, if you bought half a metre of light and half a metre of dark and bought the instructions, you'll need a metre of the plain fabric for the lining and for the stars. That's a calico, just because I love calico, works really well. So, I mean, in answer to your question, if you don't want to use one of our Rose and Hubble fabrics, but you use the calico, it does work really well. because actually, let me show you. I've got the calico here in that kit. It is a lovely mixture. And actually, the joy of calico is it's wider. And we have it by the ½ metre, but you see how well that matches? So I would say if you wanted to do, this bag, you could just buy a ½ metre of the red, and then you could buy the calico, because it does look really well. So my French General quilt that I've made, I've only bought red. The calico's out of stock. We'll see if we can find some more. For my quilt that I made, I only used red and calico. And it worked really well. So I would recommend that. We'll have a look for you. So that's that one. Well, should we do all... Well, do you want to do all the creams, or should we? Let's do all the creams. So this is JCW 145. So I'm going to start with all the creams. This is so pretty, isn't it? It's just, and the red is amazing. It's just, I mean, not that it's bright. It's not bright. It's just got an amazing depth to it, hasn't it? That's lovely, isn't it? So that's the red one. I presume we've got all of these. This one is ORW 141. Have we got that one? How pretty is that? So this one I used in the small, there's only a fat quarter of this one, I think, in the kit. Oh no, it's only used for 2 of the strips. And then with the bag, I used it round the edge and here. But even the selvage, do keep the selvages. Look, Aurifil by French General. It's beautiful, isn't it? And it's Moda fabric as well. That's the other thing I like, because it's a great quality fabric. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Love that one. Once you start buying this, you will then start to be like me, to become a little bit obsessed with French General. Another red one. So this one is a little bit more geometric, which you often see. They'll often put in a French General collection. There's a lot of sort of swirls and flowers and floral. And then you'll get the odd bit, which is almost heraldic, which is probably comes from their sort of chateau. But again, I found, when I was choosing which colours to put where, I just chose colour rather than print. When I was thinking about it, it didn't really matter, because you can kind of mix and match them. And that's what works so well, because the colour palette is the same. The prints work really well together. Aurifil. And there is one more. Have we got, I don't know whether we've got that one, because that's the fat quarter. That was, well, it's only a fat quarter, this one. Do we have that by the ½ metre? I didn't think we did. Right, let's go on to the reds then. CLW 168. And look at the, let's have a little bit of selvage love. Selvage love. So on one selvage, you've got the words, and on the other selvage, it's printed all the way up to the selvage. I don't know why that gives me joy, it just does. Because normally it's white, and you see, and if you want the bit of selvage, look, it even has the little dotted lines on it. It just looks beautiful, doesn't it? I think that's stunning. And it's got that lovely, like a linen beigey shade in the back of it, rather than the cream, which again looks lovely with the calico, doesn't it? I know, I'm sorry we haven't got any calico. Who's got all the calico? Somebody's put all the calico into a future show. We need to find it, track it down. Or maybe it's all in these kits. Let's find another one. This is my favourite one from the whole collection. You're not allowed to have favourites, but this is mine. Oh, do you need the code? That would be useful. ZUW191. Oh, yeah, everyone loves it too. It was in the bag and the quilt. I loved it that much. It's just my favourite. I think it's the depth of the red in it. I don't know. Just absolutely love that one. That one's gone now. How about this one? So we saw this one in the cream. This is what it looks like in the red. QCW 135. So if we look at it, I want to show it to you in the cream. Look, how beautiful are they together? If you only bought 2 fabrics, I think they're lovely. And they'll often do that. Not always, not every fabric, you can't guarantee it, but they will often do it in a collection where they'll have one in the red, one in this one, like one in the oyster and one in the cream. Yeah, we've got a better stock of that one. I think that's stunning. Again, it would really work really well if you bought the instructions on their own. It would work well as in here. In fact, that one is. Yeah, so that is one of the fabrics in this one. So if you bought a 1/2 metre of this, and then you bought a 1/2 metre of one of the cream ones, you could make the bag, because that is one of the ones in it. Gorgeous. I love that one. Look at its red selvage. In fact, keep the selvages, because, you know, you could, like that bit there, you could applique that in the centre of one of the handles, or like if you were doing it on the facing, you could, I should have done that, shouldn't I? Sewn the label onto the facing. So do keep them, or send them to me. I've got loads of them. Before I cut all my fabrics, I cut all the selvages off. No idea what they were after that. That beautiful print also comes in the red. So really, if you want to recreate the quilt kit or recreate the, or the bag kit, you can do that with any of these. Yes, it does. Because the colours just work, don't they? That one is in the quilt as well. I got as many fabrics as I could in there. It's great when they say you can have whatever you like, because... So if you were going to remake the bag, you need 2 red fat quarters and 2 cream fat quarters, or what you can do is do a red 1/2 metre and a cream 1/2 metre. I mean, obviously you won't get the 2 colour combination, but you don't have to have that, doesn't matter, as long as you've got, but a 1/2 metre of cream and 1/2 metre of red would be fine. Well, also what you can do with the bag, if you don't want a bag, this block you could use to make a cushion. So you could make, because this is 4 blocks, so 4 blocks joined together to make the star would be a cushion front. So if you bought 4 1/2 metres, you could make 2 cushions, or 4 cushions if you used a different back. But this is the right size for a cushion. So instead of a bag, you could make it into a cushion. I mean, I haven't gone into detail in the instructions, obviously, about how to make a cushion. But obviously, once you stop at this point, once you've bordered it, that's your cushion front. Don't make it into the bag. So use the instructions to make the block, and they'd be amazing. So if you've got the quilt, because that's what I'm thinking of doing, is making 4 cushions. I was too late to purchase the French General bag kit. Will you be bringing that back at all, please? Well, I don't know. I don't know whether we'll be able to get the fabric, but what you need to do is get the instructions and then buy yourself 2 1/2 metres, a red one and a cream one. Choose, it doesn't matter which one they are, because they're all lovely. Or if you want to recreate it, you'll need to buy a red 1/2 metre, red 1/2 metre, cream 1/2 metre and a cream 1/2 metre. Obviously, then you'll have twice as much fabric as you need, but I'm just not sure that we will be able to do it again, because I think we put as much fabric as we could in it. So what we've got left here, we didn't have enough quantities of the right things to recreate it, but get the instructions and then buy some of the fabric and you can make your own kit. And you will need 1 metre of the fabric that's used for the star in the centre, and it's also used to line the bag. But again, if you go onto the Sewing Street website, and the code for the instructions listed on there are the fabric requirements, because then you'll be able to see exactly what fabric you need. So that's that red one. This is the one that I think of as like the bamboo, birds in the bamboo. It's not called that at all. This is, well, it comes from sort of, all of these prints come from like 18th and 19th century French textiles. And this sort of, is it chinoiserie? Was all that sort of chinoiserie look with all the kind of bamboo was very popular in the 18th and the 19th century. So I'm guessing that's where, I mean, it says the bird Charmant Reproduction Bird Toile. And that was sort of very popular at that time, wasn't it? It's gorgeous, isn't it? I love the shades that they've picked up in there. Now this is the last one that's on the quilt. Then I've got some that I didn't select from the range, but Paul bought anyway, which are gorgeous. It was really hard choosing. So this again, this is your heraldic-y one. So if you wanted to choose, maybe 2 fabrics to use, this is beautiful. And doesn't it look nice with that one? Now, I know I've gone through a lot of them. If you go onto Sewing Street website, www.sewingstreet.com, and go on to watch live, if you scroll down from there, all of these fabrics are listed with little pictures of them. So if you think, well, I can't remember, do I want the light one to go with the dark one, or do I like that one? And it will look better with that one. Have a look at all the pictures, and then you can see them. But it's fundamentally a light and a dark. Or if you buy the instructions, obviously use your own fabric stash. But if you love this French General, just treat yourself to ½ metre. And then you could even then think, well, I'll have ½ metre of the red and I'll use calico for the cream. Yeah, blue and white. I mean, the Janet Claire fabrics would look gorgeous in this because her fabrics are of a similar hue, aren't they? They're sort of blues and gentle creams and navies. They would look lovely as well. I mean, it does work well in small scale print, so it would work well in Liberty. But for some reason, I don't know why, even in these large scale prints, like this strip here, which comes from this large print here, it still works, even though it's a larger print. I'm making Hannah really think this morning. She's like, oh no, the red one, Étonnante Florale, Toile Rouge. But that would work, even the large scale prints in there. But to be honest, because as well, you could use, you could really scrap bust with this if you were going to just buy the instructions, because you could do each of the strips in a different fabric, whereas I've done sort of 4 strips in one fabric and 4 in another. You could really scrappy it, couldn't you? And use tiny bits of lots of fabrics. Right, let me show you the fabrics. Now, these are the ones that I didn't use, but we still bought anyway. And these are gorgeous. So they're the same range. They're still in Rouen Toi. They're still in the collection, so you will recognise the prints. They're just ones that I couldn't fit in. So let's start with this one, OZW129. So this one has a more pinky background. Beautiful. Hannah wants a long bolster cushion in this. So if you've bought the quilt kit or you're going to make the quilt, this would be lovely to make cushions to go with it. Because although it's got the more pinky background, it really matches the reds in here, match up with the reds in there. It looks lovely with that one. It also looks really nice with the cream ones as well, because it picks up the cream. I think that's really lovely, isn't it? What's it called? Belle Reproduction Floral in faded red. Gorgeous. All of these fabrics, by the way, they're all quilting weight. They're all 44-inch, 112 centimetre width. They all look like this. And any fabrics you buy, if you want more than ½ metre, it will be cut to order, so you can have it as a whole cut piece. I think that's really stunning. Right, then I'll show you some that you will recognise now. So this one here, DXW175, is the same as this one that's sold out. It's the same, only obviously different colourway. Hannah wants pyjama bottoms in that. This to me is very, very vintage French, isn't it? So what you could do, rather than going red and cream, this is like their sort of pearl oyster colour. You could go red and oyster, couldn't you? Because that works really well together. You could use that as the light fabric, but it feels very vintage, that would really sort of faded. It's the colour of like a natural linen. Again, looks very nice with calico, but then I think everything looks nice with calico. Beautiful, that one, isn't it? I don't think I had that one in the cream. See, it's straight. They don't do all of the prints in all of the colours. Oh, I know. It appeared in this colourway that was in the bag and the quilt. That was in the quilt kit. But I used it all up in the quilt kit because I had it cut into fat quarters. So you can only get that one if you get the quilt kit. I think that one is beautiful, isn't it? It's really pretty. Now, same print, but in just the two colours. XOW102. Right, the quilt kit has now sold out. Yes. So look, those two together. That is delightful. Now that you could do for log cabin, couldn't you? Just if you wanted just two colours. If you bought half a metre of each of those, you could make the bag. Right, that's Hannah's choice. Can I make that for you, Hannah? She says, I've broken my sewing machine. We've got quite a few here. You could just borrow one. I love that. See, look. I mean, look at those three together. I think that's amazing, isn't it? Gorgeous. So if you want to because the quilt and the bag have sold out. So if you want to recreate either of them, get the instructions. They do come with a full tutorial because that's what we do. Also, I just think we've now got into the habit of doing these tutorials. Oh, it's just easier because I know a lot of people, when they're making something like this, it's quite an investment in time and money, isn't it? And you want to be able to do it. And I want you to be able to do it as well. So if a tutorial helps because it shows you how to do it, you know, some of you will have done log cabin. Some of you will know exactly how to do it. Other people who've never done log cabin were like, oh, I just have the tutorial to do it. There's also, on the website, there is a free tutorial and PDF of how to bind a quilt. So I haven't put all those details in here, but it does give you the link to that because I couldn't fit all that in. Right, where's the last? Oh, these are the last two. So look at this. I love this one. So this was our favourite lovely one. But you see, so remember, I've already showed, so this is oyster. I used cream in the bag, but isn't it lovely in oyster? We've also had it available in red. It's really warm together. They would work together. When I was choosing the fabrics, I loved that, but I decided I wanted a stronger contrast, so I went for the cream rather than the oyster. But if you want that gentle, warm feel, they work really well together. So that's the oyster. Because look at those three. That's really nice, isn't it? And then I've got one last one to show you that's also faded red with that oyster background. So if I know I've kind of bombarded you a bit with prints and fabrics, but you can then have a look go on the Sewing Street website on Watch Live, and there'll be little pictures of all of them. So you'll be able to see them and you can choose which ones. That's lovely. That's lovely, isn't it, together? I mean, it's very gentle. What I'm showing you is if you wanted to do your log cabin and you wanted to use, these prints work well as either darks or lights. So you could use these as lights and go darker, or you could use these as dark and then go light. You could use just the French General for the light or the dark, and then just use a plain fabric, whether it's calico, white, cream. Latte looks really nice. Latte is a bit beige, isn't it? That would be nice. All sorts of choice there. So that's all the fabric. Right, I'm going to do a little bit of demo. Quilt instructions. So we've sold out the quilt kit and the bag kit, but don't worry, we've got the instructions and you can make your own kit. Because all the, there we go, all of the measurements are on the Sewing Street website. So if you go onto that, I've shown you what you need. So that means that you could then make your own kit. So if you go onto the Sewing Street website and go on to more details, and if you go down there and you go all the way down, it took me ages to write all this. There you go, it tells you what you need. So to make the quilt you will need, and it tells you exactly what you'll need. 6 dark print fabrics, plain fabric, make the bag, and I think if you keep going, I'll tell you where they are. If you go on the quilt kit, it tells you the SKU codes of, if you go onto the quilt kit or the bag kit, it actually tells you the SKU codes of the quilt kit of what I use. So if you want to see, which one is that, then you can match it exactly. But I'm just going to get my fabric. I'm back. Ta-da! Right, I'm going to show you log cabin. Shall we do that? So this, let me show you. Now, what you do is, I'm going to just make sure I've got this the right way up, is you make your log cabin block. You make whole blocks, 1 corner blocks, 3 corner blocks, and 4 corner blocks. So what you do is you make your log cabin block up to this stage, and then you add the corners. So I'm just going to show you, if you've never made log cabin, how to do it. Cut out all of your fabric in advance and label it. I labelled all of mine so I knew what I was doing. And then I actually printed mine out, but just write them on scraps of paper and do them. Then I would say make 1 block to start with, so you know what you're doing, and then you can make all of them together. So all the centre squares to strip 1 and chain piece them all together. It's just a lot quicker to do that way. So let me just show you the basics of it. Now, remember, I've labelled all mine. So we take a centre square and a strip 1. Now, your ironing board or mat or whatever, something padded like this, is your friend for log cabin because it helps to keep everything together. So, also keep everything in the correct orientation. If you look at the diagrams that come in the instructions, you can see centre square. So if you want, you can follow the video, you can read the words, or if you'd rather diagrams, look, centre square, strip 1, easy. So I'm going to sew the 2 together. I have to take the labels off, obviously. When you're sewing the first 2 together, it's easy because they're exactly the same size. So just pin them. They're all sewn together with your normal 1/4 inch seam allowance. So if you're just doing 1, I would reduce your stitch length to, I'm going to reduce mine to 2 because I'm not going to reverse stitch. So, and if you're chain piecing, you won't be reverse stitching. Now, if you are chain piecing, get to this point and get your next set of squares and slide them underneath and just keep going. Make sure there's like a couple of stitches unstitched between them, otherwise you won't be able to cut them apart. For your first one, you'll just do them like this. Then, always press between each stage. There are lots of different ways of doing log cabin. I prefer to cut it accurately and then it's easier to sew together. Some people cut it in long strips and then trim it all after. But for me, this work is the best way. If you want to cut it afterwards, you'll have to do it in that way. But I think that you get it more accurate by taking the time with the cutting and then leave it. Do that the day before or the night before and then do all your sewing. Press the seam over to one side, and if you always get into the habit of pressing it towards the fabric you've just sewn on, then everything will lay flat. So there's number 1 on. Now number 2, we're going to work clockwise. Oh, I've got my daffodils back. Happy St David's Day. Got the daffodils are back. Oh, I'd forgotten them. Strip 2 is going to go there. Always work clockwise. Put it down on top, but I always turn it over because it's much better if you sew it together with the seam uppermost, and that's because you've taken the time to press it, so you don't want to twist it. If you sew it from the other side, you might end up twisting it. So do it like that, and then you won't twist. And then I'm going to sew that one together. And you can see where the seam is, so you can easily hold it down flat. Always press to set the seam, because that flattens it. Then turn it over and press it to one side towards the fabric you've just sewn on. And then turn it back round so it's always in the right way. So you can see now from the instructions, that's that diagram there. So it makes it easier to follow, doesn't it? So you've got words, pictures and a video. Then take strip 3, which we have labelled in advance. And that goes across the bottom. So I always find if you lie them like that, you can see. So we're not doing, there's no seam matching because you've got an unseamed piece being sewed to a seam piece. So I'm going to sew that on. Always pin at either end because obviously your cut piece of fabric is the same length as those seam pieces, but the seam will pull it in slightly. So you just need to pull it a little bit. It will be the same length, but it's just that the sewing will pull it in a little bit. It also means if you cut your fabric accurately, if for some reason you haven't sewn exactly 1/4 inch, maybe you've sewn 1/4 inch plus 1 thread, you will even it back up by sewing it to a piece of fabric the right size. Press to set and then press it over to the side of the piece and then turn it around so you'll remember eventually what your centre square is and keep that there. Right, now take strip 4. So you can see how we're building now. So we've got light and we're moving to dark. You can see it fits, turn it over. Now this is where your ironing board becomes your friend because as it gets longer, you'll need to pull it a little bit more to fit because you've got lots of seams. So pin it at either end. And then what I like to do is, in the board, is put a pin through the board and into your fabric. That will anchor it. And then you can just pull it slightly. You're not stretching the fabric, so you're not pulling anything out of shape. What you're doing is just because the seam pulls it in a little bit, you're just opening the seam better. And then I push a pin, a placement pin, in through there and there. That means it's all nice and flat. Then you can just pull it out. Don't take the pin out of the fabric, but just push it back in. And like that as well. You can take the placement pin. And you know then it's pulled, it's sewn across evenly. When you've only got a few strips like this, it doesn't matter so much. But when you've got more strips, then being able to pull it like that will make it easier. Right, again, set the seam and then press it over to one side towards the piece that you've sewn on. And then I'm going to turn it back round so it's in the right way. So you can see this is dead easy, isn't it? So strip 5, place it right sides down, turn it over, pin it together at one end. Put my, oh, there it is. Placement pin. And then I always like to pin it through those, because you've got to pin it somewhere. So I usually pin it through the seams that are pressed, just holds them into place a bit. Pop it back under the machine. So it does help to have next to your sewing machine a mat like this. I have to say I don't. I have my iron board. I have to get up off the machine, walk over to the side of the room, iron it, come back again. But I could do, I know life is tough, isn't it? There's a lot of walking, but I kind of think of it as, you know, steps. 3 there, 3 back. Yes. Right. Oh, I'm up the right way now. I was just making sure I was in the right way. Then take strip 6. But you can always refer to the diagrams or follow the video. There we go. On that side. Pin it into place. And then sew it. I'll do this last one and then I'm going to show you that because I've made a block in advance. I'll show you the next bit. Just do the last one. But this is where it's getting a bit longer. So push your placement pin in and then you can just, if you just give a very gentle pull, you're not pulling it out of shape. You're just making sure it fits exactly. And by cutting all your strips in advance, then it's easy. Also, in the instructions, I explain about we don't cut one strip at a time. We cut the fabric into strips across the width of the fabric. So you'll cut strips to the width you need them, and then you subcut them. Subcutting just means cutting one big strip into smaller pieces into these pieces. So you'll cut strips across the width of the fabric, and then you will subcut them into these pieces. So it's actually, the cutting is quicker than you'd think. It's a quicker, more accurate way of doing it. And then press it, fold it over to one side and press it. And then you keep going like that all the way until, I'll put that to one side, until you get to this stage. So now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So when you do a one corner block, if I show you in the picture, there's a diagram of the whole block. When you do a one corner block, we've got to put a star in a corner. So the way you do that is you take strip 9, which would go here. You take strip 9, and then what you've got to do, and you've got a square of fabric, and you just draw diagonally across the square on the wrong side. I mean, it's a plain fabric, so there isn't a right or wrong side, but if you're using a different fabric, on the wrong side, and then I'm just going to follow my diagram to make sure I do it correctly. You take your strip 9, and then it shows you on the diagram exactly where that diagonal line should go. So my diagonal line is going from the top right to the bottom left. So this is quite easy because although you're sewing angles, you're snowballing. So you're sewing a square onto a larger piece, which means that you're not cutting angles. You're sewing them and then cutting them afterwards. Makes it a lot easier. So that's that one. Then just give it a quick press, fold it over to that corner. Then take your scissors, open out the top one, because you mustn't cut through that, you're just cutting off. This is the seam allowance. Trim that off to about 1/4 inch. You don't need that piece now. And then press it back over. Right, there's your strip 9. So what you do is you've done your 8, and then we take number 9, and that's going to go into this corner. So you fold it over, and then obviously turn it over to the wrong side, and then you sew it on. So what you're doing is creating a strip with an angle on. So I'm just going to sew that one on, and then you can see what it looks like. When you do the bag, it's exactly the same as in but what you do is you make, I think you sew 10 together, and then the points, the squares and the rectangles are sewn into just 2 corners. And all the 4 blocks are the same. So when you do your bag, it's the same thing. So the only thing that isn't sewing strips together is just sewing these little points into the corner. But because I've done it this way, rather than cutting triangles and sewing it, it's quite easy. And all the sort of working out I've done, I've spent ages trying to work out what was the easiest way to do it, how to get the stars in to make it easier. I didn't want to do anything where you've got to start cutting angles and triangles, because nobody likes doing those. So when I put strip 9 on, I'm just going to, again, press to set the seam, and then press it. So now you can see I've got the first point. When you then sew, I don't think I've got time to do this, sew strip 10 here, this will have this corner. Have I got time to do that? 2 minutes. So this looks, I know this is going to look odd. So when you do, you follow the instructions. So you put your rectangle on top. You need to have it facing the way in the diagram. And you just mark where it meets the fabric below. So no measuring required. And then draw a diagonal line from there to there. Just have the instructions in front of you, because each one, these rectangles and squares are in slightly different places. But if you just look at your diagram and you go, right, okay, so that looks like that, lovely. I'll just sew that one very quickly, and then you can see what it looks like. So when you see what I mean, so actually sewing these points isn't that difficult. It took me ages to work this out. because what's going to happen now, I couldn't work out how it had to be at right angles, I don't know why, is when you press that over to one side and then trim off the seam allowance, that's now created a point. So when you sew this strip to that side, that creates one point of the star. Some of the blocks, so this is a one corner block, it only has the star in one corner. Some of the blocks, if you look at the quilt behind me, some of them have three corners with points in, and some of them have 4 corners. And that's how you do it. So the way that you do that is just by sewing a rectangle to a rectangle. So it's quite easy, really, isn't it? Anyway, I obviously haven't been able to go through it all, but the whole lot is in the video, and you've got all of the diagrams as well. So just follow the diagrams, and I would make them so you make 12 whole blocks. I think you make 12 one-corner blocks. Do one, and then make loads more, and you can chain piece them. So instructions on their own, $14.99. That's all of the quilt and the bag and the video tutorial all together. And then, so you're getting 2. So normally that would be $19.99, but because we put them together, it's $14.99. If you want to make up your own kit, then do get the French General, or just treat yourself to half a metre because it's so lovely. Just choose your favourite one. It's so nice, isn't it? Anyway, gosh, I'm running over time. I'll just have a break for a couple of minutes, and Anna's a break. What was that? And Anna will be back with me in a couple of minutes' times with more Liberty gloriousness. And there is the most beautiful bee. That's my favourite one, actually. You're going to love this. I will see you back here in just a couple of minutes.
Sewing Street. What a wonderful 5 years it's been. Here's hoping for many, many more from Alice and Marion Designs.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here from MEB Designs. I want to wish Sewing Street a massive happy birthday. It's an absolute pleasure to be a part of the Sewing Street family, and here's to many more birthday celebrations.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Happy birthday, Sewing Street. Congratulations on 5 years of sewing joy. And here's to many more to come. Have a great day.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hi everybody at Sewing Street, it's Fiona from Sew Girl here. Just want to wish everybody a very happy 5th birthday and have a great day celebrating. I'll be watching you all and hope to see you very soon.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Hi, Anna.
Hello,
You had a
hello,
nice
hello.
break?
Oh, I had a lovely break.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good. Nice to have a good coffee.
Oh, mint tea. No, I haven't had anything to eat today. I went to eat my breakfast and my milk was off, so I was quite upset about
no, how disappointing. Get mint tea instead.
Mint tea.
So we've got more gorgeous Liberty.
More gorgeous Liberty, yes.
We've got quite a few items in this show, so it's hard to choose what to start with, but this is beautiful.
Yes.
Absolutely beautiful.
Yes.
So this is the Rainbow Mini Sampler Quilt.
Yes. It's gorgeous, isn't it? So it uses a combination of techniques. So raw edge applique, English paper piecing, and just some simple strip piecing to join the blocks together.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going to move it out of the way, the cutting mat, actually. It's even nicer. It's lovely, and what I like is this kind of inner border.
Yeah, it's
and
nice,
you've got
isn't
that all
it?
the way framed, and then you've got another fabric framing the outside.
Yes.
It really finishes, doesn't it?
You do, yeah, it's lovely.
So I presume it's just you just hang it on the wall.
You hang it on the wall, or if you wanted to make it into a cushion, it would make a lovely cushion too.
It would, or you could, or the centre block of a bigger quilt.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
And what's great, if you weren't with us in the last hour, we were talking about this raw edge applique, but you can really see it here, is that if you did this in a quilting cotton, it would frame.
Yes, it would.
Just a bit,
yes,
not loads, and some people like that look, so it's fine. But with this, it doesn't fray.
It doesn't at all, no. So, you know, it's got still that really clean, crisp outline, hasn't it?
So you bond a web them on.
Bond a web and then raw edge applique, as close to the edge as you can.
I just love the lawn because it's so soft, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gorgeous. So what do we get in the kit then?
So you get everything in your kit to make your front, your sashing, all of the Liberty fabrics to make everything, each of your panels, the sashing and the background. So yeah, all you need to do is buy some wadding and a bit of backing fabric.
Okay, and it's all there. So this is what the kit looks like. So all of your Liberty cut fabrics are pre-cut, so you've got exactly what you need, which is lovely because you've got a lovely rainbow selection. And for some things, you only need a little bit.
Yes.
So
you will have fabric left over.
Oh, okay, because it'd be quite hard to recreate that. Because when you look at some things like this, I always find that one, the turquoise Liberty, you've got that, you know, it's only there and there. But you've got loads of that one. But in order to have that range, that collection, you need to buy the kit. Yeah. And then this beautiful, I love this navy. It really frames it,
that's gorgeous, isn't it? Yeah, I love that. It's called June's Meadow.
What's that called?
Yeah, now that is you know, we were talking earlier about insane outlines. That's one of those.
Really is. Yeah. Really, but it frames it beautifully. Now, the price of this is $54.90. Oh, sorry. Swallowed one. 54. I don't know where that went. $54.90. I've just eaten a biscuit really fast. Really, I think I ate it too fast. I was like counting down. I was still mid biscuit. Anyway, $54.99. Can we open this one up?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Just because I love opening up a kit. The finished size of it is 17.5 by 17.5. It'd make a nice cushion, wouldn't it?
It would make a nice cushion.
For a very special chair.
Indeed. So this is your,
this is kind of, you know,
that's
you've
your
got
binding.
your bed made, your beautiful quilt. This
it would look amazing on it.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Wouldn't it look amazing with that Alice's Wonderland quilt on the bed? Just saying.
Wouldn't it look lovely if you'd made Alice's Wonderland quilt? And then what fabric is this? Is this the quilting?
So that's a quality Tana lawn. Sorry, no, it's quilting.
Quilting cotton is the plain. It's like in a, well, I would say it's a slightly off-white.
It is.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not ivory, but it's just not quite.
I think it is called ivory, actually. But
it's funny,
you're
but
right.
Sometimes ivories are quite cream,
yes,
aren't they?
it really depends on the brand that you buy.
So you get, anyway, all of that and these beautiful lawns.
So this is all Tana lawn. So yeah.
They are stunning, aren't they?
They are. Yeah, and it's quite difficult to get this sort of size, you know, anywhere else, really.
Well, it's this collection, selection, isn't it?
Yes.
But obviously, you see, once you've got the kit and you've got the instructions, though, if you have got Liberty scraps, or maybe you bought the swatch pack, you could recreate this, couldn't you?
You could.
Because you've got the instructions, you've got the templates, you just need some fabric.
Absolutely.
And I think you often forget that. We buy kits and go, well, I've made that, done that. But always keep the instructions.
Always keep the instructions and the
they're
templates.
Like free.
Always keep your templates.
Definitely. And look how much you get. So you've got,
I
got
think
the layout
instructions
diagram.
are really good on these, actually.
Really easy.
Yeah, we work really hard on our instructions. It might be around the wrong way. This might be because I've been...
Have you been in this one?
I might have been... Oh, no, hang on.
Or have I picked them up the wrong way? There's 24 pages of instructions anyway.
Yeah, I might have been in this one and done it. Anyway, you get all your English paper piecing instructions, and then your how to build your blocks. Yeah, and then how to join it up together, and then you get the templates at the end.
So you could do the whole thing by hand, couldn't you?
You absolutely can do the whole thing by hand.
With the applique, that can all be running stitched on.
Yes, you can.
There are a lot of people who...
There's the other page. Found the other page. I'm panicking then.
A lot of people say, can this be hand sewn?
It can be hand sewn.
I think with something like this, you could easily... It doesn't need to be machine stitched on, does it?
No, it doesn't. No, I mean, all of these could be hand appliqued on.
In fact, they'd look lovely, wouldn't they?
Yes, they would, really nice. And then, obviously, that's hand pieced. These are hand pieced. So, yeah, absolutely. And then you could add your sashing by hand. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's really nice. And also, obviously, you've got all of the templates. You've got the EPP templates that you'll need. You've also got all the applique templates. There's so much in here. Absolutely loads. This is nice.
Yes. Now, this is...
So that says that fabric.
Yeah. So we try and do this because then it makes it really, really easy.
Because how do you describe them otherwise?
Yeah, exactly. And then you know. I mean, you could even move closer to the edge and you'd have quite a lot of that fabric left over. You picked up on that. So this is exact size. So this shows you exactly how much fabric you'll have left over.
Okay. So
you have a bit less on that one.
So you just take the fabric and you go, right, okay, so I'm going to do that one.
Yeah.
So you get this fabric.
Yeah.
Right, that sits on there.
Yeah.
So that,
Yeah. So then you And this is your cutting. So this is your actually your size of your piece in the end, but this is your
right.
This is
But
your
at least
seam
you
allowance.
can very easily, without having to go pink. Which pink one are we talking about?
Yeah, I know.
I don't know how you describe them. Otherwise, you'd have to label all the fabrics.
What floral?
Yeah, the
Pink
floral.
It doesn't
pink
really
floral,
work, does
yeah,
it?
You'd be going, oh, I don't know, really.
Yeah.
And also, everyone would describe them slightly differently. Go, well, no, I wouldn't call it that. That doesn't make any sense. So all the templates. So you can use these again and again. So if you've got scraps of Liberty, you can make another one. You might have a different fabric collection. We think, well, I'm going to make another one of these, but in another fabric.
Yeah, absolutely.
Keep the instructions.
Absolutely.
$54.99 for this. It's 17.5 inches square, so it can be a cushion, it can be a hanging, it can be the centre of something bigger.
Yeah, I like the idea of it being the centre of something bigger. You know, with completely different blocks.
Well, you
going around the
could put
outside.
borders round it,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
you
yeah.
could put like flying geese or pinwheels
Absolutely.
or all sorts all the way around it.
Yeah.
It's the sort of thing that can just build. Start off with it like this, and then while you're making it, you can have a think about that. Anyway, do check out on this one. It's beautiful. $54.99, and you've got everything that you need to create it, including all the Liberty, which is quite handy, isn't it? Love that one. Which one should we do next, Hannah? Oh, charms.
Oh, charms. Which colourway would you like?
Beach and Coast.
Beach and Coast, that's this
I'll
one.
move this over here for now. I don't want to get them all mixed up.
Oh, that's
This one has been really popular on pre-order. So these are 5-inch charm squares.
25-inch charm squares.
20 of them?
Yeah, 20, all different.
Wow. But will everyone get these?
Yes.
Okay.
This is exactly what you will
So
get.
this is exactly what you'll get.
Yes.
There are 20 of them. And what's it called?
Beach and Coast.
Beach and Coast. Oh, that's so lovely.
We've had fun
isn't it?
naming these in the studio.
But that's very beach and coast, isn't it? Anyway?
Yes. Yeah,
That's the
exactly.
is that like the hero print?
Yeah. Oh, well, it's on the front, so
As
yes.
in it's got the shells. I love
It
that
has.
blue.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it? That must be a seasonal. That's.
Oh, it's just beautiful, isn't it? So you've got blues and yellows.
Sort of sandy colours and, yeah.
Oh, that's lovely. So get this, if you've got the book.
Oh, there's that one again.
Saw that one in the scrap pack.
Yeah, we did. You never know what you're going to get in that, though.
No,
This is exactly
lovely.
what you're going to
So
get.
you will get all of these prints. It's absolutely stunning. It's quite nice to have them already chosen for you, so that you know that they're going to go together.
And it's quite difficult to get small pieces of Liberty. This is why we do the charm packs, because it's quite difficult to get small pieces of Liberty.
Never seen, look at that one.
Oh, wow, yeah. That's cool. I've never seen that one either.
It's
Well,
like
you
a
have got
cloud
600 fabrics in the studio. So
blowing
it's not
another cloud.
Yeah. That's like
With
I need somebody
faces.
blowing me along like that.
That's weird, isn't it? It must mean so. It must come from. Wonder where that comes from.
That would be cool. Applicated onto something,
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
you need that as the centre of a little triangle or a hexie, don't
Yeah,
you? I
yeah.
think that's amazing. So you will get all of these. These are not random, but the great thing is that all of the prints are different. There are no repeats in here. Absolutely beautiful. They're just all lovely in themselves, aren't they? So you could keep it simple. Keep it simple. You could just sew them together, just like they are.
Yeah. I brought some examples of things that you can make,
Oh,
actually.
fabulous.
Rumbling under here.
You can just play with them.
If people don't know what to...
Oh,
what
always.
you do with a charm pack.
I know.
mean,
Well,
people
we
have
all
got
buy
millions of ideas.
them because we love them and then go, what am I going to do? Oh, look, simple as.
But that's a 9-patch cushion
Yeah.
just sewn together.
That looks like really, really posh, doesn't it? In
It does. This is a yo-yo. So these are yo-yos, Suffolk puffs. So you can get, you can use a Suffolk puff for a charm for each Suffolk puff.
Okay. Oh, that's so lovely, isn't it? It's got such texture. And when you look at it like that from above, because of the scale of the prints, it looks really detailed, doesn't it?
It does. And this is one I made.
Oh.
It's got more of a blue vibe. So you
that's
you could do your
lovely,
beachy,
isn't it?
coasty one of those.
That's lovely.
So those are nice cushions. And then I didn't make these, but these were made by lovely Tracy Applin, who one of our lovely collaborators, and she makes loads of these like little
Oh, fabulous. But I mean, that is beautiful, isn't it?
Postage stamp purse.
You know, I mean, if you were making to sell.
Yeah.
Or
well, that's
gifting.
what these charms are. That's why I brought a few things along today, because I thought it's absolutely perfect for making all these tiny little things.
Yeah, I mean, when you look like, because we've got a few different colourways, but if you just wanted like a little zip purse for your holidays,
Absolutely.
in the blues and the gold.
Absolutely. If you wanted.
That's beautiful.
I know, they're so sweet, aren't they? And you know, it's just, that is Tana on the back actually, but it's, you know, you can put quilting cotton, you could line it with anything.
Yeah. Or if you just wanted to make some of the blocks, if you've got the book, you know, like these little ones, you could use the charm squares for some of these.
Absolutely.
It could be just your sort of starting
Yeah, the
point for it.
charm squares are perfect. There won't be enough. Obviously, you would have like lots of different prints, but they're a perfect place to start for that.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
So you could buy one of these charm packs. You could buy one of these charm packs, get the book.
Yeah, depending on what colour vibe you want, because we've got lots of different choices on the charm packs, haven't we?
So these are the blues. Loads and loads of you got this in baskets. So it's sort of blues, yellows. It is the sunny beach.
It's making me want to go on holiday.
I know, it feels a bit like that. I want to make...
Especially with the ice this morning. It was
I know.
cold.
I really scraped my car this morning. But wouldn't this be fabulous? You could make yourself one of these little wallets and put your passport in it, put your tickets.
These are so super useful. Actually, they're really useful for sewing supplies.
Oh,
I put all my
yes, that's
EPP in
true.
pouches
Yeah.
like this and take them away on holiday with me.
And, you know, if you wanted to do EPP, these are just the right size as well. So
Absolutely.
You just join them all together.
They are perfect for EPP.
Gorgeous. So $17.99 for that. That's a 5-inch Liberty charm pack. It's all Tana lawn, and you get 20 of them, and they are all different as well. Loads of you got it in baskets. You need to get checked out. Remember, in Anna's last hour, we sold out of loads, so please do get ahead.
Which one's
Hedgerow next?
Hedgerow. Oh, I love the idea. Oh, hedgerows. I love hedgerows. Do you?
Yes, so do I.
How do I get into
Well, they
this?
have such great colours in, don't
They
they?
do. And they
Brand
change
new
so
to
nice
us
through
today.
the seasons, yes.
Well, you see, you get all the slows and then blackberries, and then you get the rowans, and it's just lovely. Oh, this is nice.
Yeah, you actually can't. You won't be able to get these anywhere else because we do our charm packs bespokely for Sewing Street.
Okay.
Yeah, Lara in our studio has chosen.
Oh,
these
right. So
favourites.
these are exclusive to us.
Yes, we won't do them anywhere else.
These, I mean, this really is hedgerow, isn't it? Brand new to us, only available through Alice Caroline through Sewing Street. Oh, you see, that I reckon that's the hero. That's the hedgerow, isn't it?
Oh, well, they're all sort of very hedgerow,
It's just
aren't they?
that the first
yes,
one,
perfect.
there was one that was obviously the beach. This is the hedgerow, isn't it?
Yeah.
But look at the colours. You've got greens. You've got these beautiful burgundies. Strawberry Thief.
Oh, I love that one. Made a dress in the sort of
I
yellow
love
colourway of that.
one.
Yeah, that's
Look
gorgeous.
At that. Look at the blackberries on
I
that.
know.
Maybe that's your hero.
Again, that detail.
I mean, it's just the detail in that is amazing, isn't it?
It is amazing. That would be perfect for EPP. These tiny ditzy prints are just great for EPP.
Well,
aren't they?
covering little buttons.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Brilliant.
You'll have to buy one of the blue machines that we're doing
I'm quite excited
at
about
11:30.
I'm very excited about those.
Have you seen one before?
No, well, I have, but I haven't bought
Well,
one.
you see, this is, and I think there's lots of us like that. We've seen it, but we don't know what it does.
You're making me think, oh, I need this
I
in my
know.
life.
Well, I have one now, and it sits on the windowsill in the front of my house as an ornament.
Oh, does it?
I use it.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
I feel like everyone should join in and enjoy it. But
Absolutely.
wouldn't these? And the blue machine, we're going to do that later on today. You can make cover buttons with. These would be brilliant. These are the prints you get. You will get these 20 prints. Don't worry, it's not random.
No, all exact.
And they are all different as well. I love these. Hedgerow. 5-inch, and they're all Tana lawn as well. Beautiful. So you can keep it simple. Just join them together, make a cushion, make a nice little tote bag for your blackberry picking.
For your blackberry picking?
Yes.
Yeah.
Only for blackberry picking days. I think, well, it's the sort of thing that you can gift as well. Because a bit like with this cushion, you know, as simple as sewing squares together, and if you did that for a tote bag,
yeah,
because you could have like 3x4.
Yeah. That's a great sort of starter project for like grandchildren, or
Yeah,
you
it
know,
is,
the lady messaging earlier about buying things
she bought
for
them for her
grandchildren.
granddaughter. It's a brilliant starter project, and with this lawn as well, it's nice and stable, so it's easy to sew with. Beautiful. Love the hedgerow. Loads of you are coming in to check out on that one. Gorgeous. Spring, summer next. I'm just trying to keep them together.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'll put them all together afterwards.
In sort of...
It always ends up a random bag of...
Loads of these have gone on pre-order as well. Tana lawn is perfect to make miniature items for Doll's House and Liz.
Of course.
What a brilliant idea. Because they're the right
Absolutely.
scale, aren't they?
Yes.
Covering little sofas and making patchwork quilts and things. Yeah, because it's small and because the thread count is so high, you can cut it into little pieces.
Absolutely.
And you haven't got the fraying issue. So this is spring, summer.
Spring, summer.
So look at these. We'll start with summer. All the pinks. I love the pink and the grey one.
Oh yeah, the Loddon, the classic. I mean, you can see some classic liberties in here, can't you?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I know that one, but you know the names of them all.
Most of them.
I bet you do. Right, what's that one called?
Felicite.
See, I know that one, that's Betsy.
Oh, that's Betsy, yeah.
Morning, will I be able to use the charm packs to do some of the blocks in the book?
Yes.
From Norma.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If you want a rainbow look...
Where is the book?
No.
Have you got the book or have I got
It's
the book?
underneath...
the book's under the cutting mat.
Yeah, it depends on what vibe you want. This one and the next one that's coming would be perfect for that if you want that kind of rainbow vibe. If you want a more vintagey vibe, then your hedgerow is
but the size of them would work. So when you look at what the size piece is...
Yes, some of them, not all of them.
You could make every single
because
block using
some of them are done in strips, so these aren't going to be long enough to do some of the strip ones, but they would certainly be big enough to do the English paper piece and the raw ridge applique ones.
So you could get the book and you could get one of these charm packs and you could start.
So, for example, you wouldn't quite make that one, but you can do those. You can do the stars ones. So if you bought them, you could do, and you could do that one. You could do the bluebird up there. You could do, lots of them.
There's lots that you'd be able to
But the
use.
strip making ones, you probably not because of the techniques, because you're cutting them in strips.
Together. But if you get the book and then you get one of the charm packs, it gets you started, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
And it sort of gives you an idea of what colours you want to use then.
Absolutely.
Whether you want to go rainbow or, maybe if you bought this one.
It would be more vintage, wouldn't it?
It would be more, it'd be beautiful, wouldn't it? So yes, thank you for your question, Norma. So, hi Bex and Anna, I've just bought the hedgerow charm pack. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I've also got some Moda French General, which I love. Thanks for all the loveliness.
Oh, thanks, Christine.
I know, it's great, isn't it? Well, thank you for buying all the loveliness.
I know, I love that last hour.
It's just all loveliness, isn't it? French General, Liberty.
It's all...
Yeah.
What's not to absolutely love and adore?
I know, it's birthday treats though, isn't it? And don't forget, anyone who shops today will be entered in to the daily prize draw. And every item you buy gets you one ticket. Look at this prize.
It's amazing.
Over £1,000. It's got a sewing machine in it.
It's amazing.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
and a mug.
it's absolutely amazing.
Sewing machine, Stone Street mug. All that. And all you have to do is buy, and every item you buy gets you one more entry into the draw, and the winner will be announced tomorrow. So exciting. And every person who shops gets a badge. And guaranteed loveliness.
Guaranteed loveliness.
Guaranteed loveliness.
That's my phrase of the day now.
We should call it that. Sewing Street, guaranteed loveliness. Oh, I like that's very old, isn't it?
It is. Xanthi Sunbeam.
Yeah, is it? Okay.
Yes.
It just
That's really popular. Now, that is one of the ones that we brought back because a while ago because it, greens are amazing.
I love it.
And they're quite rare.
It looks really 30s, that one.
It does.
Beautiful. And see, I love this one. You see this one a lot.
Yeah, Mortimer. That's William Morris.
There it is in pink.
And then that's William Morris as well.
That's William Morris. Is this one a William Morris?
It is,
That's
yeah.
Willow Bough, I think.
It's called Willow Wood.
Willow
in
Wood.
that, it might be might be named
okay.
differently in a different...
oh, I see.
Yeah. Aren't they lovely?
Yeah, they are beautiful.
Yeah.
Look at these. This is very spring-summer, isn't it?
Well done, Lara. She's chosen the right fabrics, hasn't she, for the spring-summer
they're just
vibe.
gorgeous. Well, because you've got the kind of spring,
Yes.
haven't you? And then you've got these hot ones from the summer.
Yeah.
Absolutely lovely. So that is spring-summer, $17.99, 20 Tana lawn, 5-inch squares. Yvonne says, I couldn't resist the sampler book despite not being a quilter. Thanks for the inspiration. You don't know.
You don't need to be. It teaches
See,
you right
don't
all
need
the
to be a
steps.
quilter. It's just cutting up bits of fabric and sewing them back together. It's just like any other sewing, isn't it?
Exactly.
Do that with dressmaking.
Absolutely.
Right, the book. 19.99 for the book, which is amazing. It has 100 quilt block instructions, which, if you want to make all of them, makes this quilt behind us, which we need to just...
I need to get out of the way, don't I?
Revel in the glory of. So there are 100 blocks, so it's 10 across, 10 wide, and you also get the instructions in the book of how to do all these borders. I love this border here.
Yeah, the diamond in a square. It's
yeah,
lovely.
Gorgeous, isn't it? In the book...
Which will be signed.
Which will be signed. If you don't want to use Liberty, if you don't want to use Tara Lawn, it could be your memory quilt. You could use fabrics that remind you of somebody or some place or some time.
Yeah. Clothes. Your old children's clothes. Oh, I think that's a
because
lovely
these
idea.
blocks, they start off easy and they move all the way through. And there are 100 of them. Some of them are pieced like these. They all have very, very clear step-by-step instructions with them, diagrams. And then some are EPP and some are applique as well. The techniques are all listed inside, so it's easy. So if you've never done EPP, the techniques are in there. If you've never done raw edge applique, it's all in there. All of the templates as well, 100 blocks in total. I like the little cottage block.
It's cute, isn't it?
That's really cute. And then when you get to the end, it explains how to put the whole... So we've finished number 100, and then it explains how to put the whole quilt together and how to do the borders as well. How to put it.
Yeah.
Session, binding, it's all in there.
Diamond in a square
I
border.
love the diamond.
Yeah, right,
in
it's really
square.
nice, isn't it?
Yes, it's a brilliant skill builder. But you don't have to make the whole quilt. If you just want 100 quilt blocks that you can do other things with, just for inspiration, really. Maybe you want to just make a little zip purse. I have the sample book and I'm working my way through it very slowly, and I'm doing it for my niece's wedding next year.
Oh, amazing.
She's going to be
see a picture.
beside herself.
She is. That is the most, that's the nicest present
I
ever.
know. Wow. Oh, what fabric are you using, Anna? Do send us a picture when you've done it. I made that wonderful quilt from the book. It's wonderful. So many skills. You've made it, Hayley. Wow.
Oh, amazing.
It is lovely, though, isn't it,
Yeah.
when you create a book like this and know that people have made the whole thing.
I know. We're starting to see the pictures coming in now, and it's absolutely amazing. It's so lovely to see.
But I think it's a lovely idea that you, like you, that lady said about making it for her niece's wedding and working through it just bit by bit.
Yeah.
You can just think, well, I'll just make a couple of blocks and put them to one side and then just keep going.
It's built such a nice community as well, because there's an Alice Caroline Facebook page
is
for
there?
the book.
Oh, I
So
see.
people can join it and get support and see what other people are doing and ask for advice if they need some advice. So it's actually, and we will give advice too on that. So it's a really sort of nice mechanism for sewing support and friendship.
I think it's lovely. And also, I guess, you know, if you were doing different colourways, then people would be able to advise you.
Yeah,
on
so
that.
we've seen some different colourways on that, and yeah, everyone has lots of opinions on the
Really?
colourways. Yeah,
Oh, I'm
but
going
it's
to have to
really
go
fun.
on the Facebook page.
It's
so I can see all
really
the
fun.
pictures.
It's really fun.
So if you are making or if you bought the book, join the Facebook group, because it'd be really nice to see what everyone else has done and how they've done it.
It's just called the Alice's Wonderland quilt. Sample quilt.
Alice's Wonderland Sampler Quilt. So that's the book, 19.99, and they all come signed by Alice Caroline, who's designed these. It must have taken her forever.
Yes. We
Yes.
ran it as a Block of the Month club initially. So
Oh,
it
okay.
Was, so it was designed over a long period of time.
Right.
But it soon became apparent that it was going to be enormously popular. It's going absolutely mad in America.
Oh, well, I can see that.
There's a new French version out. It's going mad.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's like everyone's
Well,
loving
it's an amazing what you get in here for 100 blocks, and with all the techniques as well.
It's amazing.
And 19.99.
And signed.
And signed.
And signed, because that's you
What's
can
not
only
to
get
love?
that from here or us. So that's
Right, that's the spring summer. We've done that. So the last one,
Brights.
Brights.
Is this Brights? Brights, yes.
Yes.
Well,
This is bright. God, imagine the quote in this.
Oh, I love that.
This is gorgeous.
Absolutely love that. Chiara. That's one of my favourite prints.
And these are the fabrics you'll get. There's nothing random about them. They're all 20 of them are a different print.
Yeah,
but you
all
will
5-inch
get
charms, all
exactly
designer.
that one. Look at that.
Yeah, it's lush, isn't it?
Oh,
I need to stop saying the word lush.
Lush.
It's very Gloucestershire, where I'm from.
Well, if you say Girt Lush, it's very Bristol. Is it? Yeah, Gertlush. There used to be a, just outside the station in Bristol, there was like this yurt, that was a cafe, that was called Yurtlush.
Oh, was it? Brilliant.
I was really upset when they closed Yurtlush down. It's one of my favourite things I've ever seen. I remember the first day I started working in Bristol when I worked for the magazine, I got off the train and went, no, Yurtlush. Brilliant. I say lush all
So
the
there's
time.
lots of seasonal prints in here, which you probably won't be able to get. Yes, we won't be able to get in this sort of size anywhere else. So yeah.
That confused me because that was in the other one.
Ah, yeah.
Really confused
But it's,
me.
yeah,
but it's bright, isn't it? It's spring, summer, and bright. These are gorgeous. So just order. Oh, I like that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's some lovely ones, aren't there?
These are gorgeous.
Which is your favourite pack?
Hedgerow.
Is it?
Yeah, that didn't take much hesitation.
No,
did
it didn't.
No,
I can say like it's your colours, isn't
yeah,
it?
well, I really like that, and I love that one with all the blackberries on it. Yeah, it's just gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's lovely.
I like this one.
Is that your favourite?
I think so. I like bright colours, although you wouldn't tell today because I've got black. I'm
Yeah,
in
you
black.
have, yes. You
I normally wear bright colours.
Yeah, I do. No, I do love. I think they're great, and I love the seasidey one as well.
Yes.
But let's just do hedgerow again. But I love hedgerow because I love those. They're kind of like autumny, earthy colours. I often wear those, and you've got a bit of William Morris in there that I love, and it's got my favourite print from this one.
It's lovely.
It's just
it's
beautiful.
Gertlush.
It's
Gertlush.
Gertlush, that is. It's got like blackberries and like red raspberries. And I've never seen Strawberry Thief in that colourway.
No.
In blackberry.
In black.
In blackberry, innit? We could just do the whole thing in a Bristol accent. Probably get told off though. Hannah, I don't have a Bristol accent. Hannah goes, don't you do that normally? No, I like do. No. Oh,
I love that one.
That's beautiful. Oh, I just really want this one. I don't know what I do with it, but that's irrelevant.
You'd make all of these things.
Yes, I'd make all of those things. See, I'd make myself a cushion. No, I would actually make a tote bag because I'd want this hanging off my shoulder to show off to everybody.
Yeah, it's
actually,
nice.
That's what I would do. 3x4.
When you do your tote bags, do you do them both sides? You do your pattern on both sides?
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, because otherwise, it's a shame, isn't it?
It is a shame.
I know it uses less. I know it's like you're using less fabric by doing that, but I want to see both sides of it. See, look at that.
It's nice. It's really nice.
That's like $34.99 National Trust shop, isn't it?
It is.
Yes. Only needs a calico lining. Perfect. That is. But from us, $17.99. Then what you could do is you could join
Make
together
more than one,
a few strips for the handle.
Yeah, well, that would be nice.
Love that one. Right, let's move on to the bee. I love this bee. It's got lovely colours in it as well, hasn't it?
It has.
Look
It's your colours again, isn't it?
Look, brand new to us today. I like this. Honey House cushion.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It's lovely.
So that's done with raw edge applique, and we've put a bit of like
Oh,
gold
I like
thread
it's got
on
a bit
there.
of gold thread,
Yeah,
hasn't it?
and then this is English paper piece hexagons.
Well, it would be because
of course.
Because
of the bee.
The bee and his beehive.
Yes.
So you've got your hexes there. You've got the bee, and all bees should be in Liberty. If only they knew. And then you've got this appliqued.
Yep.
Leaves.
And that's the plain Tana.
There we go.
That's what I was saying earlier about the lovely colours of plain Tana. It's your dress.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah, and the purple, the aubergine. It's like
So
super
this
nice.
is plain Tana.
That's plain. So it's all Tana, apart from this is high quality quilting.
Right. I love these plains.
Yeah, so all of the patterned fabric and these coloured
Have we got
plains.
the kit?
I didn't, did I? Yes.
Or have I got
the kit? I've got the kit. I've got the kit. Sorry. There you go.
$44.99 for this.
Shall I open it up?
I mean, it really is the hedgerow colours, isn't it?
It is.
And this is brand new to us today. I think this is lovely.
There
And
you
I
go.
presume you've got the fabric for the back of it as well.
Yes, you do, yeah.
Right, let's have a look at the kit. Oh, see, look, it is these lovely colours. Oh, this is the plain. I didn't know you did all the plains.
Yes, it's gorgeous. They do such nice colours. Oh,
How
my
many
word.
colours in the plain? Is it like lots?
Like 30.
Oh, okay.
40. Yeah, a lot.
They work so well together.
Yeah.
But I think this is what makes it easy, because you've chosen them, and obviously, you know, you can buy instructions and things, but you've collated these.
Well, it's quite hard to get the right prints for this particular design. Lara designed this in the studio, and yeah, she wanted sort of those soft.
Well, also, I like the fact that she has mixed the plains with the prints.
Yeah, it looks nice.
And got that colour combination. So you've got the black stripes, but not black.
Yes.
Dark green with a little white floral print.
Yes.
But then the bottoms is that lovely mustard.
Yeah.
And that's what's nice, is someone else has done that for you. I mean, that is just absolutely stunning, isn't it? When you look at it like that. It's just
gorgeous,
beautiful.
Isn't it? And look, the gold metallic thread really makes those wings sort of glisten.
That's gorgeous. So and then you obviously get, this is quilting weight cotton, ivory.
Yes.
For that's for the cushion front and back. And then in the instructions, gosh, a lot of instructions. So the cushion is 18 by 18 inches. Fabric key makes it a lot easier. So you can see how it all works. It explains exactly like how to cut out your backing fabric, how to do the applique, loads of diagrams.
Yes.
This is not going to be difficult, is it?
Yeah. We like to do really super clear diagrams.
And then you can machine stitch these pieces on, or you can hand stitch,
yeah.
depending on what you fancy. And because it's lawn, it's not going to fray. Nice little bit of EPP. Maybe you've done EPP years ago and you think, I'd like to do a little bit. It's only this little corner.
Yeah.
So it's a really good...
Yeah, quite quick.
Yeah, a good way if you've never done it before,
Yeah.
isn't it? Restarting.
Yes.
I love that. And then you've got the big layout guide templates. I mean, there's a lot in here, isn't there?
Yeah.
And remember, once you've got these instructions, they're yours to keep. You can make more bees.
We try and make them as clear as possible so that people, you know.
Oh, there's absolutely loads in here. Even you've got the cutting layout, so that to make sure that you cut yours. Right, when everyone's checked out of this kit, there are only 5 left. So if you've got it in your basket, check out. And if you want it and it's not in your basket, be quick. Everyone who checks out today, every item you buy puts you into the prize draw. So you might buy this kit and win a sewing machine. How exciting would that be?
It's literally amazing.
It's amazing, isn't it? So exciting.
And we're definitely going to go off here and go and buy one of those machines that's coming on.
Yes.
A, I can get one of those fancy machines, and B, so I can get to the prize draw.
Exactly, and then you can be in the weekly prize draw as well. And we have to decide whether you want a green machine or a green machine.
Oof.
I know, it's too much, isn't it? And then you have to decide which dyes you want, and honestly, it's so
many
exciting.
decisions.
Right, we are very low in stock on this one now. If you want to get it, you need to get checked out. $44.99. Right, Bluebird and Goldfinch.
Here we are. Now, these make a lovely pair.
These make a beautiful pair. So this is...
That's the Goldfinch.
That's the Goldfinch,
yeah.
But you've got a picture of the Bluebird, because the Bluebird's...
The Bluebird went to...
missing.
It went to Liberty.
Oh, it went to Liberty. Liberty stole it. So that's Goldfinch, and this is what Bluebird looks like.
Yes.
Obviously, they're exactly the same size.
Yes.
So a lot of people buy these to use as a matching pair. They can either be a wall hanging, or they can be a cushion.
Yes.
But they are exactly the same.
Yes.
So we'll start with Goldfinch.
Goldfinch.
That's one you've got.
Yep.
So this is what it looks like sewn. So it's a beautiful circle. I love
lovely,
that, isn't it? It's really lovely. $39.99 for this, and you can have it as a cushion or a wall hanging.
Mm-hmm.
Stunning,
And you get your
isn't it?
backing fabric for that as well.
Oh, okay.
You get your background and your backing fabric for that.
Right.
Unless you want to make a cushion. And then
you can use that for the cushion
yeah.
back.
Yes, but you'd need a bit for the behind of...
Okay.
Well, if you wanted to do that.
If you wanted to put wadding on it.
So, yes.
Wow.
Open these up.
This has got gorgeous fabric. So, this is lovely.
That's the willow wood.
Willow wood. That's nice, isn't it? Because it works so well for all of the branches.
You might find some of these prints are slightly different to that, because that was made a while ago.
Okay.
But these are the exact prints that you'll get. This is your
Oh, so you've got the
border.
So the border
So
will
that's
be in that one.
Yeah.
So if you were making this into a cushion, you could just do like that, where you bind the edges of the cushion. Because I was like
Yeah,
that.
well, a flange.
A flange.
Have a flange.
One of my favourite
Oh,
words.
it's really on trend at the moment.
A flange.
A flange.
That's a great word. It's almost as good
They're
as
in all the
gusset.
fancy shops.
It's almost.
I think, or only almost.
Almost as good. Flange. Is it? I didn't know that. So when you sew the back and front together and put that around the edge.
Yeah, so if you sew in here, so say you've got a slightly wider,
Yeah.
which you probably do have enough fabric to do, and then you sew in here, it's called a
So
flange.
do you bind them both together and then sew?
What do you do? Yes, you sew.
You bind the front and the back.
No, you
together.
would sew that as a border onto the front, that as a border onto the back, sew it together, and then stitch in the ditch.
And then flange
Then make
it.
your flange.
It's a great word.
Are you asking these questions just so that you can say the word flange?
Yeah, definitely. No, I just wondered whether you put the front and the back together and then bound round them. I don't know. But I see what you mean. And then you sew
Yes.
it in and that creates that little...
Yes.
Used to be like an Oxford pillowcase,
Yes.
didn't it?
Yeah.
But it's not, it's a flange. Great word. Should we say it again? Flange. I don't know why I like it so much. It just makes me laugh.
It is a good word.
Like that one. So
That's
these,
Phoebe.
again, are all rainbow prints. We've got some blues, some greens, some reds.
Yep.
And then you've got this lovely ivory. That's really nice. $39.99 for this. So this one is the goldfinch.
Yep.
But I'm sure that you're going to want a matching pair.
You want the bluebird as well, really, don't you?
You do, really. You do, really. So Liberty have stolen the bluebird,
you've got the bluebird
sample.
Yeah, sorry about that.
What have they done with it?
Well, I think...
They just wanted to borrow it.
I don't know what they've done with it, but we haven't got it.
Do they
I'll make
display
for
it
next
in their
time.
shop?
They do, and then it got slightly ruined.
Oh, someone's got to make another one. That's unfortunate, isn't it? We'll get somebody to do. I bet it takes. Does it take a while, or are they
Yes.
quite quick to do?
Yeah, it takes quite a long time.
Okay.
But these are probably faster than the Rainbow Mini Sampler because you've got lots of different techniques.
Right.
in that.
Okay.
This is raw edge applique, and you can applique it. You make your quilt sandwich. You
Oh.
make your quilt sandwich in a 3, unless you want to make a cushion.
Oh, and then
And then you're sewing through the
I
whole
see.
3
So
layers.
you quilt through the whole thing, so that it gives it
Yeah.
that really. Oh,
Yeah.
right. Okay.
So you could. So once you've put all your applique pieces onto the front, and it's done in layers. Once you put them all onto the front, you then sew around the outside through all the layers, and then sew your circle if you want to, and then put your border on.
Amazing.
Your binding or your flange.
Yeah.
Whichever one you want to do.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? So this is the bluebird one. So in the bluebird one, you get obviously the backing fabric, you get the binding, and is the binding the same in the bluebird?
The binding is different in the bluebird.
Okay.
So this is the binding
But
in the
they
bluebird.
still-
but they
but they go
match.
together,
They
is
go
it?
together beautifully, just to give it a bit of contrast, you know.
Lovely. It's gorgeous. And do you know what's great is you'll have little bits left over that you can use for all sorts of other things. It's one of those fabrics. I'm not very good at keeping scraps of fabric of everything. I know some people keep every small scrap. I don't, except for Liberty.
It won't
And I have
surprise you to know I've got a lot of scraps.
Well,
of
I
fabric.
have a bag of my Liberty scraps. I don't keep scraps of anything else.
You don't?
No, if it's
No.
too, if it's small, it's gone.
Yeah.
But this I do keep because
it's
they're really useful.
Yeah, they
I
are.
think because the print is small, it works as little
Well, plus
scraps.
even the
doesn't it?
tiniest scrap could make that.
Yeah,
you know,
that's
could
true.
make that lovely purse.
That is
as
true.
presents for people. So yeah, all gorgeous prints.
That's a nice colour.
That's one of the mint exclusives. You know that we were talking
Oh,
about
is
earlier.
it?
That's Ianthe exclusive to Alice Caroline.
So the new sort of mint and pink.
Yes.
That's nice.
Can't remember what that's called. No, it's gone.
You could do Liberty Mastermind, couldn't you?
Oh, I think if it was going to be a Liberty Mastermind, I'd probably send Alice. She knows
Would
them
she be
all.
better? Would she win?
She probably would beat me on the naming of the fabric, yeah. I reckon. I'd give her a good run for her money, Mars.
I think somebody needs to do an in-house quiz and get both of you head to head.
That's what we're going to do. Right, okay, you're giving me lots of ideas
I
for
think
things
it's
to
good.
do on
Head
my
to
life.
head, the two of you sit there and someone holds a piece of fabric.
First
and
on the
see
buzzer.
who wins.
First on the buzzer.
And then they get the Liberty prize.
Oh, man. Well, I'm really super competitive, so I reckon I would win just because I'd be
Yeah,
faster
'cause,
on the
yeah,
buzzer.
Whatever, and you'd go...
And Alice is quite chilled, so
I
she
wouldn't care.
She probably wouldn't care, but she'd know all the answers.
Right, I think you need to do Christmas party this year. Liberty fabric head to head.
Excellent.
See who wins.
With all the staff, to be fair, all the people who all the guys who pick the
That's a
fabrics off the
really
shelves,
good
they would
idea.
know. They would know
It's
all
a
the
really
names.
good idea. Tracy says she uses her Liberty scraps for decoupage. Oh, that's a really good idea.
Yeah. So we do on the back of these charms. Yeah, we give lots of ideas on how to use them. That's not decoupage as such, but it's, you know, you can...
Yeah, because
I've used them a lot for decoupage
things,
before. Yeah, so you can go to hobby.
I mean, that's...
Don't know, do you sell any of those, like, paper things here?
I don't know, do we sell
like
them on
shapes
Hobby
and
Maker?
letters?
Yeah, I think we do.
So you can go, but you could buy an H, a 3D H,
and
couldn't
then
you?
just
Whatever
glue
your
them
name.
all
They
on.
make really nice. I did that for one of my daughter's birthday parties back in. She's 17 now.
Right,
she
no,
wouldn't
she
want
doesn't
that.
do it anymore.
But
But
I
she
think when they
did.
were about 4, they did that, like slapped the glue on it.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah.
And then like that, just doing it as a birthday card.
That's a really great idea
That's
for
a
those
really good
charms. Yes, thank you very
Yes.
much. Was it Tracy? Thanks.
Oh, right, I need to recap Beach and Coast charm packs.
Have you've got those?
I've got them.
I'm in a bit of a mess over here, I'm not going to lie.
I know, this is even worse over here. I don't envy you trying to work this little lot out. I've sort of put them together in sort of parcels.
Yeah, it's fine.
Sort of. Beach and Coast. Is this our most popular one, Hannah? Oh, Hedgerow is winning. But I do love this one.
Oh, this basically makes me just... I just now want to go and book a holiday.
Absolutely.
We're all going to go home, all guys at home are going to now go and book holidays. Or stay on Sewing Street all day until it's finished and then book a holiday.
And then book a holiday, what a good idea. This is your beach bag, isn't it? This is swanning through the airport. There we go. Swanning through the airport and going, oh, this Liberty bag, yes, yes. Casual, I didn't make it specially. Bucket hat. Yes, Hannah, that's a great idea.
It's a good idea.
Look amazing. Oh, what this Liberty bucket hat that I own. $17.99. In fact, you could make a whole bucket hat from this. So that's you know, a simple thing that you can do with them. But aren't they gorgeous? You get 20 different prints. You will get these prints as well. I'm creating my own patchwork design now. You won't be able to get it all in, Bruce, don't worry. But look, you see.
Oh, I like that one.
That's gorgeous.
That's got quite a vintage
What's
vibe.
that one called?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have pointed it out, should I?
It looks like those Californian poppies, doesn't it? You know those ones that
Ooh,
are yellow?
I think you might have hit on the name.
Do you think
Is
that's
it
what
Californian Bloom?
Well, I don't know.
it
It
might
looks
be.
like Californian poppies. I wouldn't know.
You need to join our...
I know Emily Bell, Betsy, Wiltshire Shadows. I think that might be it.
Yeah.
So
well,
I'm
learned
going to
some today.
I think I will.
Xanthi Sunbeam.
Yeah, that's true.
Capel.
And Willow
Wood. That's in your...
I think
hedgerow
I'm
one,
not
isn't
going to come to your quiz. You need to do this though. All of these $17.99. So you've got 20 5-inch squares, and you will get all of these. So they're just beautiful shades of blues and sands, and that's the hero one, I think. Oh, starter EPP. We haven't done that one yet, have we? Have you got that one?
Now this is this.
Right.
This is my pencil case, right? So it's been in my bag a lot, but it is quite old. I haven't bought the kit, so we can't open it. But
but we've got the kit we can look at.
Yeah.
So starter kits. See, I thought was that just like some of the starter things, but this is a complete kit.
Yeah. So you get your papers, you get your fabric, your charms, you get your zip, you get your lining, everything that you need to make your.
We're going to open it.
Oh, you're going to open it.
Yeah, whatever.
Cool. So so basically, if it's
that'll be mine then, won't
a
it?
testament to how much I use my purse, it's been my pencil case. It is my genuine Alice Caroline pencil
So
case.
if you've never done EPP, because sometimes you get starter kits, starter packs, but this is everything to make that. I think that's gorgeous.
Yes.
Whether it's your pencil case, whether it's your sewing case, whether it's to put your crochet hooks in, or your sock knitting, because you could get your circular needle and your ball of yarn, whether it's to keep all your medications in, posh pills.
Or basically when you become addicted to EPP like me,
Yeah.
you put all your EPP stuff in there.
Yeah. Or your iPhone chargers and your battery pack. Or it's all things.
In your bag yes.
Yeah.
In your bigger bag.
It could be your tickets and your passport, couldn't it? One moment, sir. Let me just open my EPP pouch so you can see my passports. Tickets and passports. Sorry, I'm in my Liberty pouch. Be brilliant, wouldn't it? Snacks. It could be for snacks.
Now you're talking.
Yeah.
There may be some snacks in there. You never know with my
Could
pencil
be.
case.
Should we have a look in
Oh,
Anna's pencil
it'll
case? and see
be
if she's got
terrible.
If she's got snacks in here, I'm going to laugh.
It'll
No,
be
she hasn't.
my...
No,
it's
she's
pretty. Oh,
no.
gosh,
It's
what's
just
in
pens
there
and
now?
pencils. Oh, there's some
And
dodgy
hair.
photos in
And
here.
some hair bubbles to tie my unruly hair up, as my mother calls
Yeah,
it.
a couple of Twixes. There's a mini Kit Kat. I think that's gorgeous. So if you're new to EPP, you've got everything you need. You've got the 5-inch Rainbow Liberty fabrics. So does one of those make four hexes?
Yeah.
You've got the zip. This is a great price, $29.99.
All hot pink. We love the hot pink.
Hot pink for the lining.
So that's super high quality.
Yeah,
quilted
that
cotton.
is lovely.
Yeah, it's
'cause
really
yours
nice.
Isn't as nice
No,
colour,
mine.
is it?
No, mine.
Yours
No,
is
it's
just-
not.
Yours is great.
Mine
I've looked
is-
in your pencil case.
I feel like I need to remake this now. I've made quite a few.
Because that is beautiful, isn't it? You've even got all the paper pieces, so you don't have to bother with that.
Yes.
And then we have instructions.
Yeah.
So this is a great holiday project, actually. Well, obviously, it's very nice for sitting.
It's a great holiday project. It was a great gift, actually. It's like a great gift for somebody that you think is a crafter but doesn't know how to sew yet.
That's true. They could just start with
Because
this.
they don't
couldn't
need anything else. That's the perfect thing about EPP. You literally don't need anything else.
So in here it talks about, so you can, if you're old school EPP, you will have tacked your fabric round the shapes. If you're new school, you'll have glued it. Or if you're like us and you're a bit of both, you'll have tacked and then you've decided you're going to start gluing.
So you can use a glue pen like that. That's a Soline glue pen.
Soline glue pen, $6.99. Do get one. Honestly, if you were like me and you went, no, I'm not gluing because that's really wrong. No, I only ever tack.
Lots of people don't like
No,
it. I
it's
mean, I
wrong.
do because, as I said, I'm quite lazy.
But no, and then I discovered
It's
it
quite
and
hard.
I thought, actually, I've just swallowed all my principles and gluing is the way.
Yeah, and if you're worried about putting glue on fabric, it's absolutely fine. I always glue the paper
Do not
anyway.
use Pritt Stick.
No, don't use Pritt Stick.
Learn from my experience. I've used Pritt Stick.
Don't use Pritt Stick.
And it doesn't come off. I can't get it off. I thought, oh, I'll use Pritt Stick. It's the same thing, isn't it? It isn't the same thing. So get the glue pen. And look, so it's all here in detail, exactly how to do it, how to make it. And then once you've done all your EPP, you just join it together. And look, who would not want to own that?
And it's lush, isn't it?
It really is.
Again, going back to my...
Lush. Got the EPP starter pack and Coast Charm pack. I'm going to dip my toe in the EPP world. Tanya, that's a great idea. And do you know what? You could make another one of these from your charm pack.
You absolutely could, yeah.
So, Tanya, when you've made your starter pack, you've
become
then got
obsessed.
everything because you can reuse the papers, use your Coast Charm pack and make another one.
All you need is to get a zip and a bit of lining.
Yeah, you don't need, because
You know,
you've got
it's
all the
prettier than my
instructions.
lining.
You can use even some Liberty for the lining. You probably have enough to piece together a bit of Liberty for the lining, couldn't you?
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, dip your toe in. And the instructions are really good, Tanya. So if you've never done this before, I think you're going to find
Once you've dipped your
it
toe in, you'll find
you'll be
jump
addicted.
in.
This is like telly, front of the telly, going on holiday, on the train.
Yeah. It's like the perfect thing to take on holiday.
Beautiful, absolutely love it. Right, the mini sampler quilt is my last thing, and then we'll put that back. We're never going to find what goes in what.
No, that's fine. I can sort it all out. You just dump it in a bag, and I'll...
I've sort of, she says randomly, put it into piles. Sort of. Right, we're just going to go back over the mini sampler because that's what we started with, and it's lovely, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
So in the kit, $54.99, it's, I did know, now I can't remember, 17.5 by 17.5 inches. So you can make it into a sampler like this, where it's all quilted. It has all of the fabric. Or you can make it into a cushion if you prefer. So it's got all of these EPP bits. The raw edge applique. You can reuse the instructions then afterwards to make even more of them. It has the ivory backing fabric, and look at all this Liberty.
I know, it's gorgeous, isn't
I
it?
love the fact that it's, it's different sizes because they've given you what you need.
Yeah.
So you've got this lovely navy.
Yes, because actually the smallest amount of fabric you can buy normally of Tana is a fat quarter. So that's a lot of money.
Yeah, that ends
to buy
up being
them out
quite
of fat
expensive,
quarters.
doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it does.
And then you've got all of these squares that are used for it. It is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous.
Again, look at that right and wrong side. We were talking earlier, weren't we?
I know.
It looks just as nice on that
It is
side.
just as lovely, isn't it?
I have done, if you make a mistake and do sew it the wrong side, which is quite easy to do, to be fair, on some of the prints, then you could leave it as a mistake. It wouldn't really matter though.
Just because it's such fine fabric. So treat yourself. It's absolutely beautiful. $54.99 for this, and you've got everything you need, and all the Liberty fabric is cut so that you've got the right size. You're not having to spend more on fabric that you don't need. That's brilliant. Thank you so much, Hannah.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. What a lovely show we've had.
Oh, thanks.
And it's so nice.
Time
to see
flies
this.
when you're having fun.
I know it does, and it's so nice to see this in
know.
the flesh.
I know, it's awesome, isn't it?
It's absolutely awesome. Don't lose it. Can you imagine?
I don't want to be the one. I wouldn't want to be the person to admit it.
No, would be really upsetting, wouldn't it? Do check out the book if you want to make this thing of beauty. Check out on the book as well. I mean, it's the most amazing price, $19.99 to make that whole quilt. When are you next back in with us, Anna?
Oh, I don't think I've set a date yet. Actually,
Okay.
it's quite hard to make the products that you need.
I
Come
guess
back with more of those swatch
we need
packs.
some more of those swatch packs. They've gone. They went within minutes, but
we need to make thousands, don't we?
Yeah, we do. But I guess you just have to wait for Liberty to get them. They are lovely. Well, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
It's really nice to see you. Thanks for having me.
I'll be back with you in a few minutes' time. Oh, we've got these new colour packs. Oh, they're amazing. Amazing. Have you seen the colour packs?
No.
I'm going to show you in a minute.
Ooh.
Colour cubes. You'll love these. How to choose colours for your projects easily. You will have so much inspiration, honestly. Hayley said to me this morning, we bought these in especially, Bex, you're going to love them. I had a look and went, yeah, I do. So we're going to do those just for half an hour. And I'm also going to announce the winners from Thursday and Friday. Woo! Thank you for your woo, Michael. That was a great woo.
It was.
Wasn't it? King of the woos. On that note, I'm just going to go for a quick break, and I'll see you back in a couple of minutes.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Say Sewing Street, what a wonderful 5 years it's been. Here's hoping for many, many more from Alice and Marion Designs.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Roberts here from MEB Designs. I want to wish Sewing Street a massive happy birthday. It's an absolute pleasure to be a part of the Sewing Street family, and here's to many more birthday celebrations.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Happy birthday, Sewing Street. Congratulations on 5 years of sewing joy. And here's to many more to come. Have a great day.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hi everybody at Sewing Street, it's Fiona from Sew Girl here. Just want to wish everybody a very happy 5th birthday and have a great day celebrating. I'll be watching you all and hope to see you very soon.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Happy St David's Day, by the way. I hope you keep showing these. Look how much they've come out since 8 o'clock if you were with me then. They've really bloomed. Anyway, I bought them especially, so for all of our Welsh viewers, if you've only just tuned in, Borodar. I don't know what Happy St David's Day is in Welsh. But message me, could you let me know, because I can't remember. Right, now this is all about the colour cubes. So, the colour cubes, 1 box, 2 boxes, double pack. These are amazing, absolutely amazing. I've just shown them to Anna from Alice Cowan. She thinks they're amazing too. These are brilliant. If you struggle with choosing colour or putting colours together, or even being inspired by what goes together, it could be for your knitting, your crochet, your sewing, your embroidery, for what you wear even. You could coordinate your outfit using these. So this is for 2 cubes, volume 1 and volume 2. Now, we are going to offer them individually as well, but let me show you how it works, and honestly, you are going to love them. So I'll just take one of the boxes. So in this double pack, this is what you get. You get both, oh, that was rubbish, wasn't it? You get, I was just realised I was like completely off camera. You get 2 boxes in a box. Now, these have been bought in specially for the birthday. Hayley said to me this morning, bought in, and I thought when she said, I thought they were going to be really little. Look at the size of them. So I'm just making sure I got them. I mean, they are great quality. So, just love these. Take the box off. Now, in here are well, I thought it was 250, but I've just seen two. There must be more than that because I've got up to 300 now. How many does it say? How many are in it? We'll have a look. Anyway, so in the box, I'm just going to pick out a few cards at random. So say you want to put together some colours. Now, maybe you're making a quilt. Maybe you're doing some embroidery, like I say, or maybe you're doing a crochet blanket. You look at that and you think, oh, that's a nice colour combination. So what they've done is they've taken a photo, they've put the colours that work together, and then when you turn it over, if you then wanted to reproduce, and they put the hex codes, which is a colour number. Oh, I've got it now. Yes, so there's 250 in each box. I've obviously picked up box 2 because they run on from each other. So box 1 is 1 to 250, box 2 is 251 to 500. So they put the hex code in case you want to use that to reproduce it on your computer. And then they've put each colour, but in different tones of that colour that will work together. And what I think is great, and it mentions that, is that they've printed them on the edges so that it's much easier to match against something. So say you were choosing a colour fabric and you want to make yourself a quilt, or you want to do some borders on a quilt that go together like that. So that card is very similar colours, and that was, beautiful shades. I mean, look at that. That's just beautiful, isn't it? These are really hard. We've bought these from the US. They're really hard to get in the UK. I mean, look at that. Look at that. Who would have thought with that navy, sort of ocean, teal, burgundy, and then you get that pop of pink. But you can see there how brilliantly it works together. And I just love the photos. I would use this, to be honest, I would use it for my crochet because I love doing crochet blankets. And it's really hard putting a colour palette together. Or if you're doing something where you're designing something like my quilted jacket, which has taken me ages to work out the colours for, wouldn't this have been a great thing to have? So you want to put something together. Maybe you want to put borders on a quilt and you think, well, I love browns, but I just don't know what colour to put in it. You just flick through the cards, find the colour palette that you like, and these, you can see the colours work together. Absolutely stunning. I mean, that's gorgeous, isn't it? It inspires you. I mean, and it could be you could use this. I mean, this is used by all sorts. This is used for crafters like us. It's used by interior people to say, well, my sofa is that colour. What colour cushion shall I have? Or I've just bought myself a new coat in dark grey. What colour gloves shall I have? Yeah. I mean, maybe you know somebody who loves fashion design or graphic design, or they're going off to study it. Wouldn't it be brilliant for them? So that's a fraction of one of the boxes. I mean, look. So in each box there are 250 cards. I mean, that is beautiful, isn't it? You know, you could create a whole colour scheme. It could be for decorating. It could be that, right, well, I'm going to paint one of my walls in that pale pink. What could my accent wall be? Or I'll do it in that, and then I can have a greens cushions. Or maybe like maybe you've got a quilt pattern like the log cabin one we had, and you think, well, I don't know which two colours to put together. You just go through these and go, oh, well, that's nice. That's kind of vintage, isn't it? Those two colours look nice together. And I think, as I'm really not very good at colour, I'm better at it. I used to be really rubbish. I'm not naturally. I think some people are naturally brilliant at colour. I have to really think about it. I would definitely get a pack of these cards because that is beautiful, isn't it? You know, maybe you need to do shades of colours. Or maybe you want to do like one of those designs where you get, I've seen these quilt designs where the colours drop down from one corner to another and they get darker and deeper. I mean, that's so pretty, isn't it? So pretty. Again, interiors, clothing, fashion, wool, thread, embroidery, all sorts. I mean, that's beautiful. Now, the second box, so these are obviously from the first box, so you can see these are all in the wrong order now. At the beginning of each box, there is a little card, how to use the colour palette, You can use it for creative projects. There are no specific rules on how to use them. The purpose of these palettes is to provide inspiration and help reduce the creative block that comes in the process of choosing colours. How to match them, and it says like the colours are printed right to the edges so that you can place them right up against what you're trying to match, like you can see from here. They've also named the colours, and I think that really helps. I mean, it's their name for it, but it does help when you're thinking, okay, so I'm looking for some mulberries and blushes and raspberries. The hex codes, if you're designing on a computer or tablet, you can use them to get a better colour match from these palettes. So they'll be used for people who are doing sort of graphic design. And each card also includes a 20% tint and 20% shade of each colour. So the steel blue, so the colour is the one in the centre. So you've got 20% lighter and 20% darker. And then that means you can expand it. So again, you could just choose those 3 steel blues. The names are there. They're just an approximate description. But it's quite nice, isn't it, to see that? To see what the names of them are. So that's one box. So that's box 2. And then box 1 is exactly the same. It's got exactly the same. It's just got different colours in. Oh, these are the ones I picked out earlier. I mean, and maybe, you know, you could flick through and you can go, right, well, I'm looking for... You just look at it and you think, right, that blanket I wanted to crochet, which I just couldn't decide on the colours to use. If you wanted, yeah, like a Jane Crowfoot in a different colour. You see, and you'd look through immediately and you think, well, actually, I'm looking for autumn tones, so I don't want that one. I'll have, oh, that, oh, yes, that's nice. And then you'd know, wouldn't you, which ones you wanted to use. Yeah, do you like that one, Hannah? I wouldn't pick those colours together. But it's gorgeous, isn't it? And I love that. That's real sort of wintry and Christmassy. I love that one. Wonder what sort of cake that is. That's a really nice... Is that like, it's like a sponge with jam in it, surrounded by coconut? I actually just want that. Yes. Oh... That is a wonderful colour palette, isn't it? The fact it's got that teal in. What you could do as well, so say maybe you had a teal, you wanted the main thing to be teal. What colours could you have to go with it? Maybe you just bought a new teal sofa and you don't know what colour cushions. That, perfect. So you could like pop them, I mean, that's so pretty. Maybe you want to make a baby quilt. You know, but that's quite classy, isn't it? It's not your sort of typical sugary pink and white. Putting that grey and that lovely ocean blue in, I think is brilliant. These are just gorgeous, aren't they? Just amazing. And I presume, oh, I like that one. So say you want to do your teal. So I've got my teal. Then you think, oh, well, I can either go that way or I can go that way. And then you could sort them out, because it doesn't matter whether they're ordered. You just sort them in. I mean, and I think it's lovely that that's beautiful. They've picked out, oh, that's nice, isn't it? Icy wintry blues. This would be good, actually, yeah, for doing our solid bundles. Yeah, you could have one for, and you could give them names. So this could be called Smoothie Bowl. Strawberry Smoothie. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? See, I wouldn't have put those two colours together. I don't know how it, it's just gorgeous. Right, so this price point, the full price for both boxes, you know I'm going to get these mixed up and forget which, oh, they're going to be all over the place. I'll have to sort them all out later. Well, I'm not going to put them in order, but I might put the right ones in the right one. So in the box, this is what it looks like. You get both cubes. These are really hard to source in the UK. It's taken quite a lot of effort. You're not getting the same thing twice. They are volume 1, volume 2. Volume 1 is 1 to 250. Volume 2 is 251 to 500. Now, we are reducing the price as a special bonus by £10 of buying both together. You have got 500 colour palettes for only £64.99. I think this is what a gift. Even if you were buying them for somebody else, one for you, one for a friend. Lynn says, I love the colour cubes. Great for mindful colouring. Oh, the cakes are Lamingtons. Popular in Australia. Well, They look amazing. Can you get me a Lamington's recipe, Hannah? They look lovely. They are, for colouring, that's a really good idea. There's so many things. I would use them for all sorts. I would use them, I've just bought a new sofa and I cannot decide what colour rug to have, so I'm going to get one of these cubes. That's going to sort, Hannah's found a picture of Lamingtons now. We're going to have to make some. No, I'm going to make some. But both of them for $64.99. And I think even if you're good at colour, this gives you inspiration. You could get both volumes and you could keep one and give one away. Obviously, they are different. You've got 500 colour palettes. This is going to take your fabric stash up to the next level. You're going to have that group of fabrics, and what you could do is lay it all, well, put it in shelves or something, or lay it out so you can see where it is, and just go along and go, right, I love that one. I'm going to take off all the colours from my fabric stash, that. I bet you've got quilt patterns, bag patterns, all sorts coming out of your ears. And then use these. You might then think, well, actually, what I really love is like this colour palette, but I don't have any of that colour. So you've got all of those, so you just buy that one. So it means that you're only buying what you actually need, and you can then create things. So I think it's sometimes really hard to visualise when you see a quilt pattern or a bag pattern what it will look like. But it's much easier to visualise when it's like this. I mean, they are just absolutely stunning. Magenta, hot pink, light pink, ash grey and slate grey. And there's just so many. It's really hard. Where do you even start with it? I mean, I'm loving that one. I bet actually if you put them into piles of what you like and what you don't like, you'll end up with a colour palette that's always you. And I think as well, for things like clothes, to know which ones of your clothes go together. So we all, the classics of mustard and navy. Well, obviously, because I'm wearing that, must go together. But mustard and teal and navy. Didn't realise that's a good combination. You might, update your wardrobe with it. Gwendolyn says, I'm hoping to use them to help me with all my hobbies, from sewing, knitting, crocheting, pastels, watercolours. Happy birthday. I'm with you on that, Gwendolyn. And it is, if you do more than one hobby. I'm thinking with crochet, because I follow so many people on I think my Instagram is mainly full of crochet. And some people are amazing, and they put these colour palettes on their Instagram page. And I go, oh, where was that? And then I've lost it and I can't find it again. This is what I would use. Because if you buy, there were some companies like, the Stylecraft Special DK yarn we sell a lot of. They do so many, I think about 70 or 80 colours. You could use that to choose colours when you're buying yarn and get it right like that. I just think it's amazing. Now, the only way to get a saving is when they're bundled together, where you get number 1 and number 2. And they come in this beautiful presentation box. So, maybe you know a crafter. Maybe you know someone who's a graphic designer. Maybe you know somebody who loves colouring. Maybe you know someone who loves fashion or interior design. Or maybe you've got a friend who's always decorating, and this will just give them inspiration. You can buy them the whole box. You're saving £10 and you're getting 500 colour cards. Absolutely loads. Amazing. Congratulations to all of you who bought them. Right, if you want volume 1 on its own, I mustn't get them mixed up, although I've opened these. Volume 1 on its own, you won't have this one. It is arranged in the where they photographed it on the website, on the box, it looks like it's the blue. Well, that's because they've taken it like that. But if they turned it round and took it like that, and there are two, actually, I haven't mixed them up, thank goodness for that. Look at that one. That is gorgeous. Who would have thought that blue, that's in box 1. Who would have thought that blue? Honestly, this is just so want this. Do you think I can have this one because I've opened it? It's a shame. Yeah, Hannah needs them. Yes, you wait and see these fabric bundles that we'll be having from now on. They'll all be called things like cherry blossom or blueberry pancake. Yeah, where'd you get that idea from? Oh, no, I don't know. I'm just really good at it. Right. And then box 2. So I can't say that box 2 is any... that either of them have a theme. in this on the web, it makes it look like it's pink. So let me just show. Oh, look! This honestly, you'll have hours of fun with this. They are. Oh, look! Look at that one. Cat. I like the way that. Oh, this one's great. I'm on puppies, dogs, horses. I'm in the animal section, I think. Oh, I like the kingfisher one. Oh, look at that one. Pink Lego. So they're not a colourway. They are just, I guess they probably bought out number one and then thought, oh, look, you could call this palette, could be called Yellow Telephone. Calling Mellow Yellow. The Green Green Grass of Home. Blue Mountains. Frozen Raspberries. I would say, because there's so much here, pink soldiers, get the double pack. So one pack is, can't remember, was it $37.99. 2 packs, pink pineapple, $64.99. So you can use this to name. So when you've done your new log cabin quilt and pink pineapple, you can name it that, can't you? Oh, these are brilliant. You need to get these. Clearly, the most cost-effective way is to buy them in the bundle because you save £10 and they are just gorgeous. And somehow I've got to get them back in the box. Right. Now, we've got winners. So, the winner from Thursday, for some reason, they didn't announce it yesterday, and that's because they were saving it for me to announce. Because they've obviously felt that I needed to announce too. I think maybe they felt sorry for me because I didn't get to announce too. So, the winner on Thursday, Shop to Win, who has won all of this, is, drum roll, da-da, woo, Anne Honey. Hooray! Woo! There's an overlocker in there. Anne, if you're watching, message in. That is really exciting. You've won everything from a Sewing Street tote bag to an overlocker in there. Amazing. Right, I get one more. Yesterday's winner, so Friday's winner, is, another drum roll, woo! Ta-da! Margaret Wilkinson. Margaret Wilkinson, you've won, is that an embroidery machine? An embroidery machine, all that fabric, created grids. Not only that, but a Sewing Street tote bag. An embroidery machine. Wow. So, it could be you. Tomorrow, it could be you, your name that's being read out. All you have to do is buy. Every item you buy gives you one more ticket in the draw. Just one more. Whether it's those little seam allowance added things from the early bird, or a colour cube, or a green machine. Could be anything. You are also, and you're automatically entered, don't worry, you don't have to do anything. Also, you're entered into the weekly draw, which is the biggie. It is the one to win. That will be announced, the winner of that will be announced on Monday. It is worth over £1,800. In the prize is one of the Grace Cutie quilting machines. Amazing. £1,800. So you will be entered into the daily draw and the winner will be announced tomorrow, and you will also be entered into the weekly draw and the winner will be announced on Monday. Amazing. Right, we're going to go for a quick break and then I will be back in a few minutes with Dave. Dave, the gorgeous Dave, he of the green machine. Love a green machine. If, like me, a few months ago, you're like, I keep seeing them going on about a green machine. Why do I need one? Why do I need one? Sure, I don't know. What's a blue machine anyway? We're going to explain it all because I've asked all those questions, so I now get it, and I've got my own machine. So I'll see you back here in a few minutes for green machine wonderfulness.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw round your motif with your pen, then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Roberts here from MEB Designs. I want to wish Sewing Street a massive happy birthday. It's an absolute pleasure to be a part of the Sewing Street family, and here's to many more birthday celebrations.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Doesn't time just fly by? From the little studio over in the old manor house to where we are today at Sewing Street, it's been a wonderful journey. So it gives me great pleasure to wish a very, very happy birthday to, of course, all of our viewers who make it possible, and to everyone behind the camera, as well as the presenters at Sewing Street. So from us at Village Fabrics here, happy birthday!
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hi everybody, Stuart Hillard here, wishing Sewing Street the most incredible 5th birthday. It's absolutely fabulous to be able to be part of those birthday celebrations. And it's not just the channel that we're celebrating, it's our wonderful sewing, knitting, crocheting, dressmaking family and community that we share here on the channel. So thank you for being part of that, and happy birthday.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Very happy 5th birthday, Sewing Street. Have a wonderful day.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, and I finally get to work with you, Dave.
Hello.
How long has it been?
Many, many months.
I know.
Too many.
Well, I meet you in the green room.
Yes.
And then I never go.
Often.
Well, I think John just steals you.
He does.
Doesn't
He does. Wants me all to himself.
I know, it's not fair, and he's already got a green machine. Anyway. So, this is going to be different because we're going to talk about the pearl machine before the green machine. So, I keep seeing these machines everywhere in the studio. And they sort of, I think, well, they put in like press studs and things. But we're going to go through them in detail, but we want to do the pearl machines. I've never seen this.
Yeah, so we brought it on to the last show, and it was an absolute sellout. Everyone seemed to love it, and we've had nothing but good things about it since, so we brought it back for the show as well.
So you don't need the green, there's nothing to do with the green machine.
This is totally autonomous, and it comes as a complete kit. You can buy this totally on its own and work away.
Brilliant,
and make
okay.
beautiful things.
So what do you get in the kit?
So in the kit, you get the handheld plier. That's a 2-action plier. And then that allows you to fit different size pearls to your garments. So we have, there we go, right, 4mm, 5mm, 6mm.
And these all come with it?
8, 10 and 12. So you get 100 of each of these pearls in with the kit. And then for each of those, the appropriate little, what we call a die sets to go with them.
No. So for $29.99, you get the machine,
yes,
the dies, and 600 pearls.
That's right.
Wow.
Show us how it works. Really, really good.
I want to have a go.
Okay, so what size? Should we start with this?
Let's start with the big one.
Right, so let's start with the big one. So this is what we call to be a die.
And they come in little bags with numbers in.
Comes out little bags to try and help keep them organised.
Keep them in.
Right, if we can get this one out. There we go. Let's sticky.
We have got some organisation box later that we'll show you, because do not don't mix them up.
Okay, so where we go? Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Right, so this is a die set, and all that's doing is that's holding on to that pearl for us, okay?
Okay.
And then we screw that up inside of there. And that's going to hold everything in place for us. And then we want one of these tiny, tiny little pins. Now, these are amazing, these pins.
Oh, and they come in the bag as well,
because
okay.
of the grip of them. So I don't know if we can see that on the overhead camera there. but exactly how tiny these little pins
Yeah, they're
are,
like
and
a
they
little...
are super
two
grippy.
spiky bits.
That's it, right, okay. So we drop that.
Spike down.
Spike up.
A spike up.
Spike up into there. And I've just got some webbing, just so we can show it off. Okay, and then we push this down, and then we pull that little lever up, and then that pearl is totally attached.
That's genius. And on the back, you've just got the tiniest dot.
It's the tiniest little dot, and there's nothing there, and that is super strong.
How does it work then? Do the little, I suppose the prod, because the bead hasn't got holes in it, has it?
The bead, there's no holes in the bead at all, so you just literally, you're putting that up into the silicone, and then what happens is the action is, as we pull that handle down, the prongs, those little prongs go into the bead and then they twist in. So really sort of, they're like sort of semi-barbed, so it holds them in place, and they're really secure.
Wow, so what do people use these for?
So, I mean, well, any sort of embellishment that you
Just
really
decorate
want.
everything.
But just decorating anything. And, you know, as long as the weave of the fabric that you're putting them on isn't too loose, then they'll hold really securely.
So they're bags.
So you can put them on bags. I mean, lots of people will work on sort of wedding dresses and everything else, but you've got to have some sort of backing there. You can put it straight onto lace, some sort of backing, just so it's got something to attach to.
You could even put like some interfacing on the back, couldn't you?
Some interfacing is
I mean, so you get in this for only $29.99. You get the machine, you get the pearl beads, and the little back bit. You get 100 of each of these: 4mm, 5mm, 6mm, 10mm, 8mm, 10mm, and 12. Extra, once you've used them up, because you'll probably find, well, that's the size I use, you can buy more from you. So once you've used all yours up, but don't worry, you can buy more directly from the trimming shop, and when you get yours, the information will be in there.
Absolutely, yeah, everything will be there available.
Please may I ask, what thickness of fabric can be used? I'm thinking thick bags. Oh yes, so can you use, how thick?
Okay, so I would suggest some sort of webbing is probably going to be as thick as you're really
right. Okay, that's quite
want
thick,
to really
though,
begin.
isn't
I mean, that is quite heavy. I mean, we're going to put it on some interface fabric the next one, so an interface cotton as well. But yeah, I mean, the pin is very tiny.
Yeah,
and it's got to be able to get a grip to it.
But you think this cotton
but
webbing?
That's a cotton webbing.
I mean, that is super sturdy, isn't it? I mean, they could be used like as you could put rouleau loops, so they could be buttons.
Yes.
You know those little fabric loops?
Yes, I do.
All the other, you know, he's like, what is she? What's she on about? But they could be rouleau looped all the way down the back of a dress, couldn't they?
Absolutely.
And also, what I think is amazing is that you'd get them in exactly the right place.
You get, the precision that you get with the machine is perfect, but it's just that back of it as well. There's just nothing there.
The fact that it's just nothing there, is it? But then if you were using these tiny ones, I mean, they are you going to show? Should we do it with another size?
Yeah. Let's go down to. I don't think the form you'll be able to see them. Right. So let's take out this die.
So when you finish them, put it back in the bag. Otherwise,
back in the
if
bag.
you're like me, you'd get them all mixed up, wouldn't you? Right. You need to be quick with this one. Over half the stock's gone. This is just for the pearl beads. It does one job brilliantly. And sometimes that is the case, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, and it's what makes all of the difference. When you've got a machine that just focuses on one particular thing.
I think it's fabulous. And I say, you can buy more pearls, you can buy, you know, but I think it's lovely. You've got 600 to get started, but if you think, well, actually, do you know those 4mm, they're my favourite, I need another 100. Yes. It's not like once you've used them up, you can't get them. The information to buy more of them will be in your pack. But the best thing is that you're getting the machine and you're getting the dies, so you only ever need to buy more pearls.
That's it. So that action is, so we push down on the top, then we pull up with the handle, and I said, and that's just some interface cotton.
Amazing. Can you see this? Look. And there's, look. Right, we've got more. It's brilliant, isn't it?
It's so small you can barely see.
So cute, though, isn't it? There's more people that've got this in their basket than we've got available. I'm not surprised. $29.99. This is going to it's just brilliant.
It's
brilliant.
It's a very clever piece of kit.
Right, we need to talk about the storage very quickly. because this is about to sell out, and this is excellent for dies and your rivets and everything, and your pearls and everything. So you've got all your dividers here. It's only £11.99.
Yep. Again, fantastic value.
Amazing value. So you've got, these are just the right size, aren't they, to put your dies and your rivets and things.
So they're absolutely ideal. So you can get a nice, you can get a set of the 4 dies, so the slightly larger dies sets that we do. They'll go securely in there. You can put your rivets, your press studs, your magnetic snaps, all of that stuff in there. We class as a travel case. So that when you close it and lock that up, none of that stuff's going to get mixed up. So you can turn it upside down, as John's tested on the last show, and it's double-sided. So you've got 15 compartments on each side. And it's because really nice and compact.
Because you can just keep that on a shelf. Yeah. Well, you can carry it around, but I'd have it on the shelf, and I'd then put all the different bits and bobs in it.
But if you're going to a crafting group and you're regularly moving stuff around, you've got everything to
yeah, because that's what you want. You don't want it moving from one little gap to another.
No, exactly, and get all mixed up.
I mean, £11.99. We've all got lots of bits and pieces, haven't we?
It's a must-have.
It is. I think that's an amazing price. £11.99. It is flying out. It's got these little clips. You can store everything. Half the stock is gone. You can store everything on one side.
And also just to say as well, is that if you wanted a bigger space, these dividers just come out. So you can actually make them whatever size that you actually
So if you wanted to put like a pair of scissors in there.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Oh, this is fabulous. Love that. £11.99 for that. What a great price. Right, do check out on that because it is flying out. Now, we need to talk about the blue machine because I know a bit about the green machine. I know nothing. God, that's heavy. And the blue, I shouldn't have thought of that. I know nothing about the blue machine, but it's brilliant, isn't it?
It is. And again, it's a dedicated machine. So the blue machine...
Is that because the green machine wouldn't do it?
So the green machine is, we love our green machine.
I love my green machine.
But we don't want to offer something that doesn't work properly. So we tried for years to try and get dies that will work with putting on buttons or fabric covering buttons properly. And it's just where we have a large throat and a very small height. So if you compare the two on there, there's just that slight difference between them. And the blue machine's that much higher, and it needs to be because the dies are that much bigger because of the action that they perform. So we made a decision we have to go with a different machine to actually perform that action properly and let the green machine do what it does with everything else very, very well.
Right. Now, whenever we do the blue machine, it sells out.
It does sell out. I don't bring enough with me, unfortunately.
So what we've done is you've got the blue machine with the buttons, with the dies and the buttons, but in the 3 different sizes.
Yes.
So we're going to start small.
So we've got the blue machine with, let me just try and get some of these out.
11 mil.
So 11 mil buttons.
What's 11 mil?
Oh, it's smaller than a 5
half an inch. 12 mils about half an inch.
Yeah, so this is
half an inch. So this is what the buttons look like. Shall I put them there on my hand? Oh, these are lovely. Yeah, so it's just less than half, between quarter and half, so about 3/8 of an inch. So that's what the size of them are. So they're like the size of like a shirt button.
Yes.
About that. So in this pack, £124.99, you get the blue machine, you get the dies for these.
You get the dies for the 11 mil, and you get 50 of the buttons.
50 of the buttons. So how does it... Have we got to go... Right, we'll cover all of them.
We're going to demonstrate on the larger one.
Right, what do the dies look like then?
So,
oh, they're big.
Yeah, so this is what a... Again, can we say... So this is what a die looks like. It's a 2-piece die, and it has... one for the top, one for the back, and I'll explain that as we come to do the demonstration. But this is the larger one, so this is for the 25.
Right. So that's the 11. Let's do the 18 mil.
So
the 18 mil. That's the 18 mil. And we just put 128.99. Remember, you get the buttons, you get the die. So that's the 11. So you just say you. Okay. I just need to hold these up so you can see them. That's going to be quite hard. That's the 11 mil. It's really hard to hold up. without them falling over. Does that? There you go. That's the 11. That's the 18. Right, and that will give you the dies and the buttons, and then for 18, and then the last one,
which is your inch, your base.
Your
basically.
inch.
Yeah, so you've got half, 3/4, and an inch.
Okay, and then this is your 25 mil. So you obviously, the machine is the same for all of them, yes. But you obviously need different dies and different blanks. That's the 18. So it's about half an inch, 3/4 inch, if you think of it like that. Right. How do they work?
Okay, so we'll show you on.
And do you get 50 of each?
So sorry, yes, on all of the buttons, you'll get a pack of 50 buttons.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So.
Of that size.
Of that particular size, yeah, absolutely. Right. So let's do a couple of different types here. Okay, so where are we going? So the overhead camera. Okay.
And if I get this one, say I get the 25 and then I want 18, can I get the dies and the buttons separately from you? Okay, yeah, brilliant. And all that information will be, well, your web information will be in your pack when you get it. So if you want another size later, you haven't got to buy another blue machine. You just need to buy dies and things. And I think that is what, because I wasn't concentrating clearly when this was all on air, that is what I never understood. I didn't understand that this one thing did all of these things and the green machine did all this. So you just buy, if you want a different thing, like a different button, you just buy a different set of dies, but you only buy the one machine.
That's it. That's it. So
got it.
You don't need to start filling the room with lots
of... concentrating.
Right, and it's just worth noting, so when you receive the machine, so you get this, the handle separate, which just bolts on like that, and then you've got this little attachment here that just screws in underneath. Okay, so that's just the machine as it comes out of the box.
And that's a permanent one.
And that's it. Once that's in,
right,
then that's it. Your machine's all set up and ready to go then, okay? Okay, so then when you get your dies, so people say, what size should I cut my fabric?
Yes.
Okay, so this has got a very nice little telltale. So within the die set, we can see that that's sort of got a rim within there. Yeah?
Yeah, inside.
Okay, that's it. So we just want our fabric to fit nice and snugly within that.
Okay.
So that's your guide. That's how large your fabric should be.
So you could make yourself a little template.
You can make yourself a template and that's it,
Yeah.
and then cut everything else. But effectively, with each die, then that's the guide that you want to be following.
So you could get that and make sure it's right, and then you could just make yourself a little card template or something.
Exactly that, exactly that. So we put that fabric in upside down in that die. Okay.
And what sort of fabric can I use?
So I've got two different types. So this is just some interfaced cotton.
Okay.
Okay, and then we'll do it again on some slightly thicker, like a leather as well.
I suppose you have to interface it, because otherwise it shines through.
Well, so it needs some grip. So what I'm doing is I'm basically going, that's the thinnest we really wants to go to,
right.
And then this is the thickest.
Okay.
Okay. So it sort of gives you that range. If you do something too thin, then when it all folds over, it's just not going to grip, and the fabric's just going to come off. So that's why we interface that cotton.
Brilliant.
And just gives it a bit more strength as well. Okay. So we put the fabric in there upside down. Okay. We then get our button blank, our top.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we place that in the middle, and we can just push that down. Okay.
Oh, okay.
We just push that down, and what we want to make sure is that fabric is nice and even all of the way around. Okay. Then our button back, that has the bit that we stitch into, we just drop that into there.
Fab.
Okay. That then sits in there nicely, and then this part, you see that doesn't come out now.
Of course, because that stays in. And that's why you need the height, because these
That's
are big.
why you need to, because these are big dies. Okay, and then once that's there, we just plunge that down. Okay, it's as far as it can go. And then when we take that out,
oh, that's amazing.
there is your button.
Wow, that is so neat. Look at that. It's so perfect. Because I have a lot of these button kits, but the ones where you put the thing in and you press it and then you hammer it and everything.
Yeah.
And they're not always
as uniformed or as nice and secure as they should be.
No, they're not.
Absolutely.
I mean, you get the odd one, you think, yes, I've got it spot on. And other times, quite often it shifts because they have like that rubbery bit that you put in. The fabric shifts a bit, doesn't it, as you put it in.
As
That's
this is all encased, so literally once you've got it set up, and there's a bit of trial and error with your fabric sometimes maybe, but once you've then got that, then every time you'll have that same consistent result each time you then use
And this is great because if you've got little fabric scraps, you can just make your own. And these covered buttons, they're really expensive, aren't they?
They are very,
Once
very
they're covered
expensive.
to match. And also, you try finding buttons that match something. It's not always easy, is it?
But these are now, so once you've done that and once you've got this kit, it's very, very quick, very simple.
really
and it's said
quick.
consistently a beautiful finish on
You could
those
start
as well.
selling these, couldn't you? Liberty buttons, you could sell them. You could do like a bit of embroidery and have embroidered centres. Amazing. That's what I would do. But be on one, you on the next. You can have them all down the front of your cardigan. Oh, these are fabulous. I have the blue machine and you'll never throw scraps away. Liberty Town and Lawn makes a beautiful button, especially 11mm from Sue.
So should we try something slightly
Yes,
thicker?
because I could never do that, not in those button things. So I've made loads of buttons, but never, I couldn't use that.
So what happens with these?
That's like, right, we are very low in stock. All of the blue machines on all 3 sizes are all in single figures. We're using 25. So that's like a PU.
Yes. So
quite thick.
it
It's
is
the
quite.
thickness
It
of
is quite.
suede.
Yeah. So as I said, we are sort of taking it to its extreme.
Right,
now
okay.
Of where we can go with it, but it's just to show that it is quite versatile.
Well, it
And-
means that you can use canvas, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
That
Yeah,
it's
it's
that
really,
thick,
really
isn't
nice.
it? So bag canvas would be
Yes.
absolutely fine with
And
it.
it's a beautiful finish as well, and lovely textures that you can get when you go that slightly bit
that's
thicker
true.
as well.
Yeah, because you can only really do cotton fabric on a manual one. You on the little kits. Yeah, I'd never that. Not a hope. I wouldn't even bother with that.
So again, so we drop the back just in there upside
Yeah.
down, and then we place this disc in there, and that just fits nice and snugly within there. Okay. Now, what you might want to do, I've got a little plunger somewhere, he says, just because this is slightly thicker and harder to get in, so we want to make sure it goes in even.
Oh, okay, because you don't want to press it down one side and.
That's it, and even with my fat thumbs, it's just trying to get that in even. But as I said, this is because we're taking it to an extreme.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so now we turn that over, we drop that in. We press that all the way home. Now it is so thick that it actually gets stuck in there, so we just push that out.
Oh wow! Look at that. That is unbelievable. That is like, whoa, there we go. That's shop bought, isn't it? Let me show you, look. Look at how neat that is. That's amazing.
And it's perfect, there's no dent.
It's
on
absolutely
that.
perfect.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect. And you imagine, you know, that finishes off, whether it's a bag or, you know, whether it's a button on a pinafore. It
Yeah.
just finishes it off.
Putting it on your cushions and things
Yeah,
like
it
that,
just,
and everything else.
But I just think that's lovely. I think that's really good. It's the neatest thing.
But you can see, I mean, the skill involved is very, very little.
Yes, the skill involved. Yeah, well, that's because you've done all the skill. You've done all the hard work. Yeah, you.
But absolutely that. So we've just taken the hard work out of it, but it's that consistency.
Yeah,
of finish.
it is.
It's ever so frustrating when you're doing something and it just doesn't keep going quite right.
Well, not only that, but the backs fall off eventually. So you end up with, because I've done covered buttons where I've just got, because that bit stays,
Yeah.
but the top's disappeared somewhere. You've got consistency. You can make something look so expensive by putting covered buttons on things. You know, you never need to go and buy buttons again. You just have these. It's fabulous. Right, let's just go back to the sizes. So the 25mm is the one that's on screen at the moment, £149.99. You get the blue machine. We have 7 left. You get the die set, and you get 50 button blanks. That's what the 25mm buttons look like. Replace more button blanks can be bought from the trimming shop, so don't worry, you won't. It's not a one-off and then you've run out. You can buy more blanks. So that's the 25mm. If you want to make the 18mm, this is the code on screen at the moment, which is There we go, 128.99. So you get the blue machine, button covering press. Oh, there's an 18mm. I'll show you next to one of them.
Yep.
There we go. Because on the picture, obviously, they're the same size. 18mm.
So
you
3/4 of an inch for anyone who's
Yes.
imperial.
3/4 of an inch. You will get the die set. This one here, the non-covered one, the one that's dancing. Ooh, that one. 3/4 of an inch is, and you get 50 button blanks. That's the tops and the fronts, or the fronts and the backs.
Yeah,
fronts and the backs probably. Yeah, you get 50 of those and the machine. And then the tiny one, which is shirt button size, I think. That looks like that compared to that. I mean, it depends. There's only 3 of this one left. It all depends on what you do, doesn't it? Cut all the buttons off your cardigan, cover them and sew them back on. They look so much better. Because they do, don't
Well,
they?
and you can design them yourself. It'll be a unique shirt.
I know, and it just looks so much better with covered buttons. Why not? And, you know, it's so cool. You often see shirts and cardigans where you have buttons in different colours. See? And it's so quick to do. Why not? You remember all that, like, you used to have to tack a circle round and then pull it up tight and then put the button back on. Ages.
Not with this. Oh.
Right. That's blue done.
Right, okay.
They're about to sell out. We've got 2 of that 11mm one left. Let's talk green. The OG. So the green machine. Now, the green machine is a press. It presses things into things, whether those things are rivets.
Lots of things into lots of different things, absolutely that. So the green machine, as you can see, looks very similar to the blue machine in the sense that it's a press and it performs that function. The magic all happens within the variety of dyes that we have for it.
Yes.
So there are 40 different styles of dye currently available.
Oh, wow.
For the machine. And then when you do all of the different sizes, that's 200 different dyes that we have available.
Amazing. And we've bundled them into a starter schedule. Now, the great thing about these, because I do have one now, is that it doesn't require much strength.
No, you
I
don't
will
need
point that out because I have used it. That, you know, when you use other things where you've got to hammer it in, you've got to push it with your thumbs, or the pliers that you do. This, because I don't know what, is it the angle or the lever?
So yeah, so one, it's got to do with the spring, it's got to do with the length and the height of the handle as well. I mean, this desk is quite high as well, but what a lot of people do on a slightly lower desk, even if their hands can't grip particularly well, you can just sort of lean.
Yeah,
on
it's amazing, it just works. So what we've done with this bundle, you get a green machine. That's yours to keep. Then you can just buy new dyes. And you get these 3 things.
Yes.
So you get the dyes and the hole cutter to make these. So what is in here?
Okay, so with each of our mega bundles, we're getting the green machine. That again comes as the green machine, and then you're putting the handle on. We get this foam grip as well, which just makes it slightly more comfortable to use. Little note to point out on that. When you come to fit this, don't just try and put it on dry. A little bit of liquid soap just on the inner rim just helps it then slide on. Once that dries, it's on. Otherwise, that's going to rip as it goes on.
Right, okay. Don't forget that.
Don't forget that, because everyone gets disappointed when that happens. And then you're ready to go. So you have a 3mm hole cutting die, which is that one with the gold base there.
This one?
That's it. So that's our 3mm hole cutting die. There we go. So we supplied that because each piece of these hardware is going to require that 3mm hole cutter. So we say pretty much anything with a post that goes through the fabric, you're going to require a 3mm hole cutter.
Okay.
So it's the important one, certainly.
And that's where you used to do like little snips with your scissors. I'm just like translating it to the old days. Pre-green machine, BGM. That's what you would have done, little hole with scissors or a hole punch. That is what this does.
Yeah, or I mean, you know, or you'd use a stiletto or something like that as well.
So you don't need to bother with that because this is more accurate.
This is more accurate. It gives you a cleaner hole. Obviously, if your fabrics are a little bit tougher as well.
Okay.
And you're less likely to put a hole in your
thumb. And then you get the dies.
And then you get the dies as well to actually fit those pieces of hardware as well. So with the kit, then you get 100 double cap rivets in 8mm.
And what are these? Are these of decoration?
No, so these are functional. So these double cap
Right.
rivets, so they're functional. I mean, you can use them for decoration, absolutely, but these will take weight, and you'd use these for your bag straps if you're putting D-rings on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's anything
So
to
it's
try
not
and
just
secure
decorative then?
something together. Then you want two
Okay,
pieces of fabric
yeah.
held together securely. That's what these will do.
You get 100.
And you get 100 of these. Now,
Right.
these are they're 8mm as the size of the cap. The post on them is 7mm, but they will squash down to nothing. So no matter if you're just putting them into a piece of cotton, the way that they've been designed is that post, when it opens up,
Right,
the
okay.
tracks within that cap.
So it
and then
doesn't
the
matter
two
that
caps
the
then-
post is long.
So don't think I'm only putting it into a thin piece of material. That will, the green machine, using it with the green machine, will bring it down to absolutely nothing. Okay, so you get 100 of those. We'll demonstrate that shortly.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot to give you the dies for these.
That's all right.
Which one is it?
So it's the middle one.
This one.
So with the double cap rivets, that's just a 2-piece die.
And all of this is in the bundle, so you get the whole cutter. We've got the rivets, we've got the dies. What have we got else? Have
Okay,
we got?
so then we've got S-spring press studs.
What does that S-spring press stud?
S-spring press
Bronze
stud.
is the most popular colour, by the way. Quite like the
And it
bronze.
changes every show.
Does it?
The
okay.
colour changes every single show.
So what does this? Why
So-
is it called S-spring?
So S-spring press stud. So if you just have a look at that, I don't know if you can see that there. You can see there's a little spring on the underside of that.
Yes, yes, I can see that. Yeah.
Okay, so that little spring, and what that does is that then holds onto the stud. So
Right.
traditionally with press studs, they were a compression fit, and then when you're putting it on fabrics and you're trying to pull them apart, you're sort of putting a strain on the fabric.
Yes.
So then these were sort of invented.
Oh, I
So
see.
what happens is, although it's nice and secure, and that spring holds onto that stud nice and securely, when you want to take it apart, that spring gives it the give. So you're not putting so much pressure on your fabric.
So this is like a press fastener that you'd put on a jacket.
So you put these on jackets, yeah, absolutely, or bags.
Or
I mean, this is a
bags.
bag making kit, really. So these are absolutely ideal for bags.
Okay, so instead of, so if you wanted a little fastener for a pocket flap or something, you'd put these on, or a little jacket. Okay, I've got
Yeah,
it. So they're
so-
just press studs.
So not just
No,
press
but
studs.
you know,
they are but they're
they are
S-spring press studs. But no, they
quality.
great
press
quality press studs, not M&S, but.
They're not just any press studs. Great quality press studs.
But yeah, so they're really, really versatile piece of kit, and they look very, very nice as well.
They do.
They really, really do. They've
'cause
got a
look,
lovely
that's what,
finish on
That's what
them.
you're going to see is that side, isn't it?
That's it, and then the cap.
And the cap. So, yeah, that looks top quality.
Yeah, so you know, you're going to have that on the outside of
Yeah,
the
that's
jacket, and then
lovely.
that's
Yeah,
on the
that's
inside.
lovely.
So you'll see as we put those onto things, the finish you'll get on those. And then if you don't want to put on an S-spring press studs, or you feel that that's too grippy, if you like,
Right.
then we've got magnetic clasps as well. So
And it's all in the bundle. This is all for just £149.99.
so these are.
How much? How many of those?
Sorry, you get 100 of these, and you get 10 each of these.
And
10
remember, you
sets.
can buy more supplies. You don't have to. Birthday treat, you can buy more supplies, which we'll talk about in a moment. So these are really hard to separate because funny enough, they're magnetic. So these are the little magnetic clasps where if you were doing it in the old days,
So yes.
where you put it through and push the prongs over.
Exactly.
Okay.
So there is 3 types. So you can sew them on, or you'd have the prongs,
Yes.
where you put the back plate on
Yeah,
and
yeah,
fold them
yeah.
over. But these are even better still. So these are riveted magnetic clasps. So these means you can put them on right at the back, right at the end of your project, and you don't need to hide the back of them in the lining. You're actually featuring them with your rivet.
Right, yes, because when I do like a pocket inside a bag, I think, right, okay, or the top of a bag, and you have to put it so far down so that when you sew the lining to the top, it all fits in.
Yeah.
Whereas these, you can do at the end.
Right to the end of your project, and then go,
Amazing.
right, what am I going to use? Am I going to use an S-spring press stud, or am I going to use a magnetic clasp?
Oh, I like these.
And these are really nice, and these are nice and thin as well. So you know
They
they're
are
not
actually.
bulky.
They're not bulky because they're not too big across the diameter, but also the male part doesn't stick out too much.
Yeah. So, and again, with that post on there as well, no matter how fine your fabric, that's going to squash down, so you'll lose all of that as well.
Amazing.
So really good
So
quality
this is a
hardware.
great price. So for £149.99, you get the green machine. Amazing, which you can use then for loads and loads of stuff. You get the hole punch, very important. You get the dies, and then you get The rivets, 100.
100 of the rivets.
30 of the...
No, 10.
10
of the S-Spring
S Club.
S-Club, as John calls them.
The S Club press
7.
fasteners.
Yep.
And 10.
And 10 of the magnetic class.
Amazing.
And the value doesn't finish there either. So when you buy the green machine as well, we also then supply you, so we collaborate with various different designers, and we give you a pattern as well, so you can get you up and running straight away. So at the moment we're collaborating with Sandy.
Fabulous.
And Sandy has designed some beautiful aprons.
Yes, look at this. So this is the pattern for this apron. Oh, and this is where the rivets come in.
So you can see, so that you put rivets on the...
I see what you mean. So that looks a lot better.
The braid there, and we put rivets on the pockets there. So you can start using, and you get this pattern straight away. And my daughter-in-law there even made one for my grandson. And look at that, isn't that beautiful?
Look,
so she's transferred it to a nice smaller version. And then she's also put eyelets in the strap as well.
That's lovely, isn't it? Because particularly when you're doing straps and they go through sliders and things, sewing that strap on is really hard once it's gone through a slider. But by riveting it on, easy.
Yeah.
And when you're sewing something like that, so if you've made a strap, and you've got all those layers of that fabric turned right sides out and everything, to just rivet on.
And it's so quick. And she's fairly new to this as well. And she managed to master. So with Sandy's guidance on the pattern and then the use of the green machine, she's put all of that together.
And it's absolutely brilliant.
So you'll get that pattern for the current person that you're doing. And you'll also get all of our back collaborations as well. So at the moment, you'll get Sandy's pattern. And then you'll also get a bag making pattern from Emma Brassfield. From Spencer Ogg, and also from Country Cow Designs, and you'll get all of these
for free.
And then the next collaboration we'll do, you'll get that one as well. So we'll just keep sending you things that you can use for your
that's lovely, because then that gives you ideas and inspiration, and we all love a free pattern. This is amazing price, £149.99, and that's for bronze. Now, if you want exactly the same, but you fancy silver, then we have got here. Obviously, with silver, you will get the same green machine. You'll get the same hole punch, and you'll get the same dies. The difference is this initial colour of the rivets, the S Club, the S... Why do I keep calling them that now? And the magnetic snaps. So these are just in silver. So all you have to do is choose what colour you like, whether it's brass or silver. And I'll show you the other two colours in a minute. And the free patterns. That's a lot. That's a good price.
It is a very, very good deal. It's the gift that keeps giving.
It is the gift that keeps giving. It's amazing, because when you start off with your green machine, you're not really sure which things you need. You sort of know, oh, well, I would use that and I wouldn't use that. But you're not absolutely sure. So this is a really good way. And also, things like this, rivets, you might not have used before. Karen says, hi both, I ummed and ahed about getting the green machine because it seemed a lot to pay, but I'm so glad I did. It's a complete game changer. I think it is. And I know that it will make things like, for me, like putting a cam snap in, you know, easy peasy. But now I'm looking at this, I didn't even know about these press fasteners. I'm thinking, oh, I know, I knew about magnetic snaps. Rivets, I thought they were just for decoration.
No.
So you're going to actually increase what you can do, what your capability is.
There is lots. I mean, we've been coming onto Sewing Street for a while, and every time we sort of add something new. So you'll see, if you've been with us a while as well, we're increasing the possibilities for you. We're increasing your options you've got with your designs, and all of it can be used with the green machine.
It's just fabulous, and it makes a lovely ornament. So I have mine in the front of my sewing rooms at the front of the house has a lovely bay window as well. So I've taken all the artificial plants off. I don't have real ones because they die. And my green machine now sits in the mid-front. And I'm just waiting for my neighbours to ask. I got it out of its box, and I thought I'll put it on a shelf. And I thought, no, it's a display piece, isn't it? So it sits there. It is a display piece. It's a thing of beauty. So at some point, someone's going to go, what the hell is that? But no one has yet. Gold. So this is quite a nice gold, actually. Yeah, I was just trying to think what to describe. It's not a real yellowy gold. It's like a true gold.
We should get your colour cube back.
We should get my colour, and we can match it all up. It's just a really nice gold, isn't it? It's proper gold rather than a rather than a yellowy,
Yes.
grassy
Yeah,
gold.
yeah.
It's nice. So you get the green machine, obviously. You get the hole punch thing. You get the dies. You get the rivets and the press fasteners. This is what they look like in gold. I don't know whether it's better in my hand or whether it's better on the table. Oh, they are nice, aren't they? See, look at the outside of that one. And then you get the magnetic snaps. Right, and then one more colourway, and then we'll see what was the most popular. Look at these. Rainbow.
So these are incredibly popular at the moment.
These are a bit more expensive.
The process to go through to get that rainbow effect just means it takes longer to produce them, and therefore the price of
So
those
the
goes
actual
up.
things
But
are right.
It just makes it, you know, everything's then completely unique because it's not the same gold. Every rainbow one is slightly different in its design.
It's lovely as well.
So
When
they're
you
just
tilt it,
so
it changes colour.
pretty, so
It's so pretty, isn't it?
and because of the different colours as well, it goes with so many things as well.
Yeah, it just adds that little zhuzh, doesn't it? Like a little bit of zhuzh. Gorgeous. So that's $166.99. Now, we have got a lovely birthday offer for you, which we've never done before. Now, for those of you who've already got a green machine or have just bought this one,
Yep.
and I can't, and maybe you can't decide which colour to buy. Buy any of them, doesn't matter. And buy this. Does it come in its boxes?
So
They come in the boxes.
no, when we send them out, you'll have the
Yes.
box because that would be protected, and then you'll have the individual bags of the hardware.
Right, but
as
you
well.
get the
But you-
boxes come in the price.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, so you get the nice little organisers. to
Now
keep
we
them
are
together.
we only have a limited number of these. So for £86.98, you're going to get, how much should it be?
£108 something.
£108.73. So in each box, and they stack, don't they stack beautifully? Let me open up the box. You get all of the colourways. So you get those rivets, the S fasteners and the magnetic in the storage boxes.
Yes.
You get the rainbow. I love the fact it's got little drawers. You get the
bronze.
Bronze. I can't remember whether it was antique or bronze. You get the gold and you get the silver. So if you've already got a green machine and you've got the dies, then get this. If you've just bought one and you're struggling because you can't decide between rainbow and bronze, just get this as well.
And the little, these little containers are absolutely fantastic because you're right, they do stack up, but also, if you don't want them that way, they'll actually connect. There we go. If I'm trying to do it this way, there we go.
Oh,
That's
I
it.
see.
They'll actually connect sideways
Wow.
as well. So they're all totally bespoke and modular.
Right.
But you can have them and let them fit however they want.
I think
And as
these are
you can see,
brilliant.
from the sides, you can see what your colours are and everything else. And they're great little boxes, and then just perfect for storing that hardware.
Oh, they're
Just
brilliant.
keep them
So
thinking.
we have got them available individually, but you won't make the saving, you know? So if you want to make the saving, you need to get all four together separately. But this is the first time ever we've done this.
Absolutely, and as I said, for people previously that have purchased
Yeah.
a colour and might want to go, I want another colourway. It's just a nice and simple one. You're getting everything that
Get
you
all
need
of them.
in that
get
new
all four.
colourway as well.
Now, we've got more people who've got these in baskets than we've actually got, because we've only got 10 left.
Oh, wow.
So I'll leave that with you, $86.98 for all four. It's an amazing price, an amazing saving. If you only want colour, we can do them individually in the box with all of them in, obviously. You get the box, 120 pieces, just for rainbow, $38.95. The die obviously doesn't come with the dies because you bought that with the machine. Yeah. These are, when we were talking earlier about that when, after you've bought the dies, don't think that's it. You can buy replacements, and that's what these are. Mm-hmm. So this is the birthday treat then.
This is the birthday treat.
$39.85 for 120 pieces. So how many do we get of them? There's more in here.
No, so you're getting 100 of the rainbow
Okay,
and 10 each
10.
again of the
Do you know what? It's
magnet.
because it's in there, looks different.
Well, and I think that's the dem stock, which people keep dipping into in between shows, you see, so...
Yeah, I wondered what you got of each.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it does look different. So 20 of this one. No, 10 of that, 10 of that,
10 of those, and
100
100
of that. Right.
of those. That's it. And then the case as well.
And it comes in the case. Looks like a shipping container, I think.
Yeah, and it stacks just like one as well.
Yeah, it does. It's brilliant. They're absolutely brilliant. And then the bronze, which is attached. This is such a convenient way to store them, isn't it?
And as I said, just with it being see-through on the sides as well. Now, you know, you haven't got to open everything up to see.
You go,
what
oh
it
yeah,
is.
okay.
Yeah, you know
is.
absolutely where
And you can
things
go-
are, and there's a convenient little label on the front as well, just so if you know.
And you can go, oh, I'm running very low on that one. So I need to get some more.
That's it. Yeah.
So 20. Oh yes, of course, because this one is a different price, isn't it? The rainbow is harder.
So the rainbow slightly more.
Yes.
The bronze, silver, and gold are all the same price.
Right, the mega selection box of all 4 has sold out, which we thought it would because we were limited in that one. $22.96 for bronze. In the little storage box, they will all come in the little store. Well, they'll come in bags. You can put them in your own box. But you might be restocking. You might have just bought the green machine and you might have thought, well, I didn't know which colour to buy. I can't decide. I've bought the one with the rainbow, but actually I want that one. Then you can add to it.
That's it. Now, it just makes it that little bit easier. And then when you're doing your projects, to be able to sit there and ponder your choice.
Yeah, I know.
Of which colour you're going to use.
Too much choice. Maybe you want gold, because we have gold. I keep doing that wrong. But, you know, it's because I'm trying to do it like away from me. It's like you do the dies, isn't it? There we go. Gold, $22.96. So you get 100 rivets, 10 press fasteners, fast fasteners, and 10 magnetic snaps. 10 sets, by the way, not 10.
Yes.
But 10 sets, so you can make 10. $22.96 for that one. In the container, obviously. And then finally, silver. I like the fact it has the little label. So you can just pop that in. These are just perfect, aren't they?
They're an absolute ideal size.
Yeah, just lovely.
Really, really nice.
And they look really cute as well, like little shipping containers. $22.96 for the silver ones. Now, we also have got the box on its own.
We do. So if you already do have
Yes,
the hardware and just think, look, isn't that a nifty, nice little way of organising?
£5.59. Obviously, I'm just showing you here with things in. Yours will be empty. Now, the great thing is you can buy multiple because they slot in side by side. You just have to pop one in the other.
Slide on.
I know, it took me ages to try and work this out. And once I'd worked out, I thought, why couldn't I do that before? You do. I spent ages before because it's actually quite easy.
So we just slide them together like that, or they then stack.
Or they stack. So you could have them all in long lines. So they're £5.59 each. But for the empty box. But you could buy loads of them. If you buy the selections, they'll come with it. But if you want the empty box, do multi-buy them because you can stack them lengthways, height-wise. They are
it will
fabulous.
fit into whatever your crafting room allows. But yeah, they're very, very nice, and they are very secure once they're then together as well.
Yeah, no, I quite like that. I think that's lovely. And it just looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah. It looks nice to have such a nice range as
yes.
well.
So when you were on last time, they sold out.
Yeah.
I think they're brilliant. I think they're great. Did you like choose these specially? Did it take a while to get the right thing?
So we saw something very, very similar, and then we asked the people that were making them, can you do it this way for us?
I see.
And then, so just with the hooking together and everything else, just to try and keep everything really, really nice and neat.
I think it's great. Right, the stackable die organiser. Where is that?
That is the green one. I think that's Emily B's. Now, unfortunately, someone's taken a shine to that, I think.
Oh, okay. It's gone missing.
So
we
we've
have
only
a
got the
picture.
image. Unfortunately, Michael was looking for it. And yeah, so Emily B, we teamed up with her with all the fantastic tools that she makes. And we got together and said, OK, how do we make an organiser for your different die sets for the green machine?
Oh,
so this is a nice, again, similar to this. It's modular in its design. So the starter pack comes with 2 layers, and within each layer, you can do 4 pairs of dies that sit there, and you're all very, very nice and organised. And then you can then get expansion packs, which means that you can stack higher and higher.
Right,
on top,
okay, so this is a way of you keeping your dies together. $18.99 for that, and you can buy more and then just stack them.
That's it, yeah, and it's just, as I say, it's a modular design, and it just means everything's nice and accessible. And you can label them, and everyone knows what they are, because, you know, as your range grows, you want to make sure that you don't start to get things mixed up.
Brilliant. Right. Can we see it in action?
Yeah, of course. Where would we like
can we
to
do
start?
the press fastener, because that's the one that I quite fancy seeing.
The S-spring?
Yes, the S-spring.
Absolutely. Okay, so if you pass me the colour that you would like.
I think I'm going to go for that colour.
Okay, and then can I have that die?
That's the bronze.
That's the bronze. So, no, that's that one there you've got there. Okay, so these are the items that we're going to need.
Right,
We're going to need our hole cutter.
Okay.
We're going to need our S-spring press studs, and then our S-spring press stud die as well. So that's the magnetic clasps.
Oh.
So
not
that's the ones
concentrating.
I want.
There you go.
Okay, so S-spring press studs, if you're not familiar with them, they are 4 parts, and that is then, if we can just see those there, the cap, the socket, the stud, and then the post. And each one of those then has a corresponding part of the die.
Okay.
So all of this...
Oh, so you have 4 bits.
So you have 4 pieces. So when you receive your mega bundle, there is a pamphlet inside that then shows you all of your dies and all of the components and how they all go together. So it's very nice and straightforward for you. Plus, we've got a YouTube channel with lots and lots of helpful videos. And then we're going to demonstrate now for you.
Even
as well.
better, yes.
So,
well, no, I used the YouTube when I did my cam snaps because I couldn't work out. I thought, I don't know, which bit do I... Well, you know, actually, I couldn't be bothered to read the instructions. I thought, just...
Right.
Sometimes it's easier, isn't
Sometimes
it? Just to watch a YouTube go, oh, right, okay, so I screw that into that and that into that.
Right, so we're going to start off with whatever we put into, we need to place our holes. As I said, anything with a post, we say a 3mm hole is what we're going to need. So we're going to use our 3mm hole cutter. So we've dropped our base die in, and that just drops into there. And then our top half, our cutting part of the die, then just screws in there. Okay? Now, again, that's some fairly thick sort of
that's
PU.
like, yeah, that's really thick.
Yeah. We're going to
yeah, that's kind of thicker than jacket.
Yeah, so but maybe it's as thick as you're going to go with bag making.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
We're going to fold that over to make it double as thick, and we're going to bring that cutter down, and we're just going to, so we don't slam it down. We literally just bring the cutter down and then just push through. And there we've got 2 very nice clean holes.
That's beautiful.
That have come into that.
Because when you get the cutters with the other manual things, it never cuts a hole. It sort of leaves an imprint, doesn't it?
A dent in it, yes,
a sort of a slight imprint that doesn't come out.
So it is important to say that with your hole cutter, you do need to take care. It's very delicate. So if we start slamming down, we're then going to damage that blade there. Yeah, so we don't want to do that.
Because it's quite sharp.
Because it's quite sharp, but it is delicate, and we're gonna bear that off. We're gonna blunt it very, very quickly.
Right. Okay. That's it.
And then also we don't let fabrics build up inside. So most of the time you can see that it's got a little hole there on the side. You can just show that to camera.
Yeah.
So a lot of those fabrics will then just fall out as they push up through. But if anything does get stuck, then we just make sure we clean it out.
Right.
Okay? And that's how we look after our hole cutting dies. And they will last a very, very long time if we take care of them. Okay. So we're just going to drop those into there, okay? So then we're going to put our S-spring press stud in, and they go on, the components go on in pairs, okay? So we're going to put our cap and our socket in together, okay? So our cap just goes upside down onto that die, so that's a base die. Yeah, it's got the thicker side and no thread. And then this is the socket, we turn it upside down, and that just clips into there, okay? So that goes onto the bottom there, and then we turn.
And I guess they probably only fit into one thing.
You can't get them.
You can't really get it wrong.
No. Okay. So now we're going to put this on. So you want the cap on the facing side of the material, and we just paste that post. There we go.
And it's cut
So
the
the
hole beautifully.
post just goes through, and you see it's exactly the right
Yeah.
size. And we just push down, push through. Okay,
Oh.
and then that's
Oh,
on
that's
straight
lovely.
away.
What joy. I just think that's so lovely because it's so perfect.
Yeah, there's no damage
it?
to it.
It's just
a
perfect.
brilliant finish, and with no effort as well. Okay?
No.
Okay, so then we do the
It's
same on the
perfect.
other side. So we drop our basin. So just to explain how that works. So
Mm-hmm.
this sits on here, okay? Now how that connects to that, well, this spike compresses as we push down.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so I don't know if we can see that. That compresses.
Yeah.
So as we squash down, this now then expands within that, which secures them together.
Right.
So just, again, a clever little piece of kit.
It is really clever.
Okay, and then again that just clips
Just pops
into
in
there.
there so it doesn't
So it
fall
doesn't
out when you
fall out.
screw it in.
So, and by doing this, by having everything within the die, everything's then lined
Yeah,
up perfectly. And
yeah.
that's why we get that perfect finish every time.
Well, the thing is you don't want to go to the effort of making something and putting a hole in it and then that thing pulling out. So maybe you've made a bag or a jacket or something and you've punched a hole in. If it then falls out, what are you going to do?
Exactly, yeah. And you've
Or-
ruined your projects.
If you put it in wrong because you've hammered it and it's slightly bent, you can't get it out ever, can you, without cutting the fabric?
That's it,
So
yeah.
that's why it's worth every penny.
It's worth the investment. Okay, so again, we do the same there. So we just place the fabric over there. And when we then push through,
No.
there you have it.
Oh, that's lovely. Look how neat that is. Because I tried to put these in using a hammer and stuff into a jacket, and I did one, and I just knew that it was going to pull out of the fabric. It wasn't going to work, so I had to do buttonholes. And then my machine couldn't cope with the buttonholes, so I had to stitch them by hand. Oh, yes. And that was like the last bit. You know, when you've done the whole of a project, this is the final bit.
And that's the frustration.
And if it goes wrong, you've ruined everything you've done. Look at that. And you can do that, whereas I think when you've done it a manual one where you've hammered it, you're never absolutely certain.
That it's actually going to clip together.
Well, or when you pull it apart, it's not going to come out.
Yeah. Yeah, so you get that again, you'll get that consistency. The dies are what's doing the work for
Right.
you. The engineering that's gone into the dies, how they work with the hardware.
And I guess
just to make
like
sure it's consistent.
industrially, when in clothing, I mean, do they have a similar setup?
So we have a very large number now of fashion houses that are just buying these. So that they'll have these. So what they'll do is they'll have a number of different ones all set up for different things, and just have people sitting there doing those things. So even Emma Brassfield, bless her, she has two of them, and she has one that's constantly hole cutting, and the other one that's then doing all
but
of
then
the
if
other
you're
jobs
doing,
as well.
if you're like a fashion house, I mean, you're always making the covered buttons. You're only putting in these, then you would do, wouldn't you?
And these are absolutely sufficient. They're not a million miles away from. I mean, you know, they're based upon the industrial version, just slightly smaller. But don't be fooled by. There are other copies out there that are smaller, that are lighter, and that people do invest
the
in
money.
first of all, but then come and get
the right thing. Invest money. So in this bundle, we're just going back. We've done. This is what they've just demonstrated. So you get the green machine, the whole machine that you will keep and use for lots and lots of things. You get all of the dies for this, and then you get the rivets, the S Club press fasteners. Oh, the S press fasteners, can't even say it, and the magnetic clasps, and you get the dies and you get the hole punch.
Yeah, and that die as well. There.
And these
so
as well.
There you go, another die set as well there for you. So that's your hole cutter, that's for your rivets, that's for your S-springs, and then that's for your magnetic clasp.
Wow, so you're getting
get all of
a lot there.
Yeah.
And I guess the thing is you can't have dies that suit those and suit those, because it wouldn't be quite right, would it?
No, so the whole thing about what we try and do is, as I said, you get the perfect finish and you get it consistently.
Yeah, so you've got to get the right dies.
So within each of these dies, these are set sizes. So you get an 8mm rivets with an 8mm die, 15mm S-springs with a 15mm die, 14mm.
And I guess you could keep in, if you bought these boxes, you could keep the die in.
It will fit in the setup that it's in, yeah, absolutely.
So the magnetic will just keep sticking to it all the time. Silver next. Now remember, we do have these available. If you've bought one and you can't decide, Then get one set with one colour you like, and then you can buy these as just the individual blanks or whatever they're called. The things. I was thinking of a collective noun.
We just call
Fastenings.
hardware.
The hardware. The hardware can be bought separately. Silver, obviously, machine, the hole punch, the sets of dies, and all the silver hardware. And you do get the machine itself. We include that as well. Amazing. Right, we have also got gold. Oh, do you know, that was good. I dropped the magnetic one. That was the
Just
best.
as well as the
I know, that was the best one to drop. Yeah, no, I would get these and then I'd keep the dye in with it. Be all like lovely together then. Gold. And then finally, rainbow. Remember, rainbow is a little bit more, costs a little bit more just because it's a more complex process. But you get the joy of the rainbow, see? Gorgeous. Right, pyramid studs is what we're going to talk about next.
Okay, no problem.
So now you've got your green machine. Right,
There are two of the pyramid studs.
Right, let me just find the pyramid studs.
So there's one small
There they
one
are.
and one big one. That's it.
That's
There's a
one.
large one as well.
Wow. So what are these used for?
So these are purely decorative.
Right.
But if you like pyramid studs, then you'll use these all over the place. So absolutely beautiful in bags, denim jackets, leather
gorgeous.
jackets, anything you want to
Shoes,
adorn.
trainers.
Shoes, absolutely. I mean, anything that you really want to put them on, they're absolutely
We're
beautiful.
crashing the price on this. So obviously this does not include the green machine. You've already got one of them. These are all the studs and the dies. And what do we get in here?
So you are getting 200 of each colour. So you're getting silver, bronze and gold, and you're also getting a gunmetal black as well.
Oh, that's lovely.
And they're a bit sort of punk rock.
Yeah, no, they're really cool.
And then you're getting the die set for those as
Okay,
well.
so do they go into halves or how do they work?
So these are pronged products.
Right.
So what we want to do, and you can see that's really quite
Yeah,
small,
that is.
that one. So you don't really want to be trying to fiddle around, poking that through
No,
the material
no.
and then having to fold everything through. But you want to make sure you're getting that finish so it's secure every single time.
Yes.
Yeah. So then we put these in. So that literally just
Yeah, because that's really
drops
hard
into
to
that die.
hold and put on something.
Yeah.
$39.99 is a special offer on these.
Okay, so I just dropped that in
Okay.
to that die set. Do you want? Should we put it
Oh,
into
yeah.
something
Yeah, let's
quickly?
do. Yeah,
we
go on.
drop that in,
Do- I need-
and then what this top half of the die does, as you can see, it's just very specially engineered. So that's going to fold everything over for us.
These are amazing. Who works all this out? This is so complicated.
Very clever people. Between us in the office, we sort of come up with the idea,
Yeah.
and then we let other people
And then
who
you
are
say,
far
right,
better
we
than
would
us
like some
to-
pyramid studs.
Yeah,
and then someone else has to. Yeah,
to
because
come
this
up
is
with-
like engineering, isn't it?
So if we do that, we remembered that we're going to turn it upside down actually. Let me just push that through, and there we go.
Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, it's just like decoration, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's, you'll know what you would use this for.
That's it, and then on the back you've got that nice
Look,
finish as well.
just neat. It's not rough at all because it's all bent over nicely. It just adds that little finish.
Yeah.
Love
And
those.
So that's these are all 6mm.
Right, $39.99. So you've got you don't need the hole punch for this. You've got the die set. So if you've already got the green machine, this little box, you're all ready to go. Yeah, you only works the green. Don't put it in the blue or the pearl because it won't work. You'll be very disappointed. So just the green machine. Now, if you want even jazzier decoration.
So we're going slightly larger with
These
this.
are kind of dog collar size, aren't they?
Well, Sandy, and Sandy, I've got a bone to pick with you. I think she's gone home with the die set because Sandy has been adding these to her bags
No
lately.
way.
So absolutely, I think she was on the last time and then demonstrated with these, which is absolutely fine. You're more than welcome to, but she's got one of our
But
dies.
could you please not steal the dies, Sandy? Or will we be sending We will be sending the people round.
But the die does work in exactly the same way as I've just demonstrated with the 6mm. But just, you know, just more standout and absolutely.
Yeah, so look at this. So they're double the size,
far more
aren't they?
eye-catching.
So that's your 6mm on there, and that's the 12mm. It depends what you want to put them on, what you want to decorate.
That's it. And, you know, it's your crafting, it's your design. You do
Yeah,
what
I know.
You want, you know.
And with all these things, you know, you look at that and think, oh, that's what I would do. Somebody else will think of something completely different, won't they? Now, skulls, these are amazing. These only come in one size, though, but they are amazing. Gosh, that's heavy. That's a heavy box.
So they're complete metal, they are. They're solid,
Right.
solid metal, these ones.
Wow, look at these. And we are reducing the price. So again, you just need the green machine with these. You don't need anything else. Do you need the hole punch?
No, so these come with... yeah, so these come with some really nifty little pins. Now, they're special pins. So what happens with these is these are semi-hollow inside. So when they go into something, again, they expand.
Yeah.
So then that's what grabs onto the actual skull itself.
So these are decoration, aren't they?
They're decoration, yeah. I mean, you know, I don't know what function they would have other than to scare people off.
Yes. Oh, I think they're just lovely, aren't they?
I
They're just
don't know.
brilliant.
Jordan, my son, he's a biker and he has all of the rings and everything else. He has everything covered with these.
Oh, does he? Yeah,
So
just why not?
They are absolutely fabulous.
So you get the dye, but you get all of these colours.
So yeah, so again, you're getting, and if I remember correctly, we're giving you 100 of each of the colours. So this will last you a long, long time.
Yeah.
So you bronze, silver and gold, and then the gunmetal as well.
This is fabulous, isn't it? Yeah, these are going to last a long time, but what fun you'll have with them. Great, you know, to have these when you're doing like fancy dress and all of that.
Yeah, I mean, Halloween, they come
Halloween,
into their own, don't they?
amazing, aren't they? It's just fun. I think they're brilliant. I mean, there's one of those things, you've got that, and then you think, oh, I remember I've got those stuff. Obviously, you do need the green machine for these, but once you've got it, then that's all ready to go.
That's it. And then, again, you know, the dyes just bring it into its own as well and make them very, very easy.
Well, they're made exactly to the right shape.
Even.
They've got a skull-shaped hole.
Exactly to the right shape. So we put that in. And
I think that's what's the beauty of this, is that you have to, obviously you've got to put different dyes in for different things, but it's perfect.
Yes. And
one
again,
thing does one thing.
You're going to start making things and have that shopped, bought finish
Yes,
to
yeah.
them.
And you've all done what I've done. You've made something, you've put it in, you've hammered it in, you've got your chopping board and your hammer, and because you buy the little kits, and it's okay.
Yeah.
Until it's not.
Until you see this, and then you go, "That's it. I need that now."
Can we
I'm
see
upgrading.
the skull in action?
Of course you can. Of course you can. Should we try a bit of a gold?
Yeah, let's do gold. Actually, you could put it on that webbing. Will it go on there? Next to the pearl.
Next to the pearl. Okay, so we just push that in now, okay, and said that holds that nice and secure.
And I love the fact you buy one green machine, that's it, and then it suddenly opens up this world of possibilities, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then that pin
goes in its perfectly fitting thing.
So we just drop that into there, and you can see that stands up nicely. Ooh, should have put that one in first. There we go. Okay. And then we position that wherever we want it to be. Push through. And then he says, there we go. There's our skull.
Fabulous. That's brilliant, isn't it? You know, there could even be like a button again with a little loop. Couldn't it? Isn't that brilliant? That's the gold one. Only $39.99
for that whole kit, and as you said,
all
that
of that
weighs quite a bit.
It does. It's really heavy. It's going to last you ages though, because you've got the dyes and you've got all of those. And you can have hours of fun with them.
And again, comes in a lovely little container box as well, so it keeps everything nice and organised.
Yeah, no, that makes quite a difference, I think, doesn't it? Because Diamante rivets. That's these. So again, these are your beautiful decorations. So like your brass and your rainbow and your silver rivets, but prettier.
These are, I mean, incredibly popular.
Right.
But they are So unlike with the tubular rivets that you get with the bundle,
yes,
which are functional as well as decorative, these are purely
okay.
decorative.
So don't use these
So
to hold on
don't hang
your straps.
anything off of them,
Right?
because they're not designed like
Okay,
that.
these are for decorative purpose, but so pretty.
So pretty.
I mean, imagine if you've got like a pair of like Converse or something, those sort of shoes.
It's just anything that you
Yeah.
want to bling up.
Just bling, bling. So what have we got in it? Well, obviously we've got the dies.
So, and then you've got 13 different colours.
Wow.
So there's 10 of each colour, so 13 different colours in total.
Okay, so we've got like mauve, purple, dark purple, opal, blue, red, green, turquoise, but loads.
Yeah.
Can we do that one as well? Hi, I got my green machine in January and I just keep finding things to use it for. Do you do feet for bags, says Jenny?
We do, not for the green machine, they're a screwing product.
Oh, they do. Ah, yes. They're a screw-in product, so would they not ever be a green machine product?
To be honest with you, the only reason why we haven't is when you're making the bags, obviously your feet are generally so far into the fabric, it's difficult
Yeah,
to
that's
get it
true.
that far in.
Yes.
So that's why we keep them as
Right,
a
okay.
screw.
So they have thought about that. Can we put one of these
Of course,
just because?
of course. We use a little bit of cork this time.
Oh, okay.
What colour would you like to go for?
I quite like this turquoise.
Yeah.
I think that's really pretty.
Okay, so sorry, I've got a little back there. So try and find which colour.
Oh, it's a good
Never
job I
good
haven't
with
got
this.
all of these. It'd be a
Okay.
nightmare.
So these just literally just face down and drop in. He says. Oh. There we go. I could hear her in the gallery there. Let me try that one. Right. I think I've broken that one. All right. Okay. So that just drops into there. And then our top half of our die with our backing pin. Okay. So you can see that there's two sides to that. So there's the finished side there, and then there's an open side there,
okay.
yeah? So we want, so you can see how that's, what's the word?
Yes,
Serrated, thank you. That was the word that I'd lost. Where that's serrated, that would then cut through your material.
Okay.
And then that's just going to go straight into the back
okay.
of there, okay? But that's why, so because like I said with the tubular rivets, they condense down and they're very,
Yes.
very nice tight fit. This, they're just sort of grabbing on, you know, you don't want them too tight. Okay, so we're going to put this into the open side. We can then see, and we tuck that in deep inside there, okay? And that holds on to that, and we put that.
Yeah, so if you were like if you were mate doing loads of these, you would just have this in all the time, like you say, like with these factories, you're just putting these in, they just have those dies in, boom, boom, use it all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and then we just, that's it, and just push through, pull that out, and there we go.
Oh,
Sorry, I grabbed
wow.
a different colour, I apologise. But there we go. And, you know, and therefore you're not getting any damage on that at all.
So can you put these like in card or something like that?
You could do, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, so the post on them doesn't disappear. So you want them, you know, you don't want them too thin, but you can see even on that, you know, it's not wobbling about or anything else. It's a nice, secure fit. And that will now last. I mean, you know, I say it's not functional, it's decorative, but it's not going to fall off.
Yeah, it's not, but it's just that it's not for holding things, but it is a decorative item. I quite like the fact it's got this on the back.
Yeah.
So if you were putting those on, like, because I'm thinking the canvas shoes, then that would be nice and smooth on the back.
So it's quite strange you say that. So we have a customer of ours that puts them on the flip-flops, on the straps of the flip-flops, and he said because it doesn't irritate the underside, and he just really blings everything
Bling up your
Yeah.
flip-flops. Oh my
Summer's coming.
Well, and also with all these colours, you could have rainbow bling, couldn't you? What a great idea. You should like make a note. Every time someone says, this is what I do with it, you should write it down and then go, these are all the things you can do with it. I love those. I think we've nearly, have we done all of them yet?
We've
yet.
got Diamante eyelets.
Yeah, now I'd like to see these. Is that this one here?
Yes.
Got a couple of people. How do they work for eyelets? Yes, but you need eyelets. So these are Diamante. Yes.
So we have plain eyelets and we
Okay.
have the Diamante eyelets as well, and both are going to work.
These are the
going to work
plain.
very, very similar.
Okay.
Okay.
So Diamante are the first ones that are in. So in here, obviously, you get all the dyes, and then you get gold, silver, and black. Was that gunmetal?
So it's a gunmetal. We call that. Yeah. So gold.
And how
silver.
many of each do you get?
50 of each.
Yeah, I'm just trying because you've
Yeah.
got different bits.
That's
50
it.
of each, and these are really blingy. So these are eyelets. You know when you want to make a gift tag and you want a little hole in it, or you want to thread cord through something, or
if you're doing your straps and you want your buckles to go through.
Or holes for buckles, all different sorts of
pull
things.
cords, all of those types of things.
I mean, imagine making like little fabric gift tags and putting this as the eyelet and then putting this, that's really well posh, isn't it?
But they're, again, incredibly pretty. Very,
they're
very
gorgeous. I love those. So that's the Diamante ones. If you want just the plain ones...
So you're then getting 100 of each of these colours.
Okay. Now, obviously, you need the green machine, but it comes with the dyes. Remember that with all of these. We will let you know they have got the dyes with them. So once you've got the machine, this is your expansion pack. Save £19.84?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
$39.99. That's amazing. Can we see this one in action?
Absolutely, we can.
Because this is a really, I think for, well, I don't know what I say for us. For me, this is what. Now, does it use the, do we need a hole punch?
So we do with this. So as it's an eyelet, obviously the eyelet is 6 mil, so we need a 6 mil hole cutter. So with eyelets, whatever size your eyelets you're using, you need to create that hole.
Okay.
So this is the only other time that you need another hole cutter. So, but it comes within
Oh,
the
it comes
kit.
with it, so I haven't got to buy it separately.
No, so it comes with the kit.
Okay.
So you're getting your 6 mil hole cutter.
Yeah, because again, that's the thing that you snip with your scissors and doesn't ever really work very well.
So we just use the same cork.
And it comes with that. You haven't got to get, you just need a green machine, but you've already got one.
That's it. So we're just cutting through there, you see.
That's a nice, neat hole. You see how much I've used rubbish things, haven't you? Look at that. Look at that. You know when you make them and all it does with that one that you hammer on, you end up with a hole in your breadboard and just a very slight thing that you then have to cut round with scissors.
Okay. So similar to some of the other dyes. So what happens here, just to show you what happens with the dye. So your eyelet is going to fit over this shaft here, and this shaft again retracts.
Right.
So as we put that in, we put in our eyelet, and that just sits barrel up. Okay. It just sits nicely into there. Okay. Then what happens is we then put our fabric on top of that and over that barrel, and then we then get our backing, and we place that over the top there. And now what's going to happen is as this top dye that I'm yet to screw in, nearly.
So you've got to put this the right way up as well, I presume.
There is a right and a wrong way. It's going to work either way.
Oh, does it?
It will work either way. It's just the right ways are slightly better.
Oh, okay. Because I always look at these and go, is it?
Yeah, it's not going to make a difference,
Right,
really.
okay.
Especially if it's something that's hidden as well. But,
Yes.
Okay, so then as we bring that down, what happens is this is going to fold that barrel back onto itself and over that
see.
washer
Oh.
to then secure it into place.
So the barrel actually squishes.
That's it. And then you get that finish.
That's so neat. Because when I do it, yeah, there's often dents.
And there's no sharp edges,
No
anything
sharp
like that
edges.
at all.
So, I mean, and often these are used as decorative, aren't they?
Yeah.
I
mean,
often
you
wonder
can-
why they have them on things. Well, you'll see them like on clothing and shoes. I don't know whether it's to let air out or something.
Well, yeah, certainly on shoes it is supposed to
Right.
stop your feet getting so stinky.
Okay. But, you know, like even down like the centre of a strap, that looks like decorate. Centre of your flip-flops.
Well,
it
I mean,
looks nice.
then we've got our diamonds
Well,
as well to add extra
yeah.
bling too.
But it is
But
like, it is a decorative thing as well, isn't it?
Functional and decorative, absolutely.
That's so easy, and I just can't get over how neat that is. $39.99 for that, and obviously you need your green machine, but you won't need anything else. So I think also if you've invested in the green machine, it's worth getting the bits you need, because everyone needs different bits, don't they?
Yeah.
Different things for different things.
But you can grow as you move.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? You haven't got to buy.
And then you have to remember to take that bit out.
And then that's it.
And
So
look after your dies.
Look after your
Your
dies.
hole punches.
Yeah, certainly.
'Cause they're very
so
important.
the hole punches, I mean, over a long period of time, if you look after it, it will eventually need replacing depending on how much you use it. But hole punches are the only dies you're ever going to need to
Right.
replace. All of the rest of them, they'll last
But then
you
I guess
a
it's
lifetime.
very thin, so it's sharp, so just look after them.
That's exactly it.
Wow. Can we do snaps?
We'll race.
Okay. So these are snaps.
Yep, so these are snap poppers. So these are the type of thing that would go on babies' clothes.
Okay.
So So if we're thinking of bibs,
So they're the
of
same
baby
sort of thing
growth,
as these?
so these are the light,
Lighter duty.
These are lighter
Got
duty.
it. Same thing, but
and
light
then-
duty press fasteners.
That's it. And then within these, so you don't need to cut a hole with these, but they're meant for lighter fabric.
Right, okay.
Okay. So they come, this comes in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different colours. Okay.
Wow.
So silver, red, whites, yellow, blues, and I think there's even a black there as well. So you can mix and match them and all of that type of thing. And these are what we called open ring snap poppers. They're 9.5mm.
Open ring snap
So
poppers. So
open
these are
ring.
lightweight press fasteners.
That's
right.
it. Okay, so what you have with these is...
So these are like when you've got maybe like a little fabric purse and you just want a little popper on it.
Yeah, you can use them for purses, as I said, or we can use them, on, as I said, traditionally children's clothing. But anything that you really just don't want to be particularly heavy, just want something
just a little
nice and small.
Yeah, the sort of thing
and
that
then,
you would sew a press fastener on.
Yes.
That kind of lightweight thing, like a little tab that goes over something. Okay.
So these are nice and straightforward. So you've got 2 parts of the die. This part of the die works very, very similar to the eyelet die that we just put on as well. So that just drops into there. There's only, so even though there's 4 parts, there's only two parts to the die on this one, because these are exactly the same. We've used the open ring on both sides.
Right.
Okay. And then with the stud and the socket, they'll both fit into this die.
Okay.
Okay. So you place that in there. Oh. Okay, so this is just some interfaced cotton. Okay, we're going to place the open ring with the spikes up into there. We're going to put our socket and just push that up into there. Just going to bring that side down, and that's that side on.
Oh, wow, it doesn't cut a... God, I've got it now. So it doesn't cut... I thought it would cut a hole for some reason.
No, so if
because
you're
it wouldn't
using...
work. Because it would, I don't know why that. I think because it's got a hole. I don't know why I thought it would cut a hole. Right.
So hence why it's used on a lot of children's clothing and that type
it makes
of thing,
absolute sense. And I've seen that kind of thing, like you say, on baby grows. And,
That's it.
For some reason.
And then with the stud, we put it so the stud's facing up, so that goes up inside, okay, into the die there, and again just holds in place, okay. So we want the stud onto the same side of the socket. And there.
Da-da-da, that's brilliant. I love that, and I actually quite like the fact that that you can see the fabric, so it's less intrusive. Amazing. Right, we haven't got time to demo this, but I am going to show you the plastic snaps. Just show them to you. And they come with the dies as well.
So T3, so 10.4mm plastic snaps in 5 different, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different colours with all of the dies that you need as well.
In case you want those. But all these. Oh, there's too much choice, Dave. There's too much choice. Don't even know where to start. Well, I do, because I've got 2 of them. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Honestly, Agree Machine, it will just change. It will change what you do. You will be able to expand what you do with crafting, and no more frustration that ruin your beautiful projects with bad finishes, which I have done many times. It honestly transformed. Thank you, Dave. It's
no problem.
Brilliant. And thank you for our birthday offers as well. So thank you so much for joining us today. So tomorrow is the last birthday day. And at 6 a.m, John's going to be in. He's doing the early morning slot tomorrow. He'll be doing 6 a.m. at 7 a.m. on the happy 5th birthday. And then Vix will be in for the day. So 8 o'clock, it's this week's birthday treats. 9 o'clock, Catherine Wright will be with us for the new Feel Beautiful blouse launch. Michelle Clark will be in with her sewing online furniture at 10. Catherine will be back at 11 with the Jason Yenter quilt kits, nice. And Michelle Clark will be back at 12 with the sewing online furniture. Thank you so much for joining me today. Remember, everybody who checks out, and every time you check out, you will be entered into our competition, and the winner will be announced tomorrow, and you will also be entered into our weekly competition. Thank you so much for joining in, all your messages. I will see you here next Thursday. Have a wonderful Saturday afternoon.